Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello, squirrel friends of the world. Good evening or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you all are safe. Here on the East Coast of the U.S. in North Carolina, where I'm at, we are still kind of recovering from the hurricane, and word on the street is there's another one coming. I don't know if it's going to be headed here or not, but it looks like it's going to be headed to Florida. So hope everyone, all of our squirrel friends in Florida are going to be safe. And for anyone who's new here, my brother is a storm chaser and has been covering all of the hurricane footage. In fact, a lot of it's been on the news. You may have even seen clips and not known it was him. But he's actually about to be headed back down to Florida to be there for the upcoming hurricane, but he just was in Western North Carolina with all of that going on. So anyway, we have a really good episode coming up tonight here, and grateful to have power and internet and able to do this. So we are in really the crux of, I feel like some of the most important testimony that we have heard so far. We are in the middle of Cindy Anthony's testimony. Where we left off last time, she was about to get into the 911 calls that she had placed and under direct examination. So we are going to be finishing up with her on direct and then go right into her cross-examination. After that, I believe we have Amy Huizenga and then Lee Anthony. So it's going to be a really great episode for sure in terms of the trial and understanding the family dynamics. And for those of you who missed it on the last episode, we did talk a lot about that. And what we will do, as always, is start out with a little bit of a recap of what happened last time. So let's jump right on in. Shout out to Flash fan who's new here. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew.
So at that point, the gentleman, you said, removed the bag of garbage. Now, you've given us a description of what was in the bag. You said there was a pizza box and an Arm & Hammer bottle, but how were you able to see that through a 2 or 3 inch opening?
Well, because the bag itself was like a white or a vanilla color. It was almost transparent, and I could see the makings.
Well, okay, we all know, dude, if you're on this jury, right, you're like, everyone knows what a trash bag looks like. A white trash bag. Are they transparent? Y'all, let me know. Anyone who's ever used a white trash bag, which is probably everybody, would you say that they're transparent?
And the Arm & Hammer is very distinctive because it's a yellow container. I think it's like a 64-ounce container or something. I've used that size before. I mean, I knew of that product.
You could sort of see it through the translucent plastic.
Yes.
You're saying. All right.
And generally, you pick up the mail.
The mails, if I might answer your question and just give you a little bit of information, that I have no control of what time the mail service is delivered. Sometimes it can be delivered in the early afternoon. It might not be till later in the afternoon. I have no control over that.
I didn't ask if you had control over it, sir. I asked you if you generally pick up the mail.
Yes.
You spent the night, every night, at 4937 Hope Spring Drive between July 6th to July 12th, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I'm sure we did.
And that entire week.
So that's interesting because, again, remember that there was that comment that he had made to Simon Birch about them having been out of town, and that was.
Did you make the statement? You know that I smell. I'm like, oh God. I tried to start the car for a second time and I said, no, George. If there's something wrong, you need to find out now. You can't take it away. I told the guy, I said, will you please walk around to the back of the car and look inside this with me? Do you recall making that statement, sir?
That's probably what I said. I don't remember saying that, but if that's what I said to law enforcement at the time, probably was the truth.
And the reason you wanted him to walk around the back with you is because you wanted a witness.
Bam.
I guess that could be a true statement.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
Objection, argument. Objection, argumentative. Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
I don't understand what you mean by distance myself, sir. I don't understand what you mean.
You didn't want to be associated with any evidence in this case, did you, sir?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
If I might answer your question a little bit in length.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. I did not know.
Shout out. So Flashfan85, who's new here, says, I'm so torn on this case. I thought I knew everything about it, but I'm learning that I don't. Join the club. Join the club. If you're like me and everyone else so far that I've ever talked to about this, then no one that I've not talked to anyone that had ever watched this whole trial, and I hadn't until now, going through it, you know. And it's so interesting, isn't it, how the general consensus has such a strong opinion, but yet again, I have not spoken to anybody or heard from anybody that ever watched the whole trial, or even maybe even part of the trial. Like, I feel like it was mostly just people heard about it through mainstream media or news clips or whatever, headlines. And I couldn't agree with you more. I'm with you 100% with that sentiment, that it's a tough one. It's a really tough one in terms of trying to figure out what really happened to Caylee. But I mean, I think so far, the state's case is just, I mean, it really, I've pointed out a lot of parts of this last time. The whole deal with, like, I think, like I was saying, it was like a turning point. If I were on the jury, it would have been a turning point when they were talking about the swimming pool. And the lead prosecutor was asking Cindy Anthony to measure everything based on her boobs. And they didn't measure anything like with a ruler, or there were no measurements of the pool or the ladder and no pictures. It's like mind-boggling, really. And it's so reminiscent of Karen Reed. And, you know, another thing that's reminiscent of Karen Reed is that we haven't heard from a medical examiner yet. When most cases, when they have a strong case, the medical examiner is one of the first people to testify. So, you know, we've heard a lot about the smell and people's smell abilities, as I always call it. But, you know, yeah, I mean, that's one thing that is interesting too, is like thinking about if you're on the jury, right? Did the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? There's like that question, but then there's also the question of like, what do you think happened? You know, and so it's kind of a twofold thing. But yeah, I appreciate you being here and for your input and your open mind. I appreciate everybody so much that's coming into this with an open mind, because I think that's what helps us grow as people. And I, you know, and it sheds light on the fact too, that you can't always just trust what you hear in terms of a headline or, you know, whatever, because, you know, as we know from many things, it's at best not the full story and at worst inaccurate, right?
Know at that time that my granddaughter was missing, or my daughter was not available to be found. I didn't know that anything like that. As far as asking someone to go to the rear of a vehicle with me, if I did ask him that, then I must have asked him that. Was I trying to distance myself from something? No. If there was something wrong and I needed to get to the bottom of it, I would have been a stand-up guy and taken care of it.
Once you had your witness.
So I think that's interesting. I didn't comment on this before because this is, you know, the recap. And this didn't really occur to me until I was putting together the recap. That part about I would have been a stand-up guy and I would have taken care of it. Let me play that last little sentence again because I think that's interesting.
And my granddaughter was missing, or my daughter was not available to be found. I didn't know that anything like that. As far as asking someone to go to the rear of a vehicle with me, If I did ask him that, then I must have asked him that. Was I trying to distance myself from something? No. If there was something wrong and I needed to get to the bottom of it, I would have been a stand-up guy and would have taken care of it.
If there was something wrong and I needed to get to the bottom of it, I would have been a stand-up guy and I would have taken care of it. I mean, depending on how you look at it, you know, one could, well, first of all, I don't know that he's really proven himself out to be a stand-up guy, what with like the cheating with the younger woman who he met at a Caylee freaking like fundraiser thing, right? I don't know, there's a lot of sketchiness there, but beyond that, if I thought there was something wrong, I would have gotten to the bottom of it and I would have taken care of it. I mean, that kind of right there, you know, depending on how you look at it, again, could really kind of support the defense's theory of the case that there was an accident, that Caylee drowned in the pool. Remember, we heard in opening statements, that's the #1 cause of death for children in Florida, is drowning in a swimming pool. And that, you know, there was an accident and he was quote unquote taking care of it by trying to cover it up. You know, you could kind of go that route. So Flashfan85 says, I started watching this case in April on Court TV website. Oh, cool. Good for you. Stopped to watch Chad Daybell. Right. That case would last 9 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, another interesting case that I really wanted to cover that. Unfortunately, it's just I have a hard time. I kind of struggle with like the footage, right? Because like thankfully the audio is not terrible, but like, well, having said that, I feel like the audio was better in Lori's trial, but you can't really see much of what's going on with the way that the screen was. And anyway, but yeah, but I'm glad you're here and you're joining us watching this here. The Court TV website is awesome for the archives. That's also where I got all the footage for the Ezra McCandless trial, which we covered right before this one. That, you know, had never been covered with any type of commentary or analysis yet on YouTube. Same with this trial from my digging. Anyway, both of these trials were, you know, gavel to gavel, thanks to the Court TV website, which is they have the archives on there. And so shout out to them for having that resource. But yeah, and also just for anyone who's not privy to this, I have been covering the Chad Daybell, all of the documents post conviction. So I do have a playlist for that, for all of the Chad Daybell post conviction documents. So sentencing and all the everything that's been happening thereafter. And I do check it every day. There hasn't been anything recently. The Ezra one is fascinating, really good. It's a really good case. It's a really, really, really good case. It's one of my favorite cases and trials. And yeah, it's definitely a good one. So, so yeah, definitely check that out. There's a playlist for that, of course, too. So, yeah.
Once you had your witness and your granddaughter's missing and you smell that smell that you never forget, the trunk is opened.
Yes, I opened the trunk.
And you smell the smell of human decomposition.
I already had the smell, sir, and I opened up the trunk with this gentleman alongside with me to see what was back there.
And you smelled a more pungent smell of human decomposition.
To be honest, at that point, all I found, sir, in the back of the trunk of the car was a bag full of garbage.
Let me go back for a moment. Prior to you opening that trunk, you said a silent prayer.
I probably did.
And then you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
Sir, I already had smelled it prior to getting into the car and inside the car.
My question to you, sir, is you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition at that point.
What are you referring to, sir? I'm trying to answer your question.
Wow.
Once you opened the trunk, sir,
Even for him,
you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
When I opened up the trunk, sir, I just answered your question. I'm answering it a second time.
Oh boy.
All I found in the back of the trunk of that car was a bag
You're not
was a
answering.
plastic bag with garbage inside of
Not
it.
answering it,
That's
though.
what I found, sir.
I'm not asking you what you found, sir. I asked you
Answer your
if
question.
when you opened the trunk, you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
No,
It got weaker.
no.
I'm sorry?
Sir, I've already answered your question. I don't know how many times I've answered in the most popular and polite way that I can. I'm not going to get upset over this, you, sir. You know, if you're trying to trick me, you're not going to trick me. I know what's in the back of that car, and I know what the tow manager pulled out.
My question to you, sir, is
Answered you.
is it your testimony that when you opened the trunk of that
The
car,
thing is that he knows better, because if it was asked and answered, there would be an objection asked and answered, and there's not an objection because he hasn't answered the question.
the smell of human decomposition was not stronger?
At that point, all I seen, or only thing I smelled, or only thing I saw at that time was a bag full of garbage.
I'm not asking you what you saw, sir. I'm asking you what you smelled. And if you, Mr. Ashton can't help you, sir.
Wow.
Objection is question.
You're badgering.
No, question.
It really calls for a yes or no answer. When you opened the trunk of that car, did you smell a stronger smell of human decomposition?
I'm going to answer again for the fourth time. No.
Okay. And at that point, when you have been telling,
The thing is like, it's so funny because, of course, again, going into this, right, I assumed he was going to be just like this gross, Jose Baez, in reference to Jose Baez. I was thinking that he was going to be like slimy, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Again, just from what you hear, because it's like, oh, he got her off, or whatever, people say. Which I don't know why I don't normally put any stock in that, but whatever, it's just one of those things. It just seems like with this case, it's like so much had been just accepted as fact, right? And that's why I wanted to cover it, because I've had so many people ask me, why did the jury, find her not guilty? And I'm like, I have no idea, and I'm like, let's see if we can answer that question. But I'll tell you what, he had me from opening statements. His opening statements were phenomenal. And I tried to not interrupt it all that much when I covered it here, because they're so good and it's so riveting. And like, even I pointed out that he asks the jury at some point if they want a break, and they're like, no. But but I did talk about potentially, if people wanted, I could do another stream where we just break down just that opening statement alone and go through it, because it's really brilliant. And I'll tell you what, he's representing Shanna Gardner out of Florida, of course. And I wasn't I didn't have plans to cover that trial or whatever, but considering he's going to be her attorney, I will want to cover that for sure, because I think he's phenomenal. And not in the next episode, but the next episode after that, so episode number 8, we are going to learn how Casey obtained him as her attorney. Because that's something I had been wondering this whole trial. I've been wondering, how the heck did they get in touch with each other? Because I was thinking, did her parents set her up with this attorney? Because it seems like her parents were kind of throwing her under the bus, right? And how did he come to be her attorney? But we do learn that, again, not the next episode, but the following episode, which is the one I'm editing now. We will learn how they came to meet and all that. Yeah, I'm also not the biggest fan of Jeff Ashton. Actually, of the prosecution team, I think Mr. George is the least offensive. By offensive, I mean offensive to my own personal taste in terms of prosecutors. I think Frank George is the least bad, I guess you could say. But Jeff Ashton 100% comes across as really arrogant. And then Miss Jane Burdick is just really aloof and, in my opinion, and not, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Her opening statement, I had to cut so much silence. It was bizarre. It was worse than Lolly. It was worse than Lolly. That's what you can say. It was worse than Lolly. I just, how do you even get to that? I don't know. And then you have Jose Baez, who's just so intuitive. And you can tell he connects with every witness, even though he's only cross-examining them, right? We're on the state's case in chief and he's cross-examining, but he connects with every witness. And you know he's connecting with that jury. So,
Mr. Birch, about your missing granddaughter. And you haven't seen your daughter in almost 3 weeks or spoken to her. And you smell that smell in that car. Is that when you called 911?
I never called 911.
A young woman that you have, your child, is missing, correct?
My daughter, I didn't know where my daughter was at on that date.
Part of that, we're going to really get to see him at work with Cindy on this episode when he does Cindy Anthony's cross, because that is a really interesting, like, this comes out of her being really emotional. And okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll talk about it because it's really interesting how the prosecutor handles her being emotional versus how Jose Baez handles it. So we'll see that very shortly.
And you're smelling her car that smells like a dead body, and you don't call the police.
No, sir, I did not.
And you don't call your daughter to see if she's okay.
I didn't call my daughter at that time.
And you don't call your daughter to see if Caylee's okay.
I didn't call my daughter to inquire about her or Caylee at that time. I did not.
And as a detective, you know that if you smell a dead body in a car, that's a potential crime scene.
At the time, sir, I wasn't a detective. I am just a father and a grandfather.
As a former detective, as a father,
and that's the thing. That answer was great for the defense because it's like, you know what? Detective be damned. As a father and a grandfather, if you know that you've got your daughter and your granddaughter that are missing and you are not making it up about, like, that's the thing, right? This whole thing about smelling the dead body thing, right? That's the whole point. And you smell that smell and you're sure that's what it is. As a father and a grandfather, you're not going to call 911. That's his point.
Grandfather, a human being, you're intelligent enough to know that if you smell human decomposition in a car and you have people in your life that are missing, you call the police, don't you, sir?
Objection. Argumentative. Question
Overruled.
asked and answered.
Overruled. We can answer the question.
Looking back, sir, there's a lot of things I wish I could have done and I didn't do.
You, as a former police officer, know that if you move that car, you're destroying potential evidence.
If I would have thought it was evidence at the time, probably. I didn't believe it was evidence at the time.
And you are no longer concerned about your missing granddaughter.
And about my granddaughter, her well-being, where she was at, and my daughter.
And you then drive the car home.
Yes.
You air it out.
Yes.
And you go to work.
That delivery was immaculate. The way he just says that you drive home and then you air it out and then you go to work. Oh my God, it gives me goosebumps.
Yes.
And you don't call the police from your home.
I did not.
You don't go to work and call the police.
I did not.
You don't tell any of the other security officers at your job, you know, that car smelled like a dead body and I haven't seen my granddaughter in 30 days.
Answered. Argumentative.
Sustained.
You don't tell anyone about your granddaughter being missing at work, do you, sir?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative.
I haven't asked that question.
Overruled.
I didn't mention anything about my personal life to anyone at work. I didn't.
Did you ever go after this day to law enforcement to have a private discussion with law enforcement about this car, about the smell of this car?
I don't know if I did or not. I know the car was at our home and towed from our home.
On July 24th, the same statement we had discussed previously, did you go there and did not want your wife or your son to know you were meeting with law enforcement?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Overruled at this point.
Answer to my question is yes, sir. You did meet with them secretly?
I don't know if the word secretly or we contacted each other some way or whatever, but I'm sure I'd do anything I could to bring my granddaughter home.
You told them you didn't want your wife or your son to know you were there, didn't you,
The
sir?
scope of direct.
Sustained.
When you when you went and met with them on this date, you told them about your experience in this smell and smelling that car.
I believe that was part of their investigation.
And do you remember exactly what you said to them, sir, about the smell and your experience in smelling that car?
No, I do not know exactly what we talked about at that time.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
No, not right now.
I believe I answered that, yes, I had a smell like that outside in the woods, in a house, in a car. I mean, that's, sure, I'll agree.
And this is 6 months before your granddaughter's found in the woods.
Hearsay.
So remember,
Reapproach.
the thing there is like 6 months before she was found in the woods. But remember, it took like 6 months to find her. So that would have been around the time she was missing, is what I'm taking from that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
So on the last live stream, I had raised a couple questions for myself, which was one, to double check on exactly how long Caylee had been missing before she was found. And the other thing was how far away she was found from the house. And actually that part's going to come up on redirect here in a second. But as far as the amount of time she was missing, it was, I think I guessed here from my memory, I was like, I think it was around 5.5 months. And that's pretty much, yeah, that's exactly right. It was 5.5 months. So just under 6 months. So the point here with that line of questioning is that, you know, she was found in the woods, right? And the suggestion is that there was an accident, like from the defense's point of view, right? There was an accident. She drowned in the pool. She was at some point in the backyard and then transferred over to the woods, right? So the thing that's interesting here with this line of questioning is what he's saying is that he had this private meeting with law enforcement, and when he met with law enforcement, it was right when Caylee had first gone missing, and it was like 5.5 months before, or close to 6 months before she'd been found. And yet he said that he had smelled that smell in the house, in the backyard, and in the woods. So like either A, his dead body sniffing abilities are not that reliable, right? Or B, they're reliable, but like essentially how would, like, it's like guilty knowledge, right? You know what I mean? It's like to say, to point to those locations before the body's found, if that makes sense. So,
Mr. Anthony, the reason you drove that car home and didn't call the police and went to work is because you knew Caylee was dead already, didn't you, sir?
He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
And you knew, sir, that if you distanced yourself and was at work, that you would be the last person questioned about the death of Caylee, didn't you, sir?
No, sir.
You know, as a former detective, that the best way to not be questioned or to not make statements about a case is to be as far away removed as possible, didn't you, sir?
Sustain as to that question.
look at both of their faces right now. Wow.
I want to follow up on some of Mr. Baez's questions to
Really
you.
mad. He's pissed. Hilarious.
Commentary.
Right?
Overruled.
He asked you about distancing yourself from a piece of
Oh my
evidence in
God,
this
look at
case.
the hands.
Remember that question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear Mr. Ashton.
I'll go back over.
He needs to go back to the
Mr.
podium.
Baez asked you a question about distancing yourself from evidence in this case. Is that, you recall that question?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you a hypothetical. If Caylee Anthony drowned, and then you took her body out of that house and disposed of in the field.
You guys hear that? That's the first time the jury is hearing that literal suggestion. It's coming from the prosecutor.
Then
Incredible. Incredible.
Yes.
Leading.
He hasn't finished asking the questions.
I mean, it is leading, but he shouldn't be objecting because this is, I think he got ahead of himself with that objection. This is
It's hypothetical. Continue.
question.
if you took that little girl's body and took it down and dumped it in the swamp, Swamp, then there'd be no evidence in her car, would there?
Objection, Judge. Outside the scope.
Overruled.
There wouldn't be, would there?
No, sir, there wouldn't be.
All right. So this is where I was saying that I wanted to double check how far away from the house her body, Caylee's body, was found. So I did that, and quarter of a mile. So I thought about this, and I was like, wait, that logically doesn't make sense. Like what the prosecutor is suggesting doesn't make sense, right? Because detective or not, or former detective or not, or whatever, human, whatever, just common sense. Why would you take like, regardless of how close it is, let's say it's even less than a quarter of a mile, why would you try to transport a dead body in your arms, right? When you could take it and put it in a car and drive it to the new location, right? So, but it's a quarter of a mile. So that's what I wanted to double check, is that, you know, it being a quarter of a mile. Not to mention, if you're thinking that maybe he is trying to intentionally frame Caylee or throw her under the bus, then that would give you additional reason to use her car and put the body there, right? And having said that, there's a lot of fishiness with the car and gas cans and, you know, him wanting a witness with the trunk and all this stuff too. So, yeah, good question. So what are my thoughts on Judge Belvin? Yeah, I know it's Judge Perry. I call him Judge Belvin. So at first I was like, who's Judge Perry? And I was like, oh yeah, I call him Judge Belvin just because I love the name Belvin. I think it suits him. But yes, I know that's not the appropriate name. I definitely think he was biased. There's no question about that. 100%. I thought that from the get-go. I mean, a lot of judges are prosecution leaning, but I think he's even more prosecution leaning than most. And had she been found guilty, I think there were myriad, just even so far, myriad good appellate issues here on this case. But the fact that, and this is the thing, the fact that he was so prosecution leaning, in my opinion, in terms of the things he lets in and things that he overrules versus sustains, the fact that he was so prosecution leaning and they still got an acquittal just speaks to A, the weakness of the state's case, and B, the strength of the defense, right? Because they overcame those odds. But yeah, he 100%, in my opinion, gave, I mean, even when it comes to like just like the motions practice and everything else, it's like he gives Jose Baez the hardest time. Like he pretty much never, ever goes with the defense in terms of really anything, for the most part. There's only been a handful of exceptions. And a lot of the time, I feel like the defense is in the right, with a lot of the like 403 issues and, 404 issues, character evidence, probative versus prejudicial. There's just a lot. He's made a lot of rulings that have really surprised me, actually. But yeah,
There would be nothing for you to run away from, would there?
Objection, Judge. Leading. Withdrawn.
Starting Tuesday, June 10th, starts off with Mr. Lazario at 10:13
Mr. Lazario
p.m. Yo, Miss Anthony Yo, Mr. Lazario, don't copy me. Miss Anthony, ha. Mr. Lazario, suck A.D. Mr. Lazario, I. Mr. Lazario, C. Mr. Lazario, K. Miss Anthony, maybe. What does that have reference to, Mr. George?
Well, Your Honor, I believe what they're referring to is a sexual act.
Okay, and tell me, what does that tend to prove or disprove as to the elements of the crimes alleged, or something that portion sort of mystifies me? Mr. Lazario, I'm coming over. Miss Anthony, are you? Yeah. Mr. Lazario, after lab, yeah. Miss Anthony, ha fuck. Mr. Lazario, to say hello. And the next one, Miss Anthony, on a few more days, and you can bring your ass over here anytime you want and stay whenever you want.
I will say this is like the one time I think where he made the right call, and it was a call that was not in the state's favor, which was by not letting these text messages in. But I think that even the fact that even he is like, we're going to see it here in a second, he laughs at the state for trying to get these messages in. That just goes to show you how completely irrelevant and prejudicial these messages are, that are just so extraneous, that even he is like, you're really trying to get these in, you know. But this is one of the rare times where he makes a ruling that is good for the defense, I guess.
Mr. Rosario, well, I'm coming over tonight. Miss Anthony, you are trouble. You know that. Yep. That's the portion you're talking about?
He's like, why are you?
Your Honor, the state wants to.
Y'all, his face says it all right there. So that face right there. So during this last live stream, I took a screenshot of this. And for anyone who didn't notice, you know, I always try to have little surprises in the thumbnails. So I added him to the thumbnail, and I put him over in the thumbnail where it's the courtroom, right? And then you can see where the bench is. I put him in the bench in the thumbnail. It's this face. I also added George Anthony from one of the moments on Cross where he's making a crazy face, too. That
helps establish the fact that the reason that she can't do what she would like to do and can't have him come over whenever he wants to come over is because the child and her parents are in the way. That's why it's relevant.
Does the defense concur with that analogy?
God, I'm going to lose my life.
Absolutely not, Judge.
Oh, man.
And that's the basis that you want to have that admitted.
Certainly, a jury, that's the conclusion that they can come up, that they can end with.
Okay. And what does that tend to prove or disprove?
Provides in essence, one of the motive for the murder.
So funny.
I take it Miss Anthony is living at home at that time, Mr. George?
Yes, sir.
I love this part.
And you're saying just because she's living at home with her parents and because she's told no, that's a motive for murder.
I'm sorry, sir. I missed that last part.
You're saying that because
I love this part. He's referencing what we would call an elimination murder, right? This is great.
she's living at home and with her daughter in her parents' home, and because she says no, that's a motive for murder?
No, Your Honor. As the evidence, as some of the testimony has already been established from Mr. Lazaro, when they first started to date, the defendant had Caylee with her.
Oh boy.
The defendant was unable to do what she wanted to do, to stay where she wanted to stay, because she had to bring Caylee back home. As the weeks went on, culminating up to June 16th, what this helps represent and show was that she was locked in that home. She was locked, or at least held back, by her daughter. She couldn't do what she wanted to do, which is further evidenced by everything that she did do and everything that she wanted to do from June 16th until July 15th.
Wow.
That is why it's relevant, and it does help establish the motive. Because after June 16th, she didn't have to worry about her parents. She didn't have to worry about her daughter.
The next logical question is, why didn't she kill her parents?
Right? Yeah.
Since everybody was in the way, but you don't need to answer that.
I do love that.
We went back to playing our video game.
I do love that. That's probably one of my favorite Judge Belvin moments so far of the trial. So Flash 85 saying that all Florida judges has some type of bias that people point out. That's interesting that people say that Judge Kraynick is biased toward Sarah Boone. Where are you hearing that from? I'm curious. Is that in the chats on different various LawTube channels? I just feel like so rarely is a judge biased towards the defendant, right? If they're going to be biased one way or another, they should be biased towards the defendant. A great example, speaking of the Ezra McCandless trial, a great example, Judge Peterson from that trial is one of my favorite judges. And one thing that's really interesting about that trial, for anyone who didn't watch our coverage of it, that's really cool, is their housekeeping sessions are bomb. And they put everything on the record. So with each housekeeping, they go through whatever they discussed at sidebars, they go through it. And you get to hear them talk about it. So, that's like in criminal trials, we never get transcripts, right? So like the way we got the sidebar transcripts for Deputy Heard, it's like this is the next best thing where like they have their housekeeping and then they go through and they talk about what they talked about at the sidebar. But this judge's practice is to put literally everything on the record, every single thing. And regardless of any personal bias or whatever, I would say that that's an example of a trial where the judge really did rule in favor of the defense a lot of the time, which is really the right call, right? Because, you guys have heard, I'm sure everybody on LawTube talk about that, right? The presumption of innocence, obviously, but the fact that it's about the defendant's rights, and if you're going to go one side or the other and you're on the fence, it's like better to go with erring on the side of in favor of for the defendant, because then you're not looking at an appellate issue, right? That's what was the better choice. And I think Judge Peterson was a very fair judge, but if anything, he really did. I guess part of the reason why to me it resonates as more fair is because he really did give the defense a lot of leeway in that case. He, of course, he didn't always, he told them no lots of times too, but anyway, just as an aside. So, yeah, so here I think you're referencing back to Casey Anthony, right, for the death penalty. Yeah, absolutely. The jury didn't buy any of it, right? Because to review her charges, she had, besides first-degree murder, right, there was also like a first-degree reckless homicide type of charge, or manslaughter, rather, sorry, manslaughter. And then and then there was also like a child abuse. I'm trying to remember, let's see the exact, because each state is different for the specific terminology. But it wasn't just the first degree murder. Like they could have gone with the other charges. Let me pull it up here. So it was besides first degree murder, obviously, again, aggravated manslaughter of a child, and then the aggravated child abuse, and then the providing false information to law enforcement. Of course, the only thing she was found guilty on was the false information to law enforcement, and they got some of that overturned on appeal anyway for the false information to law enforcement. But like they didn't even go with the child abuse or the manslaughter. So that just goes to show you as well, right? Because they could have gone with one of those lesser included. And that's interesting that there's some YouTubers that say, I don't know. I'm curious. You don't have to answer. I'm curious who that is. I've not heard that. But if it's, well, okay, you're saying YouTubers. Okay. So, I don't know who, like if it's somebody on like LawTube, like if it's an attorney or former attorney or someone in that sphere, who does their due diligence and, anyway, I don't know. I guess I would take that differently than if it's just like a person, but, I don't know. I think to say a judge is like prosecution leaning or defense leaning is like one thing, but then to say a judge is corrupt is like a whole different thing, right? And to me, the word corrupt is like, you can buy them off, and I don't know. Like, I don't even know that, but that technically you could say that Judge Bev is corrupt, because I don't know. Like, to me, corruption, see, I'm thinking of like the actual like legal definition, like corruption is like bribery and shit, right? So like, while Judge Bev is like the worst, I don't know that anyone paid her paid her off. You know what I mean? If that makes any type of sense. Anyway, so for corruption, that's what I think of. I think of like, you know, so, okay.
Shortly after, door flung open. Casey came running in. Her mother was now standing at the door.
Let me stop you there. Had you ever met the defendant's mother before?
No, sir.
This is must have really crazy.
I said, politely come in. They were yelling at each other.
What do you recall the defendant saying?
No, I'm coming back.
What did you do?
Sat there in shock.
What happened then?
They left.
When they left, what was your reaction?
I guess someone's in trouble.
What changes have been made since 2008?
Well, we have no grass in the front yard, but we actually extended our patio. From 2008, we placed, in fact, last fall, I re-added more. We took the grass completely out of the backyard. Since 2008, we've been unable to grow grass in the back, so we
Interesting.
put pavers here,
Interesting.
mulched this area,
This is interesting.
and my husband extended the patio from here down with a walkway to the shed, a cement walkway to the shed.
How high up on your person is that lip of that pool?
It depends on where I'm at in the yard because our yard slopes. So if I'm on level ground right next to it, probably.
Why the hell is the jury going to have to try to figure out how high this pool is based on where it is on Cindy Anthony's boob, right? Versus measuring it.
Just above my breast area, by
I don't have words.
my chest.
Chest high?
Yes.
For breast area.
What would be the lowest point on your person where the lip of the pool would be depending on the slope of your yard?
Measured with a ruler.
Probably chin level.
Oh, okay, that would be the
I'm
highest.
below chin.
We don't need to be depending or relying on Cindy Anthony's breasts in order to determine the height of the pool.
The lowest? If I'm standing on the lowest part of our yard,
Right, you said it's
then it
sloped.
would be higher on me.
Oh, all right.
So it would be just below my chin. Just below my chin.
Okay.
The reason being is because beyond the pool, there's almost a foot difference, a step down. Once you get around the corner, there's a step down. We stopped the pool at the edge because when we put the pool in, our yard sloped. So we only leveled it out as far as to the pool, and then we have a patio off of that or a cement slab off of that. So it's down. So it might even be a little bit higher on me. It's probably about
Great. This
maybe a
is
foot
great.
difference.
We could
You're
measure.
talking about as you come around the pool.
Why measure it when we can just go through all this nonsense about the hill and the breasts?
All right. Let me see if I can
Mother of God. Y'all,
fix our
this is so
discussions and look at the aerial.
There are locks on those.
Okay, on the handle,
Yes.
how high is the handle?
not this again.
Normal height.
Measurement, am I right? Not this
On
one.
you? Where would it be?
Why can't
maybe
you
my
measure?
hip.
Why can't we?
Possibly my hip.
I swear to God.
I never really, or waist, I never really figured that out. Right.
Okay.
Well, you had no reason to ever think about it. It's not your fault. It's her fault. They should have had people measure it, dude. It's knowable. They still live in that house. They can measure it. This is so stupid. Why? Just why?
You mentioned
goading myself into oblivion over there.
And that there are 3 sets of sliding
Are we measuring everything based on where it falls on Cindy Anthony's body? It's so weird.
doors to the backyard, master bedroom, living room, and then kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they all identical?
Yes.
Okay. Same locking mechanism on all of them?
Cindy's
Yes.
Do you have anything
body is the ruler, is the measuring tape in this case.
blocking the sliding glass door in your bedroom that would prevent easy access to it?
Possibly at times we might. I mean, not
Of an above ground pool, how do you access it?
there is a ladder that attaches to the pool
Speak of the ladder.
that you put on the pool, and then you're able to climb into the pool with the ladder.
Right. That section of the pool where you would affix the ladder, how high up on you
This is
is
ridiculous.
the lip?
I'm sorry. Why?
Okay.
You guys, if you're on this jury, I mean, this is pissing me off. If you're on this jury, you've been brought in from another county, you're sequestered for this entire trial, and this is what you're hearing from the state. Would they could have met? Why are we not measuring things? I'm sorry. This is just giving me Karen Reed with the not measuring. We don't use measurements. We don't use measuring tape. We don't know how to measure things. That's what this is. This is like red Solo cups here. Cindy Anthony is their red Solo cup right now. Why the hell? Look at this. She's having to demonstrate again. And not to mention she's sitting down and the jury can't even see what she's pointing to. And she's pointing to her freaking boobs. I'm going to lose my mind. You think about the questions here. Did Caylee drown in the pool? Okay. We know that the yard is sloped. So ladder or no ladder, another question that I would have is on the part where it's the slope is like the grass is like the highest level. Potentially, could you get into the pool without the ladder? Do you even need the ladder if you're on that certain part of the grass? I mean, there's so many questions here. What you need to know is you need to know how tall the pool is from the ground and where that varies depending on the slope. And then you need to know the height of the ladder and the measurements of the ladder and how much the ladder weighs and all this stuff. And this is what we're getting instead is literally how does it compare to Cindy Anthony's boobs? So,
The lip is about
oh my God.
mid sternum, chest area.
Again, with the boobs.
So if you are standing right at the area where the ladder is, you can see the surface of the pool
Yes,
at
ma'am.
your height.
Yes, ma'am.
The ladder, how big is it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The removable part of it. How big is it?
Who we get
well-
measurements.
It would probably be a little bit taller than me.
This is you guys. How insane is this? Right? This is insane. I just don't understand how you can even. There's so many of these questions where literally one after another, after another, after another. It's just how tall is it on you? It's just the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen. So apparently there's this YouTuber that said that Judge Kraynick was corrupt when he ruled that Sarah Boone had to defend herself. Yeah, again, I don't know. I feel like we need to be careful because the word corruption, technically and legally, right? Like public corruption, for example, right? Or even like Becky Hill, some of the issues she's facing, right? It's like taking money, right? For doing a public job in like bribery type thing, right? Like taking, so it implies that someone's paid you to do a certain thing. So I think people need to be, and I don't know who this YouTuber is, but that's a lot. I'm just not a fan of like making allegations that aren't true. Anyway, but we're nonetheless, I just, from everything I understand, well, not from everything I understand and from my own personal opinion, Judge Kraynick was extremely patient with Sarah Boone, and gave her every possible opportunity before that last resort of her having to defend herself. He really avoided that to where, it would have been warranted earlier, even, I think, I think he gave her so many last chances, right? And at a certain point, it's like if you've got a kid and it's like, okay, your last chance, right? At some point, it has to be the last chance. You can't just keep saying that. But he really did push the limit on that, in my opinion, of giving her so many chances. And I feel like he was really, 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 really patient with her, honestly, in my personal opinion. Yeah, so that documentary where they took the lie detector test. So I saw parts of it. I don't know that I saw the whole thing because, you know, I don't have Peacock and like I don't know if the whole thing is on YouTube, but I know there's like clips of it, you know, like little snippets here and there. And honestly, I don't even remember what came of that, to be honest. Like, you know, there was like the Casey Anthony interview and then the lie detector test and all that stuff. And again, I only saw whatever snippets were on YouTube, but I don't. And in hindsight now, I'm kind of grateful that I don't really remember. Like, I watched all that stuff when it happened. And like, again, I was watching it at the time through that lens of what everybody assumed about the trial was what I assumed, right? Like, what the heck was wrong with this jury? Was this jury on, what was wrong with this jury type thing, right? And all this stuff and not really knowing anything about what was really going on or what was going on in the trial and whatever facts of the case. Even just there's so much that the media even got wrong. It's really fascinating. But my thought is that after we finish the trial, we can go through some of that stuff. Now, I don't know how much of it we'll be able to like. I was thinking about this actually. It's funny. I was thinking about this morning. It might be something that we can do through the Discord because, Peacock has that like, so super copyrighted or whatever, which is why it's hard to watch. It's hard to find the whole thing. And there's just like clips of it or whatever. So it might be something that we could go through and watch it through the Discord. But I do think it will be interesting after the fact, after the trial, to go through and watch some of that stuff. I'm intentionally I'm not reviewing it now. I'm waiting until after the trial to kind of go through it. And the thing is like, here's the thing, with a lie detector test is that a lie detector test isn't like real, I remember there's an episode of the behavior panel where they told this is a great example for anyone who's not aware. I think most people probably are, but polygraph test, lie detector test, whatever, is just an interrogative tool. It's a trick. And so they gave us, they told, I forget who it was, somebody there told a great story about how they were once doing an interrogation and they got a calculator. And they were like telling the suspect or whatever, okay, we got to get set up for the quote unquote lie detector test, right? So you can prove your innocence or whatever, which of course that's fucked up in the first place, but whatever. They got a calculator and like punched the numbers, boop, 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 boop. And then we're like, okay, here we go. And the person thought it was real. And then another person chimed in and said they even got like an empty roll of toilet paper or something, like the toilet paper tube. And somehow pretended that was, I don't know, it's wild. But the point being that it's just a gimmick, right? It's not like there's anything to it. And even when you have the actual machine where it tests your heart rate or whatever, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that that can be impacted by so many different things, like I don't know that there's really anybody who would say that you can reliably look at those readings and say for sure it means anything 100%. Like, I don't think it's possible, the point is just for people to feel like they have to be honest because something's going to say that they're lying or not. So to that end, what I will say is that George Anthony, I think, is one of the worst witnesses I've ever seen on the stand. And I don't know about lying, but he contradicts himself constantly. All he does is contradict himself. He's a complete and utter disaster. So, I mean, my human lie detector meter, or if you will, there's just a lot of red flags with him. So, the Menendez brothers. So I'm not too up on that. I've seen clips. I've seen things being posted about it. I'm not actually fully up on what happened. Did they actually get released? what I will say to what I know about, and that's another trial that's on the Court TV archives that I might cover, by the way, guys, because I don't think anyone's ever covered it. I don't even know that it's on YouTube, but it's on the Court TV archives. And that's one that I might consider covering at some point. Anyway, but what I do know about this trial, at this juncture, is that there were some issues. Okay, here's what I will say. There were some issues with what was it specifically? Like, I think, what was it? There was like a mistrial and then they retried them. There was important evidence that wasn't let in. And part of it had to go with something akin to like the battered spouse, right? Where, obviously it's not spouses, it's parents, but it was akin to that. And the thing is that, there was all this testimony that, or not testimony, but evidence that came out after the fact, as in fairly recently, to my knowledge, about how the dad had sexually assaulted all kinds of young boys and stuff. You guys probably know about that. There's like the people that's from the band, I forget the band's name, but people from the band, and they had been molested or whatever by the father, and then there was also like a letter written by a family member, but it basically corroborated everything that the Menendez brothers have been saying. And but even apart from that, I remember whenever I was learning about how there was like an expert witness, or maybe more than one expert witness, that was not allowed to come in. That was one of those examples of a judge making a ruling that was incredibly prosecution leaning, but was completely destroyed the defense's case, and was not, in my opinion, a correct ruling. And had this trial happened now, it would be completely different. Like, there's no way. Like the things that weren't let in then would be let in now, I feel like, even with a biased judge. So to me, there were a lot of issues just from what I know. But again, you never know until you watch the whole trial, right? The case is under review. Well, that's it, as it should be. They're not free yet. Okay. So one thing I will say is that Surviving the Survivor, they have that's most of what I've learned about Menendez Brothers. I've learned from that channel because they have guests on, to talk about it. But the thing is that Joel, the host, actually grew up and played tennis with the Menendez Brothers, knew them. And so that was one of the first, channels I ever heard talk about. Actually, sorry, the first time I ever heard of that case was from Surviving the Survivor. And, they talk about it on the regs, and bring in, guests that talk about it and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think for sure, and you have to look at it too, it's California. Every state does it differently when it comes to sentencing and the sentencing, PSIs and stuff. And I don't know that California has that. That's really kind of in all the Midwest states, it seems to be really big doing the PSIs. But I guess where I'm going with that is like for the Menendez brothers, like the potentiality that they would be repeat offenders, I don't think that's going to happen. Like that's just not going to happen, and that's one factor, right? When it comes to sentencing, of course that should have been taken into consideration from back when they were sentenced. But at this point, there were so many issues, like I was already mentioned, just from my minimal knowledge, were so many issues. But in terms of them being free, I don't think they're going to be a harm to society. I don't think they're going to offend again. You know what I mean? Whatever. So, but I think that honestly, from what I had learned about what wasn't allowed to come in, in my opinion, it was a huge miscarriage of justice. But I'll keep that on the back burner too, in case we want to go through and cover that whole trial. But let's get back to Cindy Anthony's boobs.
Because it's on a slant.
You guys, this is insane. This is insane. What is happening?
To walk up, and I think there's
why?
I think there's three or four steps before you get to the platform
They
on the
still live
ladder.
there?
I
And
think
they
there's
still have
three
that-
rungs. 3 or 4 rungs.
Okay. Is that ladder cumbersome?
No.
I don't know how you're a prosecutor asking these questions with a straight face, to be honest with you. How do you even do it? How do you even do it? Because it seems so hard to fathom that you wouldn't have measured this.
It's heavy enough that a small child couldn't pick up, but
You know what I bet?
it's not something that I had difficulty.
You know what I bet? You know, here, I'm going to make a prediction. How much you want to bet when it's the defense's case in chief, they weighed the ladder and they measured the ground and they measured the pool, and they're going to be like, here you go, jury, here's numbers for you, instead of how tall is it compared to Cindy Anthony's boobs. That's just that's squirrely speculation.
Putting on and off.
All right. So on June 15th, when you and Caylee decide that you're going to go swimming in the early evening, did you take the ladder from its position and put it onto the pool?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How many pictures did we see of the house, the interior of the house, the roof of the house, the backyard, the fence around the pool from above, but no pictures of the actual pool where it matters, right? With the ladder, or just the ladder itself, or what it looks like when you're getting into the pool. We have no idea. This pool is a mystery. This is insanity to me. This is insane. If I were on this jury, I'm going along, and so far the state hasn't really done much to prove anything, right? But this part right here regarding the pool and the measurements, same with the door, right? All of these things that are measurable because they still live there. And the fact that every time something needs a measurement, it's just compared to Cindy's boobs, and that we're not seeing pictures of the pool, that right there for me would be a big turning point if I were on this jury of like, what is going on? Because you don't have to have any trial experience or any experience to realize that that's not normal, right? They should be giving you measurements. They should be giving you measurements and pictures of the pool and pictures of the ladder. Heck, they can even bring the freaking ladder in because it's detachable. This is crazy. Crazy. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
How long had Casey been talking about Zanny?
I believe it was in the spring of 2006. Casey was still engaged to Mr. Grund, and I remember Casey.
Another thing that I talked about quite a bit on the last one, and this is going to come up more when we get into cross. One thing that I found so fascinating, how many of you guys were in the same boat as me, okay, where you're understanding going into this trial, right? Let's say that you hadn't watched it before, like so far, again, I think everyone's in that position. Who else was of the understanding that Casey made up Zanny the nanny on the spot, like when pressed by law enforcement? And like when they were like asking her where Caylee is, and then she's like, oh, Zanny the nanny took her. And like, I feel like there's even like one of the things Nancy Grace would like make fun of her for was like, how stupid, you make up that name. Like, duh, you're lying because that's like the stupidest name or whatever. Who else would have that impression, right? And not just Zanny the nanny, but all the other people, right? There's like, oh my God, what's her face? Juliette. Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name. You know, Juliette person, and there's all the other people, right? We're going to go through them all on cross, but these other characters, right, that don't really exist. And all the characters have these families. There's Anabelle, there's Zachary. They all have, you know, these elaborate backstories. You know, what's so interesting to me is that she had been talking about these people, well, at the very least, Zanny, since 2006. And now we had already heard, prior to Cindy Anthony saying that, we heard that from Tony. He said that he had heard about Zanny the nanny, and that was long before Caylee had gone missing. But Cindy's saying she heard about her since 2006. But I think there's been other witnesses as well who said they had heard about Zanny starting around 2006. And not just Zanny, all the other people. So she, like, that's another example of the misinformation, right? The misinformation being that she made up these people once she was caught in a lie and to try to like explain things. But the fact of the matter is, it's actually far more interesting than that. She'd made up all these people before she had any reason to lie, right? She'd already that's just so wild, like from a psychological perspective, that she had made up these elaborate backstories with all these characters. And it was before, even without any reason to, So anyway, I just wanted to kind of mention that for anyone who had missed that from the last episode.
Talking about one of her friends that worked at Universal as an IT person, and she said that Zanny was his girlfriend, and she watched his child.
After the 15th of July, you looked for this Zanny person.
Yes, ma'am.
Until when?
Until about 6 weeks ago.
Did you guys hear that? They were still looking for Zanny up until 6 weeks ago? And that
What is your experience in that area?
I debride a lot of very bad wounds and work with a lot of patients who have amputees, and a lot of times their tissue starts to rot.
all of this, again with the smell credibility, all of this wouldn't be necessary if they had strong evidence, or evidence at all, forensic evidence or evidence that tied the defendant to, the crime scene or to the body. Like, again, it just, the fact that this is such a big part of this case, like people's smell abilities, is wild.
Now, you said that you used the expression, what died, with your husband. At that point, were you considering that something died in the car?
No, at that point I did not.
The other problem is this, is that if they don't walk these statements back, right, where you've got Cindy Anthony who's like, oh, what died? And then you've got George Anthony who's like, I'm sure it was a dead body in the car or whatever. The problem they've run into is like their actions following that don't make any sense, because you've got George Anthony who doesn't call 911 ever. He just goes to work. And then you've got Cindy Anthony who touches all the shit in the back of the car and tries to clean it, right? Either they really did believe something died, but then they're intentionally messing with the evidence, right, essentially. Or they didn't really think that, but then they told law enforcement that in hindsight to try to, point the investigation towards Casey, really. That's the only way that you can reconcile this.
In Tony's apartment, there was like a little balcony area, and I just stood kind of towards the stairwell.
Did you see Amy knock on the door and get a response?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see come to the door?
Well, I didn't see Casey at first. I heard her voice when the door was open, and then Amy kind of motioned for her to come out. And then Casey stepped outside, and that's when I popped around.
Okay. What did you say?
Ambush.
I just
Ambush.
asked her what she was doing there, and I told her that she needed to talk to me, that we needed to talk. And
Did you see Caylee?
Thing is, again, this is where it's like, I understand how this is one they want to, the state want to present this as like, it's because she was concerned about the safety of the daughter, blah. But again, the thing is that if you look at what normal people would do, right, especially with the whole thing with the smell, you wouldn't touch anything and you would call the police if you were really concerned about whether you thought your daughter was involved. Like, this whole thing, it's all about Casey, right? It's like whether you think your daughter is involved or not shouldn't even matter. It's like if you think that somebody's died, it doesn't matter if it's a stranger or a family member. You call the police and you don't touch anything, right? And so again, I feel like a lot of this is just this family dynamic and these control issues and this interpersonal stuff, but like with the excuse of like, you know what I mean? Because it's like she's showing up there and ambushing Casey. This whole thing with like hiding in the corner, don't tell her I'm here, is wild. The thing is like what the difference is, like her involvement, right? The mom's involvement, just like how she calls the boss, just like how she showed up at work, all this stuff. And like the way Tony said earlier tonight, like, oh, someone's in trouble now. I mean, it's like literally it's not normal. It's like a really weird thing with the involvement with the whole family. And so it's like the thing that is interesting to me, it's a red flag, is like the mom wanting to insert herself in these things instead of having the professionals do it. call law enforcement, right? Like have them track, like, and obviously they get involved after this point, but this whole ambush with the mom thing is weird. And it also explains why the law enforcement was confused initially, because they're like, is this just like a family argument? Because that's what it sounds like. So it's just, and then you've got the whole thing where the mom said that she thought Casey was jealous of her. It's just very weirdness. What I get from this too is like there's this like obsessive thing of wanting to see Caylee. So again, it's really not concern that something has happened to Caylee, or they would have. I'm sure that the mom would have called law enforcement if she really believed that. She would have called them earlier, right? So it's really more like this control thing, but under the guise of like, I feel like it's almost exploiting Caylee in a way, to be honest with you, of like using her. It's like using Caylee as an excuse to continue to keep this foothold of control in this toxic, dysfunctional family situation. It's like,
And as I was going down Pershing, I noted the Orlando police station that was on Pershing, and I told her that if she wasn't going to give me the answers, that I was going to get someone to help me get them.
All right. So at this point, you pulled into a substation for the Orlando Police Department on Pershing.
Yes, ma'am. And I pulled up to the door and started to get out of the car and realized that they closed at 5 p.m. and it was way after 5. So I just got back in the car and told Casey that this was her last chance to tell me what was going on. And she was trying to explain to me that we talked about issues that we were having, and we were kind of arguing a little bit in the car, and I wasn't getting the answers that I wanted, so I died.
see, that's even an interesting thing too, right? It's like, instead of saying we were arguing in the car and she didn't tell me where Caylee was, or we were arguing in the car and it didn't help me find Caylee. It's like we were arguing in the car and I wasn't getting the answers I wanted. It's just weird. It's kind of just weird languaging, you know?
Out 911 from the car.
Here we go. All righty. Episode 6.
Miss Burdick, this is being offered to show exactly what?
Your Honor, in July of last year, we had a hearing regarding the admissibility of the 911 calls. It was our position that they were excited utterances. Ms. Anthony at that time gave testimony, as well as her son, regarding the context in which the calls were made. We had indicated that the calls, in addition to being excited utterances, it was our position that they were not hearsay at all, because they weren't being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And after the conclusion of that hearing, the court entered orders as it relates to the admissibility of all the calls.
Okay. The long reason I asked you that, I'm trying to fashion an instruction. This is what I propose. The evidence that you're about to hear is to be considered by you only as to Miss Cindy Anthony's state of mind and as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal act of the defendant. You are not to take into consideration those alleged criminal acts, i.e., quote, stolen car or money that she mentions.
For the stolen car, that's a great example, right? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? First of all, we're going to hear about Cindy Anthony exaggerating the thing about smell when we get to Cross. But before even that issue, in the 911 call, she says something about a stolen car. What? Like that, talk about lying to law enforcement, right? Because it was Casey's, I mean, it was in their name, but it was Casey's car. Like, dude, there's so many things about this mom, like in terms of Casey's psychology and her behavior. You're looking at like a mirror image with this mother. I feel like a lot of times with Cindy, like, and you know, it's wild. And the way she lies to law enforcement in so many different ways is insane. And that's all we're going to hear all of it. It's you know, and George lied, and George too, you know, and I know at one point Baez pointed it out, and he was like, you know, when George Anthony made false statements to law enforcement, they didn't charge him with it. It's just disheartening, isn't it, though? Great point. That's almost as bad as George reporting gas cans, right? I loved the part when they asked him, I don't remember if it was Director Cross, and he's testified 3 times now, but one of the times when he was testifying and they asked him like the value, the you know, the estimated value of the gas cans or whatever, and it was like $10. Like, how do you even give that number to law enforcement with a straight face? But anyway, yeah, so I mean, I agree with this sentiment here. These parents either didn't care for Caylee, or they did it, or they were trying to protect Casey. I mean, yeah, it's, and the thing is that really so much of what they did here, it really is kind of seems more like throwing her under the bus, if anything. But we're going to get to a lot of that here with these 911 calls. But yeah, George reporting the gas cans is boy, that'll live in infamy, won't it?
At the end of at least one of, I believe it's this first 911 call, there are statements made of Miss Anthony's that were captured on the recording. And then, of course, on the third call that we plan to introduce, Ms. Anthony does get onto the phone with the operator, with the person from dispatch from Orange County Sheriff's Office, and made statements of her own as well in response to some of the questions posed. So the limiting instruction, I believe, would only apply to the first 2 calls, not the third. The third deals exclusively with the reporting of the child being kidnapped. I do not believe that there is any reference in that third call to the car or the money again. And I do have transcripts for the court reporter.
I will specifically mention stolen car and bank account.
Okay.
So the criminal acts will be specified.
Now, it is not my intent to introduce the transcript unless there's no objection. When the recordings are introduced per the stipulation, understanding there are objections, prior objections made by motion, we have the recording synced to a transcript for the jury to listen and watch. However, the transcripts that I have here, I do not intend to introduce into evidence unless there's no.
When you say they are,
In every trial I have ever seen, you guys let me know if you've had the same experience. Whenever there's transcripts like this provided from the state, there's always an issue. It even came up in Det v. Heard with the transcript during the deposition. But it comes up whenever they try to do a transcript, there's always issues. It came up in Ezra's trial as well. That was the transcripts were a huge part of that with her interviews. It just, whenever they do these transcripts, it's like there's always something wrong. And, you know, I don't know why they try to submit these things with issues. Anyway. Okay, no spoilers in the chat.
sync to a transcript, what do you mean?
When
It's superimposed over
the recording plays, the transcript will appear with a highlight as to the portion being spoken. Just a scrolling text. I know that administrative order requires that we provide copies of any tapes played to the court reporter. I do have those marked
Okay.
as exhibits, just
Okay.
so that the record is able to be clarified at some point as to what the jurors saw and heard.
Okay. As to the limiting instructions, any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Baez, I think that was what you requested.
Your Honor, we object to that part of the tape being played at all. I'm gathering that what you have done is,
I love it when we get this random character that pops in every now and again, and it always takes me by surprise. I can't understand a thing he says, but it's what's the right word? It's his voice is just oh my God, what's the word? It's not amusing. I don't know. I can't think of the word. Somebody help me out here. Delightful. There we go.
crafted a hybrid of 2.4 of the standard.
To be honest with you, I didn't look at 2.4. But I can look at it. 2.4 has to do with so-called Williams rule evidence.
What you started reading was the first several words of exactly that.
Well, I sort of looked at 2.5, which follows that.
Well, 5 talks about a conviction.
The only thing that we probably could use from 2.4 is,
An injury.
however, I can add, however, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act not included in the indictment. I can add that. Any objections?
May I see or hear the final product first?
Just a second. The evidence that you are about to hear is to be considered by you only as to Mrs. Cynthia Anthony's state of mind and as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal acts of the defendant, such as stolen car or bank accounts. However, the defendant is not on trial for any crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment.
Well, I certainly think the court's special instruction is necessary if my basic objection is overruled, that is to introducing it at all in violation of 404, 401, 403. And so we maintain that objection, but notwithstanding that, I appreciate what you've done.
Okay? All right, let's return Ms. Anthony to the stand and bring the jury in once she's up on the stand. Okay, stay recognized, President of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defense. Ms. Burdick, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would seek to introduce States M.L. for identification into evidence.
Okay, noting previous objections which are placed on the record, it will be received in evidence of objections as states numbered. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two things to read to you. One is a stipulation dealing with the disc itself. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orlando Police Department at 20:09, 1800 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you're about to receive through this 911 call is to be considered by you only as to Mrs. Cindy Anthony's state of mind and also as an excited utterance at the time, and not for any other purpose, such as any alleged criminal acts of the defendant, such as stolen car or a bank account. Remember, however, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may proceed to publish.
Please, this sound is being recorded. How can I help you?
Housekeeping with Pershing and come on.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, I drove to the police department here on Pershing, but you guys are closed. I need to bring someone into the police department. Can you tell me where the closest one I can come into?
What are you trying to accomplish by bringing them to the station?
I have a 22-year-old person that has grand theft sitting in my auto with me.
So the 22-year-old person stole something?
Yes.
Is this a relative?
Yes.
Where did they steal it from?
My car and also money.
Okay, is this your son?
Daughter.
Okay, so your daughter stole money from your car?
No, my car was stolen. We retrieved it today. We found out where it was at. We retrieved it. I've got that, and I've got affidavit for my banking account. I want to bring her in. I want to press charges.
Where did all of this happen?
Oh,
wait. So she said she has an affidavit for her bank account? I don't think she knows what an affidavit is.
No, but I need to establish a jurisdiction is what I'm trying.
Oh, I live in Orlando.
Yeah, but what address did these thefts occur at?
Well, I guess my residence, I guess. 4937 Hope Spring Drive.
That's actually going to be in the jurisdiction of the sheriff.
Notice this is the very first 911 call. Notice this is what I was saying with like the control and the family dynamics, right? Notice this 911 call is not about Caylee. It's not about I've got a missing granddaughter, blah blah. What does she do? She calls and she says, I've got a 22-year-old adult here who's committed grand theft auto and stolen money from my bank account. It's like just trying to get her in trouble for things that aren't even true, right? Wild to me.
Office, ma'am, not the Orlando Police Department.
All right.
Let me transfer you over to the communications section for Orange County.
Okay. Now, is the Orlando Sheriff's Department the one on 436, is that open this afternoon, this evening?
The substation you're at on Pershing, if it's Orlando Police, we're open primarily during the day. But that's not the sheriff. That's city police, which does not have jurisdiction for your
I know there's a sheriff's department on 436.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer you to the sheriff's communications section, and you can determine that. Hold on.
Okay. Because my next thing will be down the trial thing, and we'll have a court order together. If that's where you want to play, we'll do it. And you'll never. That's not the way I want to play. Well, then
Did you hear her say to Casey, if that's the way you want to play? Holy shit. She says the next thing is we'll have a court order if that's how you want to play. Wow.
No, I'm not giving you another day. I've given you a month. All right, County Sheriff.
Mrs. Anthony, did you stay there at that location on Pershing where you made the call?
No, I did not.
All right. Where did you go from there?
They told me either to go home or to drive to the side of the road and recall. So I figured I'm not going to do this at the side of the road. I drove home.
At any point, once you had your daughter Casey in the car, did you call your husband George?
No.
Okay. Did you call your son Lee?
No.
From that location on Pershing, you went back to your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Directly?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes. It's only like a mile and a half, 2 miles away at the most.
All right. Once you arrived in your neighborhood, could you tell whether or not another member of your family had arrived at the house?
Just as I was approaching our subdivision, I received a phone call from my son, and Lee stated that his dad had told him that he needed to come home, and he informed me that he was at the house waiting for me, that something was going on. And I told him I'll be there in just a second because we're turning into the development now. I'll see him in a couple minutes, a couple seconds.
All right. And is that what you saw upon your arrival? Your son Lee waiting at the house?
Yes, the garage door was open and Lee was standing in the driveway.
When you arrived, did you pull into the driveway?
I don't think, I pulled into the driveway, but I think I left my car out in the driveway.
Okay. And did everyone go into the house?
Yes, Casey immediately jumped out of the car and ran past her brother and went into the house, and Lee followed her in, and then I followed both of them into the house.
Okay. Once you got inside, what happened?
I think I briefly just kind of told Lee what was going on because he had no idea at that point. I just kind of explained to him that I needed some answers from his sister and that I was urgently trying to get her to take me to see Caylee, and that she was refusing to do so.
Did you immediately call the police from your home so that you could have the Orange County Sheriff's Office respond to you at that location?
No, because by talking to Lee, he thought that if we sat down together and she was, relaxed in the home, that maybe we could get some answers. So he wanted to try to talk to her. So that's what happened.
All right. Did the two of them speak alone? Or were you there?
I was there too. With three of us, we're kind of in a, like a 6-foot proximity of each other. Speaking, one of us was in the hallway, Casey's doorway, and in her room where we could all see each other and speak to each other.
Did you continue to insist that you wanted to know where your granddaughter was right then and there?
Yes. I mean, I wanted her to take me because she kept insisting that Caylee was spending the night with Zanny. And I said, well, she doesn't need to do that anymore. So we need to get her. And Casey kept insisting that Caylee would probably already be asleep by that time and she didn't want to disturb her, that we could go the next day. And I didn't care if we were up all night, if it disrupted Caylee's sleep, that I would stay up all night and not go to work the next day if it became an issue that Caylee wasn't able to sleep and someone wasn't going to get any sleep. I volunteered to be the one. I didn't care. I wanted to see Caylee.
All right. Did she tell you that she would take you to her at this point?
No, she continued to insist that it was not a good idea to get her that night. And I was getting more irritated and was not happy with that answer, that I threatened again to call the police. And I gave them a few more minutes to try to reason with the sister. And I just had enough of not hearing anything. So then I made another phone call to 911.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce M.M. for identification into evidence.
What says the defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to all previous motions and objections, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff at 20:44:30 hours. The recorded is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
911, theaters of your emergency. 4937 Hope Spring Drive.
4937 Hope Spring
Drive, Olmsted.
Okay, what's happening?
I have someone here that I need to be arrested in my home.
They're there right now?
A possible missing child. I have a 3-year-old that's been missing for a month.
A 3-year-old?
Yes.
Have you reported that?
I'm trying to do that now, ma'am.
Okay, what did the person do that you need arrested?
My daughter.
For what?
For stealing an auto and stealing money. I already spoke with someone. They said they would patch me through the Orlando Sheriff's Department, have a deputy here. I was in the car. I was going to drive her to the police station, and no one's open. They said they would bring a deputy to my home when I got home to call them.
So she stole your vehicle?
Yes.
When did she do that?
On the 30th. I just got it back from the impound. I'd like to speak to an officer. Can you have someone come out to my house?
Okay. Okay, I gotta ask you these questions so I can put them in the call, okay?
Okay.
30th of June?
Yes.
Okay, how old is your daughter?
22.
Okay, what's her name?
My name?
Her name.
Her name, Casey Anthony. Casey.
And your name?
Cynthia Anthony.
Cynthia, can I get a phone number that I can reach you at?
407-808-4731.
And you said you have the vehicle back?
Yes. I have the statement.
Casey's there right now?
Yes, I got her. I finally found her after a month. She's been missing for a month. I found her, but we can't find my granddaughter.
Okay, how tall is Casey?
5'1.5".
Thin, medium, or heavy build?
Thin.
Color hair?
Brown.
What color shirt is she wearing?
White.
What color pants?
Oh, they're shorts. But they're plaid. They're like pink and teal and white, black plaid.
Does she have any weapons on her?
No.
Is Casey not telling you where her daughter is?
Correct.
Okay, we'll have a deputy out to you as soon as one's available, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Same instruction be read.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence that you've just heard is to be considered by you only as to Miss Cindy Anthony's state of mind and excited utterance at the time and not for any other purpose. You are not to take into consideration the alleged criminal acts of stolen car or money. Remember, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may continue.
Thank you. Mrs. Anthony, the car that you're referencing in that call, is that the Sunfire?
I would love to know what the jury thought of this. The fact that they heard Casey's own mom lie about those things to law enforcement to get them over to the house. Like, what does that do for her credibility,
Yes, ma'am.
That is a car that your daughter had permission to have, correct?
Yes.
Did the police respond immediately to that second call that you made?
Not fast enough.
Okay. Do you know how much time passed between when you made that call and their arrival?
It seemed like forever.
Did you continue in the interim to try to speak with your daughter about your granddaughter's whereabouts?
I popped in from time to time. I was trying to stay close to the garage in case they came so I could hear them. So I was pacing back and forth between the hallway from the living room to the garage, into the living room to Casey's room and back and forth. I was just pacing because I was getting angrier and angrier and more upset as I was waiting.
So you're trying to keep an eye out for the police at this point? Is Lee Anthony in the room where Casey Anthony is?
Yes, by this time, they're both in the room. And I think at some point Casey was sitting on her bed and Lee was leaning up against her dresser.
At any point, did you overhear your daughter make a statement to her brother about Caylee's whereabouts?
Yes.
What did you hear?
One of the times that I walked in the room, Casey was sitting on the floor crying, and I overheard her tell Lee that Caylee had been gone for 31 days and that Zanny had taken her.
How did you respond to that?
I lost it. I just went into the room and started yelling at Casey and said, what do you mean she's been gone? Why didn't you tell me? I swore at her and hit the bed and ran out and called the police again.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to...
What do you guys make of the whole thing about how Cindy Anthony was still looking for Zanny up until 6 weeks before the trial? That is so fascinating. I would love Fender, who's one of the Scroll crew, who I don't think is here right now, but Fender is a psychologist, and I would just love to hear from someone from that with that type of background weigh in on that, because to me that's huge, right? It's like you were still looking for Zanny up until 6 weeks before the trial. Is that because you thought Casey didn't do anything wrong? Or I don't know. There's so many different directions that could go in. It's very interesting.
Produce what's been marked as MN for identification into evidence.
What says the defense, noting previous objections?
Subject to just previous motions and objections, Judge.
It be admitted into evidence over defense objections as states numbered.
And there is a stipulation as it relates to the accuracy as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will read to you the following stipulation. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 21:41:20 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
911, what's your emergency? I called a little bit ago. The deputy sheriff said I found out my granddaughter has been taken. She has been missing for a month. Her mother finally admitted that she's been missing.
Okay, what is
here now?
Okay, what is the address that you're calling from?
4937 Hope Spring Drive. We're talking about a 3-year-old little girl.
4937 what?
Hope Spring, HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando. My daughter finally admitted that the baby's in the store. I need to find her.
Your daughter admitted that the baby is where?
But the babysitter took her a month ago that my daughter's been looking for. I told you my daughter was missing for a month. I just found her today, but I can't find my granddaughter. And she just admitted to me that she's been trying to find her herself. There's something wrong. I found my daughter's car today, and it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car.
Okay, what is the 3-year-old's name?
Caylee, Caylee, Anthony.
Caylee Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, is she white, black, or Hispanic?
She's white.
How long has she been missing for?
I have not seen her since the 7th of June.
What is her date of birth?
8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. George Kaylee's missing. Kaylee's missing. Casey said Zanny took her a month ago. She was been missing for a month.
Okay, I understand. Can you calm down for me for just a minute? And I need to know what's going on, okay? I'm going to try and talk. Is your daughter there?
I'm on the phone with them.
Is your daughter there?
Yes.
Can I speak with her? Do you mind if I speak with her? Thank you.
I called them 2 hours ago. They haven't gotten here. Can you speak 5 minutes? Zanny took her a month ago.
Ma'am.
Okay, Zanny's here to talk. They want to talk to you. Answer the question.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Well, can you tell me what's going on a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me a little bit what's going on?
My daughter's been missing for the last 31 days.
And you know who has her?
I know who has her. I've tried to contact her. I actually received a phone call today, now from a number that is no longer in service. I did get to speak to my daughter for about a minute.
Okay, did you guys call and report a vehicle stolen?
Yes, my mom did.
Okay, so there's been a vehicle stolen too?
No, this was my vehicle.
So what vehicle was stolen? What vehicle was stolen?
It's a 98 Pontiac Sunfire.
Okay, I have deputies on the way to you right now for that. So now your 3-year-old, okay, your 3-year-old daughter's missing. Caylee Anthony.
Yes.
White female.
Anthony. Yes, white female.
3 years old, 8/9/2005 is her date of birth?
Yes.
And you last saw her a month ago?
31 days. From 31 days.
Who has her? Do you have a name?
Her name is Samantha Fernandez-Gonzalez.
Who is that? Babysitter?
She's been my nanny for about 1.5 years, almost 2 years.
Why are you calling now? Why didn't you call 31 days ago?
I've been looking for her and have gone through other resources to try to find her, which was stupid.
Okay. Can you give me the name of the nanny again? Like spell it out for me?
Zenaida, Zenaida.
You know, she probably would have been better off, by she, I mean Casey, she probably would have been better off saying something like, you know, I don't trust law enforcement. I don't know if that would have made a big difference. Not that it really matters in the long run anyway, in this case, but, you know, that would have at least been something sort of plausible, you know?
Last name?
Fernandez. Gonzalez. I think the officers are here.
The officers are there?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Don't hang up with me yet. I need you. Okay.
Can I have a break, sir?
A drink? Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Do you remember providing them with a written statement?
Yes, that was much later in the evening. Several hours after they were there.
Do you remember your daughter speaking to the police when they arrived?
I remember when they first arrived, she was on the phone with the dispatcher, and I remember walking the deputy into Casey's room so he could, and then I think the call ended when he started to talk to Casey.
The next day, did you turn your vehicle or the Sunfire over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to gather what evidence was needed to locate your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you also turn over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office the items that we saw in the photographs that you had removed from the car in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, ma'am, all but her slacks. They didn't want her slacks that I had washed.
Did you eventually turn over the computer, the desktop computer that was in your home, to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, the desktop computer was taken, I think, around the 17th, a few days later.
Did you turn over a laptop computer to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to assist in locating your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, we turned that over when we turned over the items that were taken out of the Pontiac Sunfire. We gave them my computer, my laptop.
All right. Did you also turn over to the Orange County Sheriff's Office items that you believed the nanny had had some contact with in an effort to locate your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, that was much later, as I would notice things around the house, because they said if there's anything that you can think of or whatever, and if I was cleaning and I'd see something, it would trigger something. I did turn other evidence over.
Did you turn over your cell phone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to determine whether or not there was any evidence on there that could assist them in locating your granddaughter, Caylee?
The only time they never asked for my cell phone except one visit when I was there. We were going through a timeline, and there were some phone calls that I was receiving from people that were telling me different things, and I was explaining to them, so they wanted to see if they could get some of the messages off of my phone. So for a brief period of time, while I was at the Sheriff's Department, they took my phone for just maybe a half hour to an hour and then returned it back to me.
All right. What is the cell phone number that you had at that point?
Same one that I still have today.
What is it?
407-808-4731.
What is your home phone number that you had in June and July of 2008?
407-281-0646.
It's so funny because, like, they've asked everybody for their phone numbers in this trial. It's really interesting because, like, that doesn't happen anymore. You know what I mean? I guess they just have other ways of validating people's phone numbers. They don't ask them that on the stand, but they do in this trial.
Did you eventually give samples of your DNA and hair to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in an effort to assist them in locating your granddaughter, Caylee?
Yes, sometime later I did, yes.
Did you set up a tip line so that people from around the country could call you with information about where your granddaughter, Caylee, may be located?
Yes, that was the efforts of my son that arranged. Lee worked with some people to set up a tip line, yes.
Okay. Did you set up a command center in a public shopping center to get the word out that your granddaughter, Caylee, was missing?
Yes, ma'am, our family did that.
On July 16th of 2008, did you receive a phone call from your daughter Casey at your home after she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point I would seek to introduce M.O. for identification into evidence, and there is a stipulation regarding that item as well.
What says the defense?
Subject to all previous motions and objections, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read you the following stipulation. Casey Anthony made a recorded call from the Orange County Jail to her home on July 16, 2008 at 11:16 p.m. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may publish.
Hello? Hello, this is a free call from Casey. An inmate from the Orange
County Correction Center. For a rate quote, press 7. To accept this free call, press 0. To obtain a customer this call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel Link.
Casey?
Mom.
Hey, sweetie.
Well, I just saw your nice little cameo on TV.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
Which one? I did 4 different ones, and I don't know. I haven't seen them all. I've only seen 1 or 2 so far.
You don't know what my involvement is and stuff?
Casey.
Mom.
What?
No.
I don't know what your involvement is, sweetheart. You're not telling me where she's at.
Because I don't fucking know where she's at. Are you kidding me?
Casey, don't waste your call to scream and holler at me.
Waste my call sitting in, the jail?
Whose fault
where bunks are?
Whose fault is you sitting in the jail? You're blaming me that you're sitting in the jail?
Not
Blame
my
yourself
fault.
for telling lies. You mean it's not your fault? What do you mean it's not your fault, sweetheart? If you'd have told them the truth and not lied about everything, they wouldn't...
Do me a favor, just tell me what Tony's number is. I don't want to talk to you right now. Forget it.
I don't have his number.
We'll get it from Lee because I know Lee's at the house. I saw Mallory's car was out front. It was just on the news. They were just live outside the house.
I know they were.
Well, can you get Tony's number for me so I can call him? Hey, can you give me Tony's number?
I can do that. I don't know what real good it's going to do you at this point.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Because I called to talk to my mother, and it's a fucking waste. Oh, by the way, I don't want any of you coming up here when I have my first hearing for bond and everything else. Like, don't even fucking waste your time coming up here.
You know, you're making it real tough for anybody to want to try to even assist you with giving you somebody's phone number. You're not even letting me finish. Let's
go ahead.
You're asking me for Tony's phone number so you can call him, and then you immediately want to start cussing towards me and saying don't even worry about coming up here for all this stuff and trying to cut us out.
I'm not trying to cut anybody out.
I'm not going around and around with you. You know, that's pretty pointless. I'm not going to put everybody else through the same stuff that you've been putting the police and everybody else through for the last 24 hours and the stuff you've been putting Mom through for the last 4 or 5 weeks. I'm done with that. So you can tell me what's going on. Christina would love to talk to you because she thinks that you will tell her what's going on. Frankly, we're going to find out. Something, whatever's going on, it's going to be found out. So why not do it now?
There's nothing to find out. There's absolutely nothing to find out, and that's even what I told the detective.
Well, you know, everything
I have no clue where Caylee is. If I knew where Caylee was, do you think any of this would be happening? No.
Anyway, you only got a couple minutes for this, so I'm not going to let you completely waste it. Here's Christina. She thinks she can get through.
No, I want Tony's number. I'm not talking to anybody else.
Hello?
Hi, I'm glad everybody's at my house. I'll have to call you later. I'll have to call somebody to get your number. Do me a favor, get my brother back because I need Tony's number.
Okay, is there anything I can do for you?
I'm sitting in jail. There's nothing anybody can do right now.
Well, I'm just trying to be...
Oh, I know you are, honey. I absolutely know that you are, and I appreciate everything that you're trying to do, but I'd like to call Tony. He's not at my house, is he?
No, it's just me and your parents and Lee.
Okay, well, can you do me a favor and get my brother back or get the number from him, please?
Does Tony have anything to do with Caylee?
No. Nothing.
Okay, so why do you want to talk to Tony? You probably don't want to tell me, do you?
Huh?
You probably don't want to tell me, do you?
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, does Tony have anything to do with Caylee?
No, Tony had nothing to do with Caylee.
Oh, so why do you want to talk to him? You probably don't want to tell me.
He's my boyfriend, and I want to actually try to sit and talk to him because I didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier because I got arrested on a fucking whim today. Because they're blaming me for stuff that I never would do, that I didn't do.
Okay. Well, I'm on your side. You know that.
Oh, honey, I know that. I just want to talk to Tony and get a little bit of.
Casey, you have to tell me if you know anything about Caylee.
Sweetheart,
if anything happens with Caylee, Casey, I'll die. You understand? I'll die. If anything happens to that baby.
Oh my God, calling you guys, waste, huge waste. Honey, I love you. You know I would not let anything happen to my daughter. If I knew where she was, this wouldn't be going on.
Well, how come everybody's saying you're lying?
Because nobody's fucking listening to anything that I'm saying. The media completely misconstrued everything that I said. The fucking detectives told them fucking bullshit. They got all of their information from me, yet at the same time, they're twisting stuff. They've already said they're going to pin this on me if they don't find Caylee. They've already said that.
Well,
they arrested me because they said that...
Yeah, because they said that the person that you dropped Caylee with doesn't even exist.
Because, oh, look, they can't find her in the Florida database. She's not just from Florida. If they would actually listen to anything that I would have said to them, they would have had their lead. They maybe could have tracked her down. They haven't listened to a fucking thing that I've said.
Do you know that whoever has Caylee, nobody's going to get away with this? Nobody.
I know nobody's going to get away with it, but at the same time, the only way they're going to find Caylee is if they actually listen to what I'm saying, and I'm trying to help them, and they're not letting me help them.
So how can I help them find her? The best thing you can do, baby, is listen to me.
They need to look up her information in a New York database, in a North Carolina database, other places that she's lived outside of Florida. That's what I told them even again today. I told them that 4 times today. I sat up at the police station, up at the county police station.
But she's the one who has Caylee, or she transferred Caylee to somebody else? Because
honey, I haven't talked to her. I don't know. I haven't talked to her.
How come everybody's saying that you're not upset, that you're not crying, that you show no caring of where Caylee is at all?
I'm not sitting here fucking crying every 2 seconds because I have to stay composed to talk to detectives, to make other phone calls, to do other things. I can't sit here and be crying every 2 seconds.
And to be fair, we hear about this in a lot of different cases where, people's reactions to things, are different, right? I'm not saying Casey's is, I'm not saying it's one thing or another. I'm just saying, we're actually going to hear about this, not in the next episode, but in the episode after that. It's actually going to come up. We're going to hear about a defense expert that they want to introduce who will testify about the way people grieve differently and things like that. So, but it's just interesting that, we're hearing that firsthand from this call that people were judging her emotional state, or, from what they could see from the get-go. So,
like, I want to. I can't.
Okay, Casey, don't yell at me. I'm on your side.
I know you're not.
Trust me.
I know you're on my side. I'm not trying to yell at you.
Nobody is saying anything bad about you. Your family is with you 100%.
No, they're not. That's bullshit, because I just watched the fucking news and heard everything that my mom said. Nobody in my own family is on my side.
Yes, they are. Nobody has said...
They just want Caylee back. That's all they're worried about right now, is getting Caylee back. And you know what? That's all I care about right now.
Casey, your daughter, your flesh and blood, your baby girl.
Christina, please, put my brother back on the phone. I don't want to get into this with you right now. I love you, honey, and I'm glad that you're there. Thank you for your help. I will let you know if there's anything that you can do.
You can't tell me anybody that can find Caylee. Nobody.
No, because every number that I've tried, every number that I've called is disconnected. Nothing. I can't get a hold of anybody.
But that girl was the last person to have her?
She was the last person to have her. That was the last time I saw Caylee.
Okay. Lee said he doesn't have Tony's phone number.
Yes, he does. He has Tony's phone number in his phone. He needs to stop fucking lying. He just told me a second ago that he'd give me the number.
So if I go and I get you Tony's number, are you going to finish talking to me?
I will call you tomorrow. I want to talk to him really quick now. I don't want to actually try to close my eyes. I haven't slept in 4 days. I I have not slept in 4 days.
Listen, if you're going to talk to anybody, you can talk to me. And
I know I can talk to you, but at the same time, I know I can talk to Tony, and that's who I want to talk to right now. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to him since this morning. Since all this stuff happened with trying to set up the MySpace, I made the MySpace and the...
Do you know the password to that MySpace?
I made all of it.
What's the password to that MySpace so we can see if anybody's written any leads of where Caylee might be?
You can go online and see it. As far as messages, I don't know if anybody's going to be messaging stuff. The password's Kays, C-A-Y-S 234.
What is it?
C-A-Y-S
K
234. Kays 234.
234.
And it's CaseyOMarie@yahoo.com.
CaseyOMarie@yahoo.com. And
yeah.
It's 234. What's before 234?
Kays 234 is the password.
Kays. How do you spell Kays?
C-A-Y-S.
C-A-Y-S. And then that's the code or whatever?
That's the password to get in. The login is CaseyOMarie@yahoo.com. The password is Kays 234.
234. Is it C or K?
C.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Okay, hold on 1 second for me.
Okay, Tony's number?
Yeah.
You ready? 631.
I know that, yes.
902.
902.
5446.
5446.
5443.
5443.
Can Tony tell me anything?
Hey, Tony doesn't know anything. And I haven't even talked to him since this morning.
Has Tony seen Caylee?
Tony hasn't seen Caylee since the beginning of June. What was the number again? 904.
631 902.
902.
5443.
5443. 902 5443. Okay, thank you. I will find a way to call you back later. Leave your number at my house with my mom so I can get it, and I can either call you later tonight.
How can I get a hold of you?
I'm at the jail. You can't.
Okay, do you have a way to write my phone number down?
No, I have no way of writing it down. I have to remember Tony's number, 902 5443. I have to try to memorize his number right now.
Okay.
No, I will just leave your number with my mom, and I will try to call you in the morning if I don't get a chance to call you tonight.
So how can I find out information about that girl?
Have Florida? Have them look up a New York license for Samantha Fernandez-Gonzalez. They've just been looking up the last name Gonzalez or the last name Fernandez. If they looked up her entire name, they might actually find her. They haven't done that. They haven't listened to anything that I've said.
How do you spell Zenaida?
Z-E-N-A-I-D-A.
Z-E-N-A-I-D-A.
Fernandez-Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Where does she live? Because they went and looked at her place.
Christina, baby, you're not telling me anything that I don't already know. Again, I've only been in jail since, about 8:30 tonight. I was with them all day today. I know that. I was with officers pretty much since 9 o'clock last night. Up until today. Like, up until this evening when I came up here.
But you're telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
That I have no clue where my daughter is? Yeah, that is the truth. That is the absolute truth.
They'll find out, and whoever...
Okay, Christina, I'm hanging up. I need to make this other call before I forget the number, so I will call you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no other questions of Mrs. Anthony.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for lunch at this time. We're going to be in recess until 1:30. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. Do not discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, member.
So for anyone who was trying the Discord link, try it now and see if that works. Especially I'm speaking to you, Flash fan. I just updated it from Discord. It might have just been that the link expired. So I just updated it for Nightbot there. See if that works any better.
The jury may be excused for lunch. Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
Woohoo, cross
Please the court.
Yay.
Mr. Rain Burdick. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony.
Hello.
Mrs. Anthony, is it fair to say you and Casey are very much alike?
In many ways, yes.
Okay. In fact, is that not what you hear quite often, that you are exactly alike?
In most ways, yes.
And you raised Casey to be a good person.
Yes, I did.
And you raised Casey to be caring
Yes, I did.
and loving as well.
Yes.
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see what kind of mother Casey became, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of mother Casey is?
Casey was a very loving, very caring mother. She had a very easy, quick maternal instinct that was very evident as soon as Caylee was born. And she reminded me of myself when my kids were born, how just natural she was with Caylee, and they were just great together.
And how did Caylee respond to Casey?
Caylee adored her mom. Her eyes would light up. She'd run to her and love on her, and in fact, Caylee didn't want to sleep without her mom. Caylee adored her.
Caylee followed Casey everywhere she went, did she not?
Pretty much.
And would cry all the time, every time she left?
No, not when it was either George or myself, because I mean, she would cry a little bit, you know, but she knew we were there, so it wasn't a big separation anxiety when I was there. Now, I didn't notice if I was already gone and Casey left her with one of her other sitters. I don't know how that was.
You never witnessed Casey abuse or torture Caylee in any way, did you?
No, I did not.
And Caylee never went without food or shelter or anything that she ever needed in life?
No, she had everything.
Now, you testified under direct examination that the first time you went to the first time Casey went to the doctor was on June 30th of 2005.
No, that was when...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
June 30th is when I found out that Casey was pregnant. To my knowledge, she went to the doctor a few days before.
And you went to your brother's wedding on June 7th, did you not?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Without showing this to the jury, madam, I'm going to now show you Defense Exhibit A. Did you recognize that photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of you and Casey at your brother Rick's wedding?
Yes.
And at that time, when that photograph was taken, you did not believe that Casey was pregnant.
No, I did not.
And at that wedding, you were actually confronted about Casey's pregnancy by your brother, were you not?
We were sitting at the dinner table, and Casey had flown in earlier that day, and she was sick, and wanted to go lay down. And my brother asked if she might be pregnant, and I told him no. I did not believe so.
So you were confronted by your brother at that time?
He brought the subject up that she might be pregnant, and my parents and my husband and I were there. And
at that time, you told him, no, she was not.
at that time, yes, I told him, no, we did not believe that she was pregnant.
And George was present during this conversation?
Yes,
And both of you indicated that Casey was not pregnant?
correct.
And you mentioned under direct examination that Casey, during that time period, was sedentary.
Pretty much so. I mean, for her work, previously she was walking the entire park at Universal, doing photos and such, and then she had taken a...
Because we heard from, remember when George Anthony, I think it was actually the first time he testified, he talked a lot about not knowing Casey was pregnant and, you know, she was gaining weight, water weight, being sedentary, blah, blah, blah. And this is actually really smart what happens here in a sec, the way that Jose Baez addresses this whole issue of could that be a possible excuse?
sedentary position in human resources. Her and I would walk, but she wasn't running or walking all day. We would walk in the evening for a few minutes, but to me, that's still sedentary.
Ms. Anthony, if you can just answer my question, I appreciate it. The question was, you had testified that she was sedentary. Is that correct? Okay. And for those of us who don't know what that means, that basically means lack of physical activity, correct?
Yes, that she pretty much have a sit-down job.
And are you certain it wasn't that she didn't get these? Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Are you certain it wasn't because she was overly active or participating in sports that she got that way?
What way, sir? I don't understand the question.
With the large protruding belly, are you certain that it wasn't because she was participating in sports?
Casey wasn't participating in sports during that time.
Okay. So it's the complete opposite. It's because she was not engaging in physical activity. That you thought that way?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Now, you're aware that Casey has been incarcerated for the last 3 years, are you not?
I've been aware every day of my life for the last 3 years, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that she spends 23 hours a day in a cell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would pretty much classify her as sedentary during that time period. Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
As you see Casey today, does she have a large belly or a protruding belly?
I haven't been close enough to see her, but I know she's not eating, so I don't know what activities she's allowed or can do.
Your Honor, may I ask Ms. Anthony to please stand with your permission so that Mrs. Anthony can identify her?
Are you still not able to join the Discord? Did you try? Did you
approach?
I'm trying to help one of our new friends here find the Discord. So, did you do the search and find the I think that Kat, who's also in the chat, I believe, if I recall, Kat, did you find the Discord by doing a search and looking for the icon? I feel like maybe you did. I know other people have. It might be that you have to already be signed up with Discord, have an account. So I don't know if that makes a difference if you don't have a Discord account. But yeah, the squanguin in the upper right-hand corner with the pineapple, that's the same icon.
The defendant may stand.
Mrs. Anthony, can you see your daughter?
I can see just from her chest up.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
So I was just asking Kat if you, the way that you found the Discord, did you click on the link and the link worked, or did you do a search for Law Squirrel and look for the icon?
She may.
Can you please look at your daughter and then go back to the witness stand once you've had an opportunity to view her?
She's like, show me your belly, or not belly. Interesting.
Does your daughter appear to have a protruding belly as she did at your brother's wedding?
She's not as big as she was during that period of time, no.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about when Casey actually did go to the doctor. Okay?
Okay.
Now, she went on, you said you think she went a couple days before the 30th.
She told me she went a few days before. Casey was having some female issues, and we were concerned that she might have an ovarian cyst. She was bloated, she was hurting, she was not feeling well, and her periods were more often than normal. So I had implored her to go to see the doctor, and she told me that she had gone earlier that week to see the doctor.
And she eventually was referred to a Dr. King, was she not?
That was on her after her second visit, from my understanding.
And that was a gynecologist.
Yes,
And that was the first time that she had actually seen a gynecologist, correct?
yes,
And she was 19 at the time?
yes,
Now, you've testified that your daughter had irregular periods
yes,
and that you thought that she might have had a cyst.
yes.
And when did Casey first get her period?
When she was 12. Actually, excuse me, when she was 10.
She was 10. And from the age of 10 to the age of 19, being a medical professional, you never considered taking her to a gynecologist.
Going to a gynecologist is pretty traumatic for a child. I remember I didn't go till I was like 17 or 18 years old. No, I considered it, but she wasn't having issues that weren't what I considered, pretty much like me. When you compare that her and I are a lot alike, we're a lot alike in that way as well with our periods.
Despite the fact that she was having irregular periods?
That just started just a few months prior to me finding out she was pregnant.
Do you know when she had her first sexual partner?
To this. First of all, it's based on.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of Casey's imaginary friends. First of all, let me ask you this. Who's Caylee's father?
So before they get into the imaginary friends, I'm just trying to see if I can help with joining the Discord. So it looks like sometimes people are saying the link won't open in Safari. So you want to make sure that you have the app so that if you click the link, it should open the app up. It says that if it's not working, maybe try restarting the Discord app if you already have the app. Or if you are trying to open it in a browser, try using something other than Safari. And I will continue to do some more digging here.
Any knowledge will be based on hearsay?
Overruled to the extent that the answer comes from Casey Anthony. If it comes from someone other than Casey Anthony, you can't answer the question.
When Casey first told me she was pregnant, naturally, the first thing I asked her is who the father was, and she, at that time, told me that it was Jesse Grund.
Now, you didn't wait till Caylee was born to ask her who the father was.
No.
You asked her right away.
Right away, yes.
Because that's what a concerned parent would do.
Yes.
And there came a time where you found out that Jesse Grund was not Caylee's father. Did you not?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, who did you think Caylee's father was?
She gave me a name of Eric Baker.
And did you ever meet anyone by the name of Eric Baker?
No, sir, I have not.
Did what did Casey tell you about this Eric Baker?
That he was 2 years younger than her, and that he... Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further hearsay on this issue.
Well, Miss Anthony, as long as you're telling us something that your daughter told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
He was 2 years younger than her, and he was an old friend, and she had seen him about the time that she started seeing Jesse. He was in town and upset about a girlfriend or such, and then I guess they got together. It was one night, and Eric lived out of state and was back in a relationship with his girlfriend that he was having difficulty with when Casey said they got together.
And what state was he from?
I'm pretty sure she said like Kentucky, North Carolina, somewhere there.
And at this point, did you make any attempts to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did you want to speak to Eric Baker at any time?
No.
Did Casey tell you that she wanted you to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did there come a time where meeting Eric Baker was not possible?
Yes.
And how did that all come about?
It was about a week or two after Kaylee's second birthday that Casey called me at my work, and she was hysterical on the phone. And she told me that Casey's father was involved in a car accident. And she had just found out. And she also told me at that time that Caylee had a half-brother.
And what is Caylee's half-brother's name?
I have no idea.
Is Eric Baker on Caylee's birth certificate?
No, no father's listed on Caylee's birth certificate.
Do you think Eric Baker exists?
I'm going to object to her opinion.
Or
To any opinion, testimony.
sustain?
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker is Caylee's father?
Objection. It would be based on any hearsay.
Sustain.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker ever existed?
Next question,
Objection.
Mr. Baez. Objection is sustained.
Oh, I think it.
Tell me about Jeff Hopkins.
I think it worked. I see we've got a new squirrel friend in the welcome chat, so it looks like that worked. Awesome, good. Okay, wonderful. I think you found us. Excellent. Yay. So I do love Discord. I think it's like the way of the future because you can stay anonymous or you cannot. People can use their YouTube names or whatever. You can have a different name and you can do all kinds of stuff. You can do video calls. You can watch things together. You can messaging. I mean, all kinds of share links. I think it's great. So I'm a huge fan. But yes, happy to have another friend and glad it finally worked. I did reset the link, so hopefully the new link works. Anyway, but yes.
You testified quite a bit about him during direct. He is a wealthy man.
Do you want me to tell you how I learned about him or?
Sure.
Casey was engaged to Jesse, and it was sometime around Valentine's Day of 2006. And she was telling me, this is about the time Casey was starting to vocalize issues of her and Jesse's relationship. And she started telling me about this young man.
I haven't heard yet from Jesse Grund. I don't know that we do. I don't know that he testifies, which is, It's interesting.
And that she worked with that was an IT at Universal. Actually, I guess he worked for Nickelodeon Studios at the time. And he had a little boy, and she said that she thought he was a nice young man, and he had befriended her, and she was confiding in him about her relationship with Jesse.
Did Casey tell you these things on pretty much a daily basis, or is this all information you heard on one day?
No, this is over the course of a period of time. I mean, I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins from that point on through, Kate, until I found out about Caylee.
And
No, you didn't cause any trouble. It's all good. There's been other people that have had issues. Shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam, who is, I know, has had issues and hasn't been able to join the Discord. I don't know. But apparently it's a thing that, just sort of trying to Google it, other people, this is a thing, right? Where people have issues joining, and it just seems like it could be their device or their browser or what have you. So, but no squirrel left behind, I will say. But what was it? Oh, yes. So Jeffrey Hopkins. So speaking of Casey's imaginary friends, we might have a surprise on the next episode from one of these imaginary friends who might actually, what's the right word that I'm looking for? Who might actually come into existence, if you will, materialize. That's the word I was thinking of.
Jeffrey Hopkins had a child named Zachary.
Yes.
And did you ever see a photograph of Zachary?
I saw a picture of Zachary and Jeffrey on Casey's cell phone months later. It was probably towards the fall or winter of 2006 that when Casey's phone was on, I guess was just sitting there, the picture was of Zachary and Jeff, and she had him listed as boyfriend in her phone.
So you guys hear that? So she sees a notification on Casey's phone, and it's a picture, supposedly, I guess, of Jeffrey Hopkins and his son, Zachary, right? And remember, we're talking about Casey's imaginary friends. And she sees the picture pop up with not just Jeffrey Hopkins, because it'd be one thing to just have a random person and try to put their name as Jeffrey Hopkins, but him and his son, Zachary, pops up on her phone, and it said boyfriend. Wild.
Have you since come to find out that Jeffrey Hopkins does not exist?
I never knew for sure if he did or not, so if you're telling me that he doesn't exist now, then...
Are you aware that law enforcement looked for him?
Yes.
And are you aware that no such Jeffrey Hopkins ever worked for Universal Studios?
Object is based on.
Do you have any evidence, other than the photograph that you saw, that there ever was a Jeffrey Hopkins?
Objection. Same basis.
Sustained.
Do you ever speak to Jeffrey Hopkins?
No.
You had, that you testified under direct, a girls' day at the mall with Jeffrey's mother?
We were supposed to meet up with Jeffrey's mom and Zachary for Christmas pictures with Santa Claus. Christmas of 2007.
And what was Jeffrey's mother's name?
Jules.
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 And
I mean, this stuff is wild, right? Remember, all of this is long before anything happened to Caylee. So, and we're going to hear all about Jules's life story. It's wild.
Did you ever speak to Jules?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see a photograph of Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have a phone number for Jules?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever call it?
No, I never had the opportunity where I needed to.
Now, it turned out that Jules had cancer?
Casey told me that those last few weeks in July of 2008 that Jules had cancer.
And did you get an invitation to go to her wedding?
No. As my understanding, it was an impromptu thing that just occurred that week.
Do you know if Casey got an invitation to go to her wedding?
Casey told me that she was attending Jules' wedding and that was delaying her from coming home from Jacksonville.
And it turns out that Zach's mother was also deceased.
Yes.
It's your understanding that Jeffrey Hopkins was how old compared to Casey?
How old?
Yes. Were they the same age, Casey and Jeffrey Hopkins?
No, I believe Jeffrey was at least 2, if not 3 or 4 years older than Casey.
And they both had children who were approximately 2 years of age.
No, Zachary was a year older than Caylee.
They both had toddlers?
Yes.
And both of these toddlers' parents, other parents, were deceased.
Yes.
So Jeffrey Hopkins was a widower.
My understanding is that Jeff took custody of Zachary when he was 2, that Zachary's mother, previous to that, was a single mom, and Jeff had no idea that he was a father, and then found out when his old girlfriend passed away that he actually was a father.
Hi, Candace. So this is, shout out to Candace. So this is, okay. I mentioned this in the last one. This is one of those things where it's like, she's filling in so many details and with these imaginary friends, right? That it's like, y'all, what are the odds that she's remembering all of this? Like, why would you even be paying that much attention to it at the time? Remember, this is before Caylee's missing. She's learning all these details about Jeffrey Hopkins. Let's make sure we're clear. Jeffrey Hopkins's baby mama and baby mama's like family, none of whom exist. And all this backstory for people that the mom has never met, that I mean, again, don't exist. But it's like, why? This is where it's like, the way she's giving all these details, is it plausible that she would have been paying that much attention and remembered all of this? Because I had thought the same thing on the last live stream when she was talking about all these other people, the imaginary people and their imaginary families. And I was like, is she doing what Casey does? Is she just literally improvising and making this stuff up as she goes the way Casey did? Like, are we witnessing this in real time where she's just like, maybe I don't know that I'm not saying it's intentional or unintentional. It could be unintentional, where it's just like, this is a psychological thing that they just do. Like, I don't know, because it's like more details than is necessary. And it's the same thing that Casey would do when she gave all the details. None of these details were necessary. And there was no reason to have made all these people up. So it's almost like, is it just they're not aware that they're doing it? I don't know. It's interesting, right? Oh, yeah. She made all these people up. Oh, yeah. Jeffrey Hopkins and Jules and Zachary and Anabelle and Juliette, whatever her last name was. And the list goes on and on, but he's going through all of it with her. I think part of it is trying to show that there's this predisposition to like this fantastical thinking or like believing in a false reality. And he's trying to, in my opinion, one of the things he could be doing is trying to show this through Cindy, that this is a family trait or this is a behavioral thing. Because in other words, again, it's like you're witnessing the mom doing it, of like believing in these imaginary things that don't seem plausible and like that. And that's a way of coping or whatever it is. And that Casey, it could be a learned behavior potentially, you know?
I guess what I'm trying to get at is Zachary's mother was deceased. Yes?
Yes.
And Caylee's father was deceased.
Yes.
And Casey wanted to move in with Jeffrey Hopkins and the 2 children together.
At some point, I believe that that's Casey's wishes.
And that's what Casey had dreamed of.
That's what Casey, told me that was what she would like to do someday.
Were there ever any plans set in place to make this family happen?
There were lots of plans that we were supposed to get together with him and meet him and his family. and that never happened.
In fact, there was one time where you guys planned a barbecue.
There were several times that we planned things, and something always came up that we never got to meet them.
Do you recall planning a barbecue?
Not specifically a barbecue, but I remember we're supposed to go to SeaWorld and different things.
And when did those plans get canceled? Were
Always
they the day of or the day before?
Always the day of.
The day of. And did you ever have a situation where you went out and bought food because you were going to meet Jeff?
Yes.
And you had planned a dinner that you were going to prepare, or barbecue or anything like that?
There was lots of times when I thought he was going to come over that I would either make a cake or something. You know, if I knew I did that for all of the kids' friends. If someone new was coming, I always tried to have food, and, you know, you don't want someone over to your house sitting there unprepared.
Did you share this with people?
So you see, there's this whole thing, right? Like, there's so many avenues that this could be going down. It's like, is he trying to sort of get at, like, I mean, it could be all the things, like, where it's like, well, is it reasonable that she believed this was real? Like, maybe that's part of it too, is it's like, is it reasonable that her parents believed all this stuff, that they believed she was working at Universal, that they believed she had all these imaginary friends, that they thought they were real? Because I guess he's sort of like, that's what he's getting at with, like, these plans were always canceled last minute, you know? It's like, did you really think this was real? Did you know what I mean? That could be part of it. Or is it like trying to show that the mom also has this same tendency to just like make stuff up? It's very interesting though. It would be wild, wouldn't it? Yes. I don't know. Y'all, these are all great questions. That's why this is so fascinating. I wish Fender was here. Hold on. It's time to do this. Cuckoo. Squirrel call. Let me roll the calling all squirrels. Cuckoo. Calling all squirrels. Cuckoo. Cute. So yeah, it's really like, it's definitely like, what I can say is whatever's going on with this whole thing with the imaginary people and the lying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree here, because we're seeing it in both mother and daughter. That's you know, the next question is just like, what is the extent of it and like why? You know what I mean? Because again, remember, she'd been creating these imaginary people for years, way before Caylee was missing. There was talk of all these freaking people, Anabelle and Zachary and Jules, and, you know, these some made up persons, made up baby mamas, made up moms, made up boyfriends, made up cousins, whatever person, and all these stories, you know? And again, it's just so interesting because it's like, it's one thing if it's like Caylee goes missing and then she's trying to make stuff up and then makes up these people to create this whole story. But these people were existing for years. You know, that's why he's calling them her imaginary friends. It's so crazy, right? And there was no reason to have made them all up. But then is it plausible that the parents believe, you know, I don't know, man. It's wild.
Information of this wonderful guy that named Jeff Hopkins.
Absolutely.
Guy. You told your coworkers?
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you, Cindy, that these people weren't real?
Yes.
No, sir.
And this was long before June 16, 2008, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you had heard these stories of these imaginary people for quite some time.
I did not know they were imaginary people.
I know that, but you had heard these for quite some time.
Yes.
And see, the other thing, keep this in mind, guys. Remember, how does this also, okay, the mom, Cindy, believing that all these imaginary people are real, how does this also relate to what we heard, which still shocks me every time I mention it, that Cindy was looking for Zanny the nanny up until 6 weeks before the trial? I still can't wrap my head around that. Guys, you're going to have to help me out. Cindy was still looking for Zanny the nanny up until 6 weeks ago from when this trial started. Do you see what I mean? Is it like, are they just like out to lunch, like completely out to lunch? Like what is happening? But there's definitely something happening. Like to me, there's a commonality there of like detachment from reality, or just like this fantastical or like magical thinking, or like I don't even know. It's wild. If this would have been me, I would have gotten sent to the crazy house because I imagine a fire breathing dog. Love it. Love it.
Juliette Lewis. Who is she?
I was told she was a coworker of Casey's.
Now we're going to get into a whole other person, imaginary friend's life story.
Through not only Universal Studios, but also someone she worked with at Hard Rock Cafe.
And did you ever speak to Juliette Lewis?
No, I did not.
What does she look like?
I could only tell you a description that Casey gave me. I've never seen her.
And why did she describe her to you?
I remember one day we were sitting in Universal parking lot waiting for her boss and Juliette to arrive. Because we were supposed to, I was volunteered to help Casey with a fundraiser.
And how long did you wait for Juliette before she never showed up?
I mean,
hour and a half.
It just makes you wonder if Casey learned this behavior of like, whether it's lying, whether it's making things up, maybe it's having imaginary friends. Did she learn this from her mom? Like, you know, like as a child, like, I don't know, man, it's wild.
Did you call Juliette?
No, Casey called Juliette.
And did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Juliette?
No, sir.
Do you have any evidence or any knowledge as to whether Juliette Lewis ever existed?
The only thing I remember, Caylee, when I'd ask her about Juliette's daughter, Anabelle,
Here we go, Anabelle.
Caylee would repeat the name Anabelle like it was familiar to her. So.
Insane.
And how would Caylee mention Anabelle?
Insane.
If I would say to Caylee that day before I go to work or whatever, if I knew that Casey was going to see Juliette and Caylee might see Anabelle, because sometimes Zanny was supposed to have watched Anabelle for Juliette as well, I would say, "You're going to play with Anabelle today," and her eyes would light up and she would say, "Anabelle."
She would just repeat the name.
Yes.
How old was Anabelle?
I mean, but I don't know, you guys, Caylee was 2.5 years old, or younger even, because again, Anabelle existed before Caylee went missing. I don't know, could a 2-year-old say the word Anabelle? I don't know.
The same age as Caylee.
Did you ever see any photographs of Anabelle?
No, sir, I did not.
I feel like that'd be a hard name for a toddler to say.
Did you ever have any play dates with Caylee and Anabelle?
No.
Who is Raquel Farrell?
Another
I
one.
believe Raquel Farrell to be Zanny's roommate.
Zanny's roommate.
And what does she look like?
This is what I'm saying, y'all. Zanny's roommate. And all these people. Can you imagine? So again, years before Caylee goes missing, Casey's going around chit-chatting, shooting the shit, whatever, with her family, and chatting about Zanny's roommate, Raquel Farrell. Like, first and last name. Where did she come up with these crazy names? Anabelle? Raquel Farrell? I mean, it blows my mind. And just talks about them until like they're all household names with her family. It's so insane. I can't even get over it. Clearly.
I've never seen Raquel.
Did you ever speak to Raquel Farrell?
No.
Did you ever see a photograph of Raquel Farrell?
No.
Do you have any evidence that Raquel Farrell ever existed?
No.
Is Raquel Farrell the one that worked at Fridays?
I don't know where Raquel Farrell worked at.
Now, I'd like to talk about Zanny the nanny.
Yes, let's do it.
Did you ever see a photograph of Zanny the nanny?
No.
Did you ever speak to Zanny the nanny?
No.
When was the first time you heard of Zanny the nanny?
I wondered the same thing.
The same time I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins, around Valentine's Day of 2006.
Incredible.
This was 2 years, over
I can't.
2 years and basically 2.5 years before June 16, 2008.
Yes, sir.
And what did Casey tell you about Zanny the nanny?
She didn't call her Zanny the nanny, by the way. She called her Zanny, and she said that that was Jeff's girlfriend and that they lived in the same apartment complex. And Jeff pretty much offered Zanny up as a extra person if Casey ever needed a babysitter, because at that time it was.
That's how she meets Zanny. Zanny is Jeff's girlfriend. So that's how you can connect the existence of these imaginary friends are linked, right? So in other words, Zanny and Jeffrey Hopkins come into existence at the same time because she mentions, or I guess not necessarily. I suppose Jeffrey Hopkins could have already been in existence, but Zanny first gets mentioned as his girlfriend. This is just so insane. So before Casey's even got an imaginary relationship with this imaginary person, she's talking about this imaginary person's imaginary relationship with another imaginary person. Wow.
Her girlfriend Lauren, and the Gruns, or George and I that was watching Caylee, those hours that my schedule overlapped with Casey's.
And you had no idea that Zanny was not a real person.
No, I did not.
And she described to you that Zanny looked like what?
Over the course of the 2 years, Zanny had gotten her hair cut several times, but when I first heard about her, she had
This is insane.
long black hair and was very attractive.
Did she say she was a perfect 10?
That came up later. I didn't hear that prior, right in the beginning. I heard that she just was a beautiful person on the inside as well as the outside, and had a great smile.
The thing about y'all with the haircuts, like, this is my point. What purpose did this serve Casey years before her daughter's missing? Oh, hi, honey, how was your day? Right? I'm saying as if Cindy was asking Casey, right? And Casey's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then somehow just starts talking about Zanny. Oh, Zanny got her hair cut. Remember how I told you it was long before? Well, she just got it cut short. It really suits her. She looks great. I mean, I just, incredible.
Zanny Hispanic?
I don't think the conversation ever came up. I don't think I ever asked. That was not a qualification for Casey's friends or anybody to babysit Caylee.
Did Zanny the nanny speak Spanish?
Possibly. Casey spoke some Spanish. She took, I believe, 3 years of Spanish in high school.
And did Zanny the
Muy bien.
nanny teach Caylee how to count in Spanish, or was that Casey that did that?
I believed it was between
Dora the Explorer,
Zanny, Casey, and Dora the Explorer that Caylee was able to speak Spanish and count.
How would Casey prepare on a daily basis to pack up and take Caylee to Zanny the nanny?
I was never home to see her pack for Caylee to take her to Zanny's, so I could not tell you that.
Were you there when they came home?
Yes.
And did Caylee appear to be excited from spending the day with Zanny the nanny?
When Caylee either would come through the door, or I would come through the door.
I want to take a quick moment because I don't know. We've got some new squirrel friends. For anyone who doesn't know, we've got so many goofy things. Just speaking of being goofy, hopefully everybody's familiar with Murdoch. But where is it? Stuff like this.
It's a house.
So that's him from the 911 call when he says it's a house. It's hilarious. So we have Hoot. We've got Lolly. We've got we've got the road trip crew with Lolly chasing them, and then Amber Heard is the lowest on the totem pole there. We got Spicy Santa from Brian Koberger. This is Ezra, related to Ezra. Ezra the shark weasel. That's her spirit animal. Speaking of hybrid animals, we've got Johnny Depp being an octopus or a Rhine octopus, because that's how he would have had to have achieved the things as described by Amber. We have Alex Murdoch's spirit animal, the shrimp weasel. We have Elaine and Lolly. I could go on. We have a lot of fun things. So Goofy is what we do, for sure.
First thing was we would run to each other, and it didn't matter what Caylee did for the day. It was what her and I were going to do with the rest of the day. So we really never talked about that.
But surely you asked her, did you have a fun day? Or
Oh, yes. There was one occasion where I was actually kind of concerned that Caylee had some scratches on her legs, and I thought that they looked like cat or dog scratches. And I asked her what had happened to her. And she said a doggy had scratched her. So I asked Casey about it, and she said that Zanny had gotten a new puppy, and the puppy had scratched Caylee.
what was the puppy's name?
I don't recall.
Annie's new puppy.
And were there ever times? Well, let me ask it this way.
Real quick, because I do need to bring the jury. It's funny because I have so many things as far as Murdoch, right? Memory lane, guys, memory lane.
It's a house.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. It's a chicken. It's a guinea.
Shout out to DSN, by the way. I miss you. But yeah, I have everything, but I don't know how the hell I managed to not bring the jury. I'll do that tonight though. I don't know how I don't have that. So thank you for reminding me I need to do that.
How often throughout the week for almost 2 years did Caylee stay with Zanny the nanny?
Not that often. Most of the time, there was weeks at a time where Caylee wouldn't stay with anybody other than myself. Zanny was someone that filled in. If Casey had to work while I was at work or George was unavailable. Otherwise, most of the time, Casey dropped Caylee off at my work or would meet me in the parking lot, and then I would have Caylee in the evenings.
Did Casey ever describe, prior to June and July of 2008, did Casey ever describe any problems that Zanny the nanny was having in her life, in her personal life?
Just that period of time. Well, there were different times during those 2 years where Zanny had to move. She talked to me about Zanny's mom being ill and different things like that. And Zanny had another part-time job, and she just babysat. And I guess when her and Jeffrey broke up, Zanny got a job as a bartender to fill in financially from not being able, making money.
This shit's incredible, right? Again,
there's
no need for her to even be saying all this stuff. That's why it's so weird. It's like a compulsion, right? Why is she talking about Zanny's new job? It's not even relevant to anything. It's just crazy.
Watching Zachary. So, there was different, she would talk to me about Zanny's life like she was one of her friends, and that's what she considered her, and that's what I considered her to be, is a friend of Casey's at that point.
And did Zanny's mother have cancer too?
No, sir. She had heart issues.
Heart issues?
Yes, sir.
And what was her name?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Gloria.
Gloria, here we go.
Who is Rosa?
I have no idea.
My God. Actually, I had this thought, I'm remembering now. I'm going to have to do this. I'll do this for next time. I'm going to make a family tree of the imaginary friends, guys, because it's hard to keep them all straight. And all the friends have their own extended families and stuff, including the puppy and then the haircuts and all the other extraneous things, the people with health issues. I'm going to have to make an imaginary friends family tree. That'll be fun, though.
Now, Zanny had a sister, did she not?
Yes.
And what was Zanny's sister's name?
I did not find out about Zanny's sister until after July of 2008.
What was Zanny's sister's name?
Samantha.
And was she older or younger than Zanny?
I believe she was older.
Was Samantha also a nanny?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did she-
How does Samantha fit in though with family names, right? Because I think we already heard testimony, and we're going to hear more about Zanny's heritage. She's like half Puerto Rican. I don't know. Anyway, Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez, right? Her mother's name is Gloria. So you have Zenaida, you have Gloria, and then Samantha. Y'all.
Live with Juliette and Raquel and Zanny together?
Juliette did not live with Zanny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And as far as I know, her sister was either married or lived on her own with her children.
Oh, wait. Are
Did
we
you
going to learn about Samantha's children next? I can't.
Ever see a photograph
Insane.
of
Insane.
Gloria, Zanny's mother?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to Gloria to wish her well on her heart condition?
No, sir.
Sorry. Y'all.
Do you have any knowledge,
Oh my God.
or did you have any knowledge that Gloria was an imaginary person?
No, sir.
What about Samantha?
I never had the opportunity to meet Samantha. I did not know about Samantha until after July of 2008.
What did Casey tell you about, or what information do you have about the uncomfortableness of Zanny and Jeff Hopkins being former boyfriend and girlfriend, and Casey now wanting to marry and move in with Jeff Hopkins?
Object to the relevance of this, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I'll just sum this up, Miss Anthony. Do you have any information that you've received over the last 3 years or since these people ever were mentioned that they are anything but imaginary people?
I just found out that they are imaginary people.
And you testified under direct examination that up until about 6 weeks ago, you were looking for Zanny the nanny.
Yes, sir. That's
Yes.
correct.
Thank
And that
you.
was for,
I've been waiting for this moment for him to ask her about this, because this is, of all the craziness, this might be the craziest of all of it.
3.5, or for 2.5 years, you were looking for Zanny the nanny?
I was looking for Zanny ever since I found out that Caylee was missing.
And what efforts did you engage to try and find Zanny the nanny?
We had tip lines. We looked up every Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez or Zenaida Rodriguez or whatever came close that was in the state of Florida, New York, North Carolina. George and I, when we were in New York, even followed up on a tip and went to the apartment that we believed that she lived in.
Was this at George's urging or yours?
At mine and George's when he found out that she was in New York or could be in New York.
Well, this was something that you really wanted to pursue.
This is something we both wanted to pursue. When I got the tip that with a physical address, I mean, we went to California to follow up on her.
Did you find Zanny the nanny in California?
No, we did not. But we had met a couple that was pretty convinced that she was possibly at a restaurant that they had seen Caylee.
You hired someone by the name of Dominic Casey, did you not?
You know, the other
I
thing.
never hired Dominic.
The other thing is, I will just say that's wild, because we were just saying, talking about like classic trials. What's crazy, I was just thinking about the only downside would be when like the video or audio quality is terrible. But on to that end, one thing I had not really fully recognized or appreciated out loud yet is that this trial is from 2011, and this is some of the clearest audio and like video. I mean, honestly, how many trials that are happening right now where it's complete and utter garbage and there's like no point, right? Whether it's the audio or the video or both. Like this is 2011, and this is so it's not like there's no, sometimes it's like you're watching a trial and there you just have to accept that you're going to hear like the microphone gained up, or you're going to hear the court reporter typing, or there's going to be like all this other like extraneous junk, and you're just like, you just tolerate it because it's the only court, it's the court feed is the court feed. We all know that, right? It's the court feed. There it is. But like, look at this in 2011. I'm just thinking how it's like easy on the ears. It's easy on the eyes. Like there's no pain involved. Like there's no pain involved to watch this. And usually, we'll be watching trials and it's like pain, you just accept it, right? You're like, yep, it's going to be painful, but it's worth it. So anyway, I'm just appreciating that there's no pain here for that.
Dominic Casey worked for you. And when you and Mr. Casey had a falling out, he volunteered to continue to follow up on tips for
And he did that for you?
Yes.
And I believe you once made a statement that somebody was being watched in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir. Mr. Casey thought that Caylee might be in Puerto Rico. Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay and relevance.
Sustained.
As to relevance, Your Honor, this was brought out during direct examination as to some of the methods that...
Hearsay.
I understand that. May I inquire in another manner?
You can ask another question, but...
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained.
Did you order your private investigator at the time to follow someone in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I had received a tip.
That objection again, Ms.
Relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to relevancy.
Did you ever believe that Caylee was flown by a private jet to Puerto Rico?
Your Honor, I'm going to...
Sustained.
Interesting.
Another subject.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Let's go back a little bit further.
So that would have, okay, as they always say, like it's about the question was asked, right? The jury heard that. So that question would have, it was, the objection was sustained, but of course he's asking that because there must have been some indication at some point that one of the rabbit holes that Cindy Anthony was chasing down, right, was that Caylee had maybe gotten on a plane to Puerto Rico. Wow.
In time. I'd like to talk about Casey's high school graduation. When did you first find out that she was not graduating?
Objection, relevance.
Relevancy sustained.
Your Honor, I think some of this was brought out during...
This is a good one. This is a good one. This is a good one. We're going to hear about this whole thing with Casey in high school graduation. Again, the whole thing of like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, y'all. How they handle this thing with her graduation speaks volumes to me about this family dynamic and this acceptance of whether you want to call it imaginary thinking or fantastical thinking or lying or pretending or make believe. There's a lot of different ways you could call it, but here, let's take a listen.
Direct examination, not the specific.
Sustained.
Mrs. Anthony, throughout all of these years, it never occurred to you that these stories and these people that Casey was talking about were not real?
No, sir.
So therefore, the reason during the 30 days that you had not seen Caylee, you understood all of these things to be true just as the imaginary people?
I trusted Casey. She'd never given me any reason not to believe in her.
So the answer is yes. The reason you believed in Casey was because certainly you had no knowledge that all of these people were imaginary, and Casey had no reason or no issues that would lead you to cast doubt on what she was telling you.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did there come a time where you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was Amy Huizenga or Jesse Grund?
Object to the relevance. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
And why did you think that Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizenga or Jesse Grund?
Well, actually, when I spoke to the FBI about it, I wasn't convinced that it was Amy, more like it might be Ricardo Morales. And when I was bringing up the information to the FBI, it was Scott Boland who put
So- Is she kind of suggesting that maybe Casey was using Zanny the nanny as a code name for someone else? I just don't even know that. Like, what world are we in? Yeah, Judge. So yeah, I mean, the thing is like I do love, like, sometimes his like little stuff he has going on with the jury. It's really funny and delightful. Like talking about the lightning game, and there's some other moments that we'll have, I think, coming up. Maybe this episode or the next one. You know, he's got, you know, and like also I loved it whenever he cursed reading all the spicy text messages that weren't allowed to come in. That was hilarious as well. But yeah, definitely he's totally, in terms of like a good judge, right? Like, no, he's definitely biased. But I still actually like his, like, okay, what is it? I like his sassiness. I appreciate his sassiness when he gets sassy. I love that. But yeah, I don't agree with his judging really, personally.
Zanny and Huizenga correlation together.
So you think that the FBI is the one that thought Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizenga?
Object to relevance and then her opinion on the issue.
Sustain his opinion.
What he wants
Why
to know,
did you think
he's asking is, did the FBI tell you that, or was this your idea? That's what the question.
Zanny the nanny was Jesse Grund?
I never said that I thought Zanny was Jesse Grund.
Can you explain why you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was?
Sustained a while ago in a different form, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Have you ever testified that you gave the sheriff's department Zanny's number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you give law enforcement Zanny the nanny's phone number?
I gave one of the deputies on July 15th or the morning of July 16th what I thought was Zanny's phone number.
And as far as you know, that number was never followed up on? Or what happened with that number?
From my understanding, that number was not to a Zenaida Gonzalez, it was to one of Casey's other friends.
Which police officer did you give Zanny the nanny's phone number to?
The officer that was in charge that evening.
Would that be Sergeant Hosey?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anthony, do you believe Caylee's alive?
Wow.
You know, I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustain.
Wow. I think it's a good question. I hate that it was sustaining because I would love to know her answer, but I know why he's asking that, because of the fact that they were still searching for her, for Zanny, up to 6 weeks before the trial. See, well, that would be the only really reasonable or logical explanation as to why she would be doing that, right? Is if she, but again, this is where that the magical thinking comes in, and that proves a point, right, as to the environment that Casey was raised in, where they're still like if the mom still thinks Caylee is still alive and is still looking for Zanny, right? Wow.
Now I'd like to talk to you, Miss Anthony, about your home.
Yes.
Okay. We saw photographs of the inside of your home. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You have white carpet.
It's like a cream color carpet.
And we saw photographs of the sliding glass door that goes out towards the pool.
Yes.
And there is no bar that would prevent Caylee from opening that door.
We never placed a bar there, no.
Okay. And there's no child safety lock or anything like that for that door.
No, Caylee had difficulty opening the big door.
Okay. Have you ever testified that Casey would get out quite easily?
Casey could, yes.
I'm sorry, Caylee could.
I may have.
Okay. And that's what led you to believe that Caylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
But it was your opinion that the number one thing that you thought could have happened was Caylee drowning in the pool.
Sustained.
Opinion.
How many times did you tell law enforcement about Caylee possibly drowning in the pool?
I have sustained objection to that question, so move on to another area.
Why?
please, sir.
Why? You have to be awful.
The day, within 24 hours of law enforcement getting called, Miss Anthony, did you not tell Detective Melich about the ladder incident?
I'm not sure what ladder incident you're talking about.
About finding the ladder down, attached to the pool on June 17th?
The facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Thank God.
I know at some point I remember.
I will say, guys, also as far as the pool stuff, we're going to hear more about that on the next episode. The next episode is going to have we're going to start hearing from all the law enforcement. So we're going to get to hear Casey's recorded interviews with the detectives. And we're going to start to really hear this whole thing about the drowning in the pool is what people thought happened. Like, that's where this came from. It's kind of crazy that it wasn't really followed up on. And again, we don't have measurements of the pool or the ladder. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy because this whole thing about her leaving the ladder up at the pool. Anyway.
Telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pole and the gate open.
And
Ladder
that was on June
and the gate open.
17th, was it not?
I believe it was the 16th. Could have been the 17th, but I feel like it was the 16th.
Either way, it was right after Caylee went missing.
So the 16th, you came home from work and you saw the ladder there.
I came home from work and let the dogs outside. And when I went outside with the dogs, I noticed that the ladder was on the pole. And when I walked to get the ladder off the pole, I noticed that the side gate was open.
And that alarmed you?
Yes, because the dogs were in the backyard and I didn't want them running into the street, and we never left the gate open.
And this alarmed you so much that the next day when you went to work, you actually told coworkers.
Yes, sir.
You told Debbie Bennett about someone was swimming in your pool.
I had called George that night and asked him if he had worked in the yard and could have potentially left the gate open, and did he cool off in the pool?
I will say to her credit, and there's not many things I can say to her credit, so I'm just going to be pointing it out to Cindy Anthony's credit here. At least she's admitting all this about the pool. Like, she's not backing away from the fact that this is what she thought happened. She talked to people at work about the ladder being at the pool and the gate being open. She called George to see if he had been in the pool because she's thinking, oh my God, is this like what's going on, right? Like, did someone, use the pool? And this is before she knew anything had happened to Caylee, right? But she just noticed this and thought remember, we heard about this a little bit earlier too, where she almost thought, is there like a stranger swimming in her pool because of the way that the gate was open and the ladder was up? So, but I appreciate that she's being honest about this, at least, thank God.
Before he went to work, and he said no. And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon. So if it wasn't Casey or George, then it had to be someone else.
My question, ma'am, was that you told Debbie Bennett that someone was swimming in your pool.
Yes, sir. Okay. I just answered that saying that it wasn't one of us, so I thought it could be someone else.
I understand. You also told Debbie Polisano that someone was swimming in your pool.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And are you close with Debbie Polisano?
She was my supervisor for a year and a half before I left Gentiva.
So is that a yes or no?
She was my boss. We weren't friendly. Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never hung out after work, so I don't really call being close with her. No.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open. So if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Caylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day
Which vacation, sir?
in June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day of vacation, yes.
And you always used the protective vest when going
Yeah.
swimming with her.
Yes, but I would take it off before we get out of the pool most of the time because Caylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I, I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well, she
Or-
just, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing. She liked to go over to it and feel it. So, you know,
Who doesn't?
yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom. So,
That I love how he handled that part. I love how he handled that part. About, because this is kind of like awkward about like the whole thing. Like, I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, you know, she's saying how Caylee would like to go swim in the pool naked and go and swim over there by the jets, and she's saying it felt good on her bottom or whatever. But I appreciate that he's like, says who doesn't, to kind of, I don't know, what do you guys think? Because I initially was like, oh, that's kind of, I don't know. I don't really know why. I don't really know why you would share that, I guess, first of all, Anyway, okay.
Yes.
Now, did you ever advise law enforcement that you thought maybe Casey forgot to take the ladder down?
I don't recall. I could have. If Casey had the opportunity to come home to swim, she may have.
Now, I know you testified that after that you went swimming with Caylee June 15th, 2008.
Yes.
And that it was almost in the evening that the two of you got out of the pool?
Yes, it was the sun was, it was getting later in the evening, and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool, and we had been in the pool for at least an hour and a half. It was probably about 7:00, 7:30.
This is, again, where I don't know about it, because this is weird, right? I've pointed this out before. This is Florida, people. This is Florida in mid-June, right? Y'all. I mean, it was getting cold. And it's as soon as Casey wants to go for a swim in the pool and join them in the pool, that's when she's like, oh, it's getting cold now. We have to. I mean, I would bet my left arm or my right arm or both arms even that pick any hour of the day, pick an hour, any hour in Florida in mid-June, and it's not cold by any stretch of the imagination by anyone's standard. And I include myself, and I'm always cold. So, and it's what, she's 7 p.m. The sun is still out. The sun at mid-June, it's still bright out until like what, 9:30 or 10 probably. Anyway, I don't know.
I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
There's the big question.
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event until well after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have
That's right.
remembered.
Now, do you recall speaking with, after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts. Do you know who he is?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News, or worked at that time for Fox News.
At what time are you referring?
In July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was a police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember.
So this is to Flash Fan 85. I'm just looking. So okay, as far as Michael Peterson goes, here's what I will say. I never watched that trial because it was 2003. I watched that documentary, and as we all know, like that doesn't mean anything, right? Like, you know, and that was a long time ago. I don't even remember my thoughts, but of course it was Netflix. It was just, you know, it's biased. So I just, you know, speaking of classic trials, and speaking of, like I was saying, that was in my neck of the woods, right? This shout out again. Oh my God. Sorry, that was the thing on Court TV. A shout out again to the Court TV archives. The whole trial is on there. And again, would be another trial where I don't know that this is even on YouTube. I don't know that anyone's covered it. I doubt it. But the whole trial is on the Court TV archives. So this is definitely one I could consider doing next. And it looks like the quality is good. Because I don't even feel like I could give my thoughts on Michael Peterson because, again, I didn't watch the whole trial. You know, I just, that's really how it is, right? You have to just go there. So by go there, I mean go there with the trial. So, so yeah, I mean, I don't even remember what my thoughts were from the documentary, but even if I did, it would be whatever the documentary wants you to think. So that would definitely be one. I would say, again, also Menendez is another one too, that I would be open to considering, you know, covering as well. So, but like I was saying, you know, we'll keep talking about what people want to watch, and, you know, I'll put a poll in the Discord when I get closer to wrapping up with this trial. You can find this case on YouTube. Which case do you mean you can find on YouTube? But Mike, right. So that's so there you go. Well, I mean, Michael, that's the thing. Shout out again to the Court TV archives. But yeah, if it's not, so it's not even on YouTube. So maybe that would be something good to do. It's so crazy, right? It's just crazy. Because like you would even think that, considering it was featured in that documentary, that it would have, you know, wild. The other thing is there is some overlap there because of that expert Henry Lee. Henry Lee was involved in this trial, O.J. Simpson, I believe, and Michael Peterson and others. And he's the one that was like this huge forensic psychologist that it came out that he like was a complete fraud and was like fabricating evidence, and it's a problem. I don't know what all the fallout of that was. I meant to follow up on that, but it could be a lot of cases kind of get overturned potentially. That was the thought at the time anyway, because it came out that he was like fabricating shit. Anyhow, oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yes, correct. Yeah. But from when I was looking, I don't think anyone's done it with commentary though on this trial. It's really interesting because one thing that as far as like, you know, like commenting on how there's fewer people potentially than sometimes in other cases in the chat, you know, of course people have lives and whatnot, but I think that for some people, this is just me speculating, you know, I think that for some people, this trial is just like a no-go, you know, like, and I wish I understand, right? But having said that, like a lot of trials involve the death of a child. They all involve the death of somebody, you know. But you know, like all these trials, you know, so many of them involve the death of a child. But again, I think that a lot of it is just because there's a stigma around Casey Anthony, and it's all, you know, as we've discussed, it just this media generated situation. It's a shame, right? Really, you know, and that's why I wanted to take a look at it again, because it's like, well, you know, you guys know since you're here watching it. So yes, right. Yeah. And it's, you know, yeah, I mean, it's a shame. I mean, I think that coming through and looking at it with an objective lens is a good thing, you know? You know, there's people probably that walk around with hate in their hearts for these jurors that they've never met, right? For acquitting her. When they didn't watch the trial, they weren't on the jury. And like, that's such a shame, right? And I mean, for me so far, you know, they all say like it's the state's case in chief, so you should be on the state's side right now at this juncture, right? Like, again, innocent until proven guilty, but the state should be getting you on their side. That's the whole thing, right? Like, to where you're like, yep, I can see it, blah blah blah, you know, and the state should be proving their case. And again, to me, this is a very reminiscent of Karen Reed in a sense, where with every single witness so far in this trial, it's proving the defense, like to me personally, right? To me personally, it's literally like Jose Baez is making every single witness a defense witness. Not that he's doing anything to do it. It's just, you know, like, it's kind of crazy. And so I feel like people are, you know, I don't know. I hate that people are judging any jury from any trial without having actually considered things objectively the way a jury would. You know, it's not really fair. Anyway, oh, I know. Yeah. And that was why I stayed out of it until opening statements. And then I was like, okay. Because I hate that type of bullshit. I can't stand the bullshit, you know. And the divisiveness, you know, yeah. So I think it's important to be able to keep an open mind and to be able to bring an objective view to things. And you know, with trials, you kind of have to leave the emotion or set the emotion aside to a certain extent. I mean, think about it. If you're on the jury, you know, you have to, you know, look at the facts of the case, right? Y'all know. But the same thing, even if you're the attorney, same thing, you know, same for everybody, you know. I think that's one thing, just, you know, to say briefly about, well, I love so many things about watching trials, like the list would go on and on. But one thing I think that is great about trial watching, that in terms of how it makes people better people, like in my personal opinion, like makes us better humans, is because it exercises that part of our brain where we have to look at things from the other side, where we have to remain objective, where we have to set aside judgment, you know, and we have to look at things in that, you know, like rationally, and use critical thinking skills. And it just exercises all these parts of the brain that are, you know, really important. But it also, you know, in terms of like more like along the like ethical guidelines, you know, it tolerance, right? Tolerance and open-mindedness and all of these things. And so I hate it whenever you hear about these cases when people are fighting in the chat and there's divisiveness, because that to me is not the point of the trials. like, you know, obviously it's for, you know, obviously it's seeking justice, you know, goes without saying. But in terms of people watching and discussing it, you know, just people coming in with an opinion and then trying to force that on other people, I don't see how that benefits anybody. But that's just my personal opinion, and I'm not going to force my opinion on anybody. So, yeah. But But I appreciate everybody here. The Squirrel Crew is great. That's why I love you guys. Everybody in the Squirrel Crew has an open mind. They are intelligent and they bring forth, all their different life experiences and are very fair and just great. So, we were probably the only chat anywhere on YouTube that did not have any fighting with Karen Reed. And we had a lot of people watching that when I was doing that, relatively speaking, I guess. But and we, a lot of new people joined the Squirrel Crew during that time. And I was doing live trial and recaps, and there was never a single moment of anything, of any agitation. I mean, we were all in agreement. I mean, I guess, right? But beyond that, it's just, there's what's the word? Maturity, maybe maturity is part of it, because I feel like coming in and just fighting is immature. But that's just me. So, yeah. I'm just, so you're saying, and you said if you had to vote now, your vote should be neither. Right. Yeah. What trial was that from? I mean, I guess technically, if you're saying jury instructions, opening jury instructions, I guess technically they should say that their vote should be not guilty, right? Because that's the presumption of innocence. But if it's closing jury instructions, that could be different. But I know that from the attorney's perspectives, they say that if you're the attorney, despite the fact that we know they're supposed to wait to hear all the evidence and all that, if you're the attorneys, if you're the prosecutor, say, you want them to be on your side for your case in chief. And if they aren't, that's the whole, you know what I mean? That's what the lawyers say. But oh, right, Michelle Traconis, I watched that one too. I had boy, that's funny. I had COVID really bad when that happened. I'll never forget it, because I didn't get COVID until January of 2024. So I held out for a very long time, never had it. I thought I was going to be one of the only people to never get COVID. And so it's funny because I didn't really know I was really ill, but I didn't really understand what was going on. I didn't really know I was sick. I was like before having any normal symptoms, I guess I was kind of feverish and delusional. Anyway, my memories of that trial was having being in a really high fever of over 100 and fever dreams type thing. And I remember I was having these crazy symptoms with my eyes, dude. So my memories of this trial are me sweating profusely, and I had ice packs strapped all over my head and over my eyeballs, because one of the weird symptoms I had was this eyeball thing with my eyelids. It felt like I had sand under them, and it felt like my eyeballs were on fire. It was really crazy. It was really off. It was probably the worst part potentially of the whole thing. And it was it was as if I was staring at the sun and someone was also throwing shards of glass or something, or sandpaper under my eyeball. It was awful. And so I literally remember being in the chat for Surviving the Survivor, because they were streaming it, and being I'm guys, I'm delirious. I have COVID really bad, and people they all knew it, so it was fine. Anyway, that's I probably made some jokes that didn't make sense because I was literally delirious, and that's what I remember about that trial. I think the judge had a pretty sick bow tie, maybe. Right? Yeah. See, I mean, initially I was yeah, that's a good, but then I was wait, hold on. Shouldn't it be that she's not guilty though? I feel though. I mean, that's, presumption of innocence. Anyway, okay, back to Cindy.
Mr. Furman wanted to.
So let me back it up. So we can remember what's going on. This is important. This is about the pool, the ladder.
Two men, one by the name of Steph Watts. Do you know who he is?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News or worked at that time for Fox News
At what time are you referring?
in July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was a police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember Mr. Furman wanted to speak to us and offer any help that he could with his expertise as a detective.
Now, he's not a detective, though, is he?
Well, not at that time he wasn't.
And he is now a member of the media, is he not?
At that time, I actually found out after speaking with Mr. Furman that he was actually working on behalf of Greta Van Susteren. I didn't realize that at the time when we invited him in our home.
And did you give both of them a tour of your backyard?
Yes.
Did you tell Steph Watts and Mark Furman that you forgot to take the ladder down?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, on June 16, 2008, Casey attempted to call you around 4 p.m., did she not?
Yes, there were several attempts that Casey was trying to reach me that afternoon.
In fact, there was an abnormal amount of calls to you, unsuccessful calls?
At that time, I didn't know it was an abnormal amount. It was a Monday afternoon, and Mondays are very busy for me, and I was getting ready for a meeting, which a lot of my information on my projects were being discussed. So I remember coming out and knowing that she had called me around 4 o'clock.
Mrs. Anthony, I know that a lot of this in hindsight, but at the time, I totally understand the difference of your knowledge. But at that time, around 4 p.m. on that afternoon, there were numerous calls, unsuccessful calls from Casey to you in that afternoon, were there not?
Am I to answer, did I know at that time or now?
Now, do you know
Yes,
that right
I know that now.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk to you about July 15th of 2008. You testified that several days earlier on the 13th of July, let's focus on the 13th, is the day you found the certified letter on your door.
I found the notice that alerted us to a certified letter.
The notice.
Yes.
Is that common for you to receive the certified notice on your door as opposed to in your mailbox?
We have a community mailbox that's a few doors down from us, and I don't think they're allowed to put those kind of notices in the community mailbox, so that they're supposed to put them where a person can see them readily.
So whenever you get the notices in the mail for certified letter, it's always on the door, never in the mailbox.
I've never received a certified notice in our mailbox, no.
Okay. And you testified that you received it on the 13th of July.
Yes, it was a Sunday afternoon.
And that you thought the notice said 10th or 11th of July.
On the notice,
I think Baez was a little bit of an opportunity there, and this might be my very first criticism of him in this whole trial, where she said they were supposed to put them where you could see them readily. He could have followed up on that, right? Because of because this whole thing about we don't use our front door, we don't see it on the front door because of the color of the door, blah blah blah, right? You know, it was on the front door for who knows how long, some 2 weeks or something like that, I think. Let me look at my timeline here. At least a week. Yeah, about a week and a half probably that notice was on the door before they saw it. So the fact that she says they'd have to put it where you would see it readily, you could have pushed back on that, but like, well, hang on now, right? Who is Greta? Did it just skip and restart? I don't think so. I rewounded a second so we could remember the context of that testimony. That is a good question about the Gardner case. So that's the thing is like, I'm really interested in that because now because of him. The thing is that I think his facts are harder in that case. For a number of reasons. I just think there's a lot more evidence, but not only that, the fact that there's like the accomplices or whatever that have already taken plea deals, I think to a certain extent, co-conspirators, whatever. I can't remember how they're charging them, but I know they've got at least one or two of them that have already done something with law enforcement, right? So, that's, Greta Van Susteren. I don't know who that is, except for hearing that name come out of her mouth. Oh, okay. Poked more holes. Okay. But yeah, if y'all remember specifically, if the other two fellas took plea deals in regards to Shanna Gardner, let me know. Because I can't remember specifically, but I think they did, and I think they're going to be testifying against her. So anyway, but my understanding is that we never know all the evidence till trial, but my understanding is that the facts of that case, as they say, bad facts, right, for an attorney, it'll be tough. So it's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. That's why I'm curious, right? Because to see how he does with that. October 2025. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know if they've got, and having said that, it could change by then anyway. If they could have like lesser includeds or whatever, it might be that a win for him on that case is like second-degree murder instead of first-degree murder or something like that, right? But a lot of that won't get worked out until closer to trial, in terms of specifically how they're going to handle it with like lesser includeds, or if they're going to have those or whatever. But that might be the win for that case for him to pull off something that's not first-degree murder. So.
Gives you, there's a date, there's several things on the notice. It tells you where to go pick it up. There's a box that says there's a place where the postman can write when he puts it down, and I believe the date that was handwritten on there that he put it on our door was either the 10th or the 11th, which would have been, I guess, Thursday or Friday.
When you called the police on July 15, 2008, what day did you tell them you found that notice on your door?
When I called the police?
Yes.
I don't think I talked about the notice when I called the police. I talked about getting this stuff from the car. The notice about the car, the certified letter, is probably what I was referring to and not the notice. That we got the notice that day.
Okay, so do you recall telling the police that you had gotten it that day?
I was referring to the certified letter, not the notice that was on the front door.
Okay. But you do recall telling them that you received it on that day?
I do recall, I just listened to my 911 calls that I did say that we found the car that day. And that was as a result of getting the notice from the tow company that our car was at Johnson's Towing.
Now, when you got the car and it was in the garage, it was your understanding that what you were smelling was garbage, was it not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you're clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. This is getting to another thing.
And the reason You said in the 911 tape that the car smelled like a dead body was because, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
I don't know why I said it that night. It just came out. Everything else I had thought about up until the third phone call. And the third phone call that I made to the 911, it just blurted out along with everything else.
The first time you called 911, you never told them about any dead body in your car.
I didn't.
First time she calls, she lies about a stolen car and a check fraud or stolen money or whatever, lies about that. Then you know, here comes the third 911 call. Now she's lying about the smell of a dead body, according to her, that she didn't really think that at the time, but she says that to get them there faster or whatever. It's just crazy.
Have a relevance, or the car didn't enter my mind except for the fact that I had asked Casey at one.
If you're on this jury, you must be thinking like, yeah, well, where do you think Caylee learned or Casey learned to lie to law enforcement, right? Her mom just does it like it's like nothing, you know?
Time to come home, and I told her to bring the car home. And when she didn't come home,
yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So Flash fan saying, I've read some of those comments on Shanna Gardner. People really hate Baez. Of course they do. You know why they hate him? I guarantee you none of those people watched this trial, because I have yet to hear anybody that actually watched it. And part of it too is, right, this was such a long time ago. You know, I don't know, even if people did watch it at the time, you know, things, you know, people change, opinions change, we learn. Could be that they feel different watching it now, but I doubt any of them actually watched it. I don't see how that would be the case, you know what I mean? But I'm sure they hate him just because they're like, oh, it was Casey Anthony's attorney, right? And anyway, yeah, so that type of thing.
Use that as an excuse to speak to the police.
Used what as an excuse to speak to the police?
The car that had been stolen.
Okay. My question to you is, in either the first or the second 911 call, did you ever tell them anything about the car smelling like a dead body?
No, I never referenced the smell of the car.
And have you ever testified that the reason you told them the car smelled like a dead body was because you wanted the police to get there right away?
I wanted the police to get there before I called them, yes.
My question is, have you ever testified that the reason you mentioned that the car smelled like a dead body was because the police were taking a long time to get there and you wanted them there right then and there?
Yes, sir.
You said that you got the notice early around lunchtime. The letter, actually, knowing that the car was towed. Is that correct?
I never picked up the letter. George did.
George, you became aware of it?
Yes, before lunch.
And you, in fact, spoke to Casey on 12:47, 12:57, and 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, did you not?
I spoke with her and left messages for her during those times.
During the course of this case, you've come to know that there were actually 6 calls within 4 minutes, correct? Does that sound fair to you?
I never realized there were 6 until now, but yes, I knew there were several, more than 3 or 4.
Okay. One at 4:10, 4:11, 4:11, 4:13.
I'm going to object. Mr. Baez is testifying. The witness said she did not know.
Sustained.
Now, you work for Gentiva, is that correct?
Yes.
That's home health care?
Yes.
Dude,
And
you have to hand it to him because, again, this Judge Belvin, who I love for his sass, but not for his judging decisions, you have to hand it to Jose Baez for not getting frustrated with A, the state's objections to certain things, and B, the judge's rulings. He just moves right on. Or he does what great defense attorneys do and tries to get it in a different way. But he doesn't get, my point is, he doesn't get phased, right? Like the way I'm saying that because I'm frustrated for him. Like that's why I went, or whatever. I made a sound because I'm frustrated for him. But I just appreciate and applaud him for him not being frustrated.
you have health insurance?
I had health insurance through there, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about July 15th.
I would at this time, with the court's permission, like to play an item that's already in evidence. It's the third 911 call, a short portion of that. For me.
Any objections from the state? You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey said Zanny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month.
Okay,
That's the portion, I don't know if you caught that. Was that the portion where you told George about what was going on?
Yes, there's sometime during that period of time I had the phone in my hand waiting for the sheriff's office to come, and I saw George pull up, and when he got out of the car I was trying to tell him at the same time talking to the dispatcher.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit further back, a little longer. Another 5 seconds of it. Right there.
date of birth.
8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. So it's Karen, listen. Karen, listen. Casey said Zanny took her a month ago. She was missing for a month.
Okay, I need.
You don't hear George Anthony saying anything other than what on that tape, do you?
I was yelling to George as he was getting out of the car. He parked his car on the street, and I was still in the driveway, kind of close to the house.
Other than the word what, do you hear him say anything on that 911 tape?
I don't hear him say anything. I didn't hear him say anything.
Okay. Now, when you arrived home and you began to question Casey with Lee, only you and Lee were involved in that, correct?
Yes.
George was not involved in that.
No.
And George didn't question her in reference to any of this, did he?
I don't know if George ever had, or if George had contact with Casey, I wasn't aware.
So you're not aware if George had any contact with Casey when this all occurred?
Time frame, he was not home until that third 911 call, and then as he was coming home, then the sheriff's department arrived, so everything just happened and everybody converged all at once, and everything became a big, just jumble. Everybody was in the house at that point, and we were all pushed aside.
And he never had the opportunity to question her, according?
As far as I know, no, because once the sheriff's office came, we were all separated.
Okay. On your 911 tape, you state that Caylee had been missing since June 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't looking at a calendar, and I didn't reference Father's Day at that point. I just knew that it was a month, and
that's even though if you count back 31 days from that date, it would have been June 16th.
probably, yes.
Now, you gave a sworn statement to law enforcement that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you gave for that statement?
Again, it was I wrote down the wrong Sunday. It was the Sunday before Father's Day, and then I was not intending it to be that day. I did not realize. I just got my dates wrong.
I understand, but do you recall the date that you gave on that day?
Yeah, it was the Sunday before Father's Day, so
What day do you recall that being?
being the 9th? No. The 7th, yes, the 7th.
7th. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes.
And what date did you put in your written statement?
June 8th, which would have been the Sunday before the 15th.
So in the 911 call, you mentioned it was the 7th. In your written statement, you write the 8th. Is that correct?
I don't know, did I say June 7th on the 911 call?
Yes, if I showed you the
Okay, I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
If that's what it was, then I did. Again, that last call, I was hysterical.
You later found out it was June 15th, was it not?
Yes,
And the way you found out was from law enforcement.
correct.
And that's because they took a look at the video of Caylee with your father.
Correct.
And they then wanted to go and speak to people at the home where your father was at. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they wanted to verify that date.
And you did not want law enforcement to go speak with them at the home or to disturb your father.
I was concerned about my father, who was very ill at the time. I didn't want sheriff's deputies or anybody showing up at a nursing home upsetting him or my mother.
So the answer is yes, ma'am. You didn't want law enforcement to go and speak to anyone at the home or to your father.
Correct.
And your father is still alive today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that evening, when police arrived, did you not tell the responding detective that Casey had issues with seizures?
Are we going to object to the relevance of this?
Relevancy?
We're discussing July 15th, Judge.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you testified that you are a registered nurse,
Yes, sir.
and are you currently working as a registered nurse?
No, sir.
And what are you doing for a living now?
Objection, relevance.
Overall.
I'm on disability right now.
Okay. And that is as a result of this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a financial interest in this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you started an organization by the name of Caylee Marie Foundation? Caylee Marie Anthony Foundation.
Yes, sir.
Have you trademarked Caylee's name?
Yes, our attorneys filed the correct paperwork for that, yes.
Have you made any money off of this case?
We've lost money off this case, sir. I've lost a lot off this case, sir.
Have you sold photographs of your daughter and your granddaughter for $20,000 to CBS in this case?
My old attorney, Brad Conway, set that up so that he could get paid.
And you paid him the entire $20,000?
No, a portion of that.
How much of that did you keep?
I had to pay bills with that. He got $6,000.
He got $6,000?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed or flown to New York to discuss with anyone reference a book deal?
Again, that was set up through my ex-attorney, Brad Conway.
Did you go with him when he went to New York to try and arrange a book deal?
Yes,
Did your husband go with you?
yes.
Did anyone else go with you?
To our surprise, we met Tom Luca up there. We did not know he was going to be there.
And he was your son's attorney.
Yes.
And was he trying to negotiate a book deal for your son?
No, sir, he was not.
What was he doing there?
I have no idea.
Have you attempted to earn a living as a director of a of the Caylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
No, sir, have not.
Have you engaged in numerous fundraising activities for this foundation?
No, sir, we have not.
Has this foundation done anything?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay. And do you currently have any negotiations with any media outlets in reference to future interviews or future projects involving this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you flown to New York to meet with ABC News?
Not for a long time.
How many networks have you flown to New York to discuss possible projects with?
The projects were already done. We went up there for the daytime events when Caylee was still missing, and we went up there and did a 48-hour interview, and we have not been back since.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, you testified on cross-examination that Caylee was always provided with food, clothing, and shelter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were items provided by you. You provided food to your granddaughter, Caylee, correct? Did you provide food for your granddaughter, Caylee?
You can answer.
Okay. Yes, yes, ma'am, I did.
The clothing that Caylee had, did you provide clothing for your granddaughter, Caylee?
A lot of people provided clothing for Caylee, but I was probably the primary person, yes.
Okay. Did you like to spoil Caylee with clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The house where Caylee lived, did you provide?
Just beyond the scope.
Did you provide the shelter for your granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You are also asked during cross-examination about your daughter's weight as it exists today. You've come to many court proceedings over the course of the last almost 3 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since July 15th of 2008, has your daughter's weight fluctuated while she's been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
When you found out that she was pregnant, you asked her who the father was, and she said Jesse Grund. Did you provide that information to your husband, George?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you had individuals associated with Greta Van Susteren at your residence, was that in August of 2008?
Probably yes.
Did you tell those individuals anything other than the gate had been opened on or about June 17th of 2008?
Yes, I discussed the fact that the gate was open and that I had discovered the pool had the ladder on it.
All right. Do you remember giving them a date more specific than June 17th or that week of 2008?
No, I just vaguely remember that conversation. It wasn't something that had a significant impact on me at that time.
Do you recall telling your coworkers, you mentioned Debbie Bennett, Debbie Polisano, would that also include Mr. Crittenden?
Yes, ma'am.
That the incident regarding the pool ladder and the gate was a few days before the gas can incident of June 24th?
Yes, it was prior to the gas can incident.
Okay. That gate that you have on the side of your house can only be opened from the inside, correct?
If it's locked, yes.
Okay. Were you in the habit of keeping it locked?
For the most part, unless we were using it frequently. Like if we were, working in the front yard, we wouldn't lock it every time we went out front, but yes. If we were gone, we usually locked the gate.
Can you provide any testimony as to whether or not the gate was locked from the inside on June 15th, 16th, 17th, or any time that week?
The only time I know the gate was not locked, that I know for sure, was the 16th when I found it was open. I had no reason to go over there after that Sunday, the 13th, when we were.
I forgot that Jose Baez represented Weinstein. Oh, yeah, that's shitty. But yes, I do agree. This is that it will be a study for sure on how defense lawyers each was the Aaron Hernandez case. Was that like televised or whatever? I don't remember seeing ever if that was ever on YouTube or anything like that. But I just know of the case. But yeah, TBIs this is very sad. That's a very sad case for sure.
Doing yard work.
So it could only be locked from the inside.
Correct.
And you didn't unlock it, correct?
Correct.
When you called George and asked about the gate and the pool incident, he didn't say he unlocked it.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Caylee was unable to reach that lock or do that mechanism, correct?
Correct. It was too tall for her.
All right. And so who else does that leave in the house?
Casey.
When you told the people at work that it smelled like there was a dead body in the car, you referred to that as a manner of speech.
I'm sorry.
When you told the people at work that the car smelled like there had been a dead body in it, you referred to that earlier as a manner of speaking, correct?
Correct.
And when you told the police that the car smelled like there was a dead body in it, it's your testimony that that was just to get them there faster, correct?
That was, I wanted them there faster, so I said whatever came to my head.
Did you tell any of the people at your office that the car smelled like garbage?
I believe I told them that George and the tow driver had pulled a bag of garbage out and the car had been sitting there in the hot sun since June 30th, or probably before when Casey left it at Amscott, so I'd never smelled anything that was left in the car that long.
All right. But when you were talking to them about it, you used the words dead body, correct?
Correct.
Same words you used with law enforcement, correct? In the 911 call.
Correct.
Did that car smell like a dead body?
That car smelled like something I had never smelled before.
Worse than the experience that you had with rotting flesh in your employment?
I would say so because it was just a bigger surface.
Now, when you were played a section of the 911 calls, the 911 call that you made, and you described your husband, George, coming up as you were on the phone, what did he say?
I can't remember what he said. I just remember being hysterical and running to him and pretty much collapsing. I almost went all the way down into the driveway, and I remember him picking me up.
All right. Did he appear to be upset to you?
Yes, he was quite upset.
Okay. Did he have a reaction similar to yours?
Yes.
And shortly after your husband arrived, law enforcement arrived and separated you all?
Yes, it was within seconds.
The copywriting or trademarking of your granddaughter's name, is that to prevent the exploitation of Caylee Marie Anthony by strangers?
Yes, ma'am.
During your cross-examination, you told us about Zanny and Jeff Hopkins and other elaborate lies told to you by your daughter. Those lies began after Caylee was born, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And those lies were always in the context of either who was caring for Caylee or why Casey wasn't home. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because Jeff Hopkins' name came up, it was more about a discussion Casey and I had about Jessie and her relationship.
So aside from that one, somebody who was a potential suitor, the elaborate lies that you've detailed for us.
Ma'am, listening closely to the question, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer.
Other than those, did the elaborate lies center around who was caring for Caylee?
It was also regarding her employment and everything else. So it was.
Or why Casey wasn't at home?
Ew.
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
Like, dude,
That's all the follow-up I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Anthony, you stated that the car had smelled nothing like you had smelled before.
Correct.
And what you had smelled before was dead bodies, correct?
The car was overwhelming. It smelled different than I had smelled garbage or dead bodies.
So it smelled like something completely different.
The closest thing that I could resemble it to would be rotting flesh.
It's neither. It's neither thing.
And did you call the police when you smelled this rotting flesh in your home?
I did not believe it was rotting flesh.
And that's because you believed it to be garbage.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned
Excellent recross.
during the 911 call under cross or redirect that George's reaction was similar to yours, correct?
George was visibly upset after he picked me up and I started hugging him. He started to cry and weep as much as I did.
My question, ma'am, is you testified that his reaction was similar to yours.
Yes.
And we could hear your reaction on that 911 tape, could we not?
Yes.
We did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
Because George was quite a ways away at that point.
My question is, we did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Drain Burdick, during redirect, mentioned that all of these lies began when Caylee was born. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall Casey's graduation?
Yes.
And you had a party planned and a big celebration for her high school graduation.
Yes.
You invited people?
Yay.
Yes.
And what happened on Casey's graduation day?
So I referenced this earlier.
Well, prior to Casey's graduation day,
I forgot this was in recross and not in regular cross. This is great.
we got a word from her guidance counselor that she was shy 1/2 credit of her necessary credit. She had actually more credits than she needed to graduate, but she was missing a quarter makeup English that we thought she had finished.
And if it wasn't for this phone call that you received on the 11th hour, you would have had this party.
We would have gone to graduation.
And Casey would have walked up to get her diploma, and they would have stopped her and said, hey.
It wasn't the 11th hour, sir. We knew the day before, but we had already planned everything. So they said she was going to graduate. She was just not allowed to walk for graduation, so we carried on with the party.
The day before.
That right there. They knew she wasn't going to graduate. She didn't finish her shit for high school, and they carried on with the graduation party as if she graduated. That, to me, says it all in terms of this fucking family, man, right? Holy shit, right? Wow. Okay, good. I just saw that you're leaving. Flash fan, have a good night. Thank you for being here. Glad you were here. Awesome. Hope to see you next time, hopefully. But you're saying that I'm sure it'll be televised, the Gardner trial. But yeah, isn't this crazy though? About like that's it right there, right? That's the lie. That's the lying. That's the, pretending like she graduated and they still carry on with the party. Like that's condoning lying, essentially, right? So that everyone would think she graduated. Crazy.
Casey graduated from high school. You had a entire party planned, but if it wasn't for that phone call, you were all going to go to the graduation.
Correct.
No further questions. And that was before Caylee was born, right?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness stand down.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
Okay, ma'am, you may stand down. Okay. All right, let's remove the jury for a minute. There's some matters we need to take up outside of your presence. You may be seated. Okay. As the state's exhibit MR composite, which is the judgment and sentences of, I believe, contains 6 felony convictions for the defendant, Casey Marie Anthony. Mr. Baez, I think you're objecting to these being entered at this time.
Yes, sir. Actually, what I would like would be if we could address this in the morning, because I think what we have is an issue where we believe we would have some argument as to whether that would be even possible. My understanding, and Mr. Mason's, is that this relates to testimony that would be elicited from the defense of the defendant. However, throughout the direct examination of Ms. Burdick, she constantly and consistently elicited statements from the defendant. And it is our position that the cross-examination was in rebuttal to the specific questioning of that under direct examination. I think it would be, one, the burden of the prosecutor to show that the areas of which the defense elicited testimony, and I think the underlying theory under Huggins would be that one cannot elicit statements from the defendant and circumvent them taking the stand. However, that is in the scenario where the defense would elicit that, as opposed to the prosecution during direct examination constantly and continuingly elicit statements from the defendant. And that would be our position. I would like to be able to see if we could provide additional authority on that. In the alternative, I still think that it is required from the prosecution to show that these statements were not elicited from the prosecution during their direct examination.
State in their response.
Your Honor, I understand the court is familiar with Huggins. It is the defendant who has placed before the jury out-of-court statements made by his client. Some of those statements were on different subjects than were elicited on direct. I don't believe there's any requirement that we show that their eliciting the statements has anything to do with rebuttal, but the court will recall that Mr. Baez elicited statements about the paternity of Caylee Marie Anthony, having to do with Jesse Grund and then an Eric Baker. We objected to those statements. He was allowed to do that. And once he places the credibility of his client before the jury in the form of an out-of-court statement, he opens the door to have that testimony impeached with her prior felony convictions.
Those specific instances, or I asked her, and I asked her how she knew, and I think even the court interjected if she found out from the defendant. And that's the.
But you did elicit hearsay statements that emanated from the defendant. This is what I'm going to do. The case that the state is referencing is the state of Florida versus John Stephen Huggins, found at 889 7 2nd 743. I think that was decided in 2004. That's Huggins 2 after his direct appeal. Yeah, December 2nd, 2004 decision of the Florida Supreme Court, which they adopted the views of the first and fourth DCA. The case was actually tried over in Hillsborough County in Tampa. According to the judgment and sentence, there are 6 felony convictions. The burden, if any, Mr. Baez, would be upon you to show. Since it does have somewhat of a devastating effect, I will permit you to argue this in the morning, but for what I understand about Huggins, since I was the trial judge at that time and made that ruling, which was affirmed by the Florida Supreme Court, and it was on a subject totally unrelated to what was brought out on direct examination. I will give you an opportunity to present your case in the morning at 8:30. You will have 10 minutes to make your argument, and the state would likewise have 10 minutes to respond. As with in Huggins, we will take this up in the morning. I will let this go into evidence if you don't persuade me otherwise, but this will not be given to the jury. There will be simply a statement to the jury that there is an evidence that the defendant has been convicted of 6 prior felonies, and I will tell them that they are only to consider that evidence weigh into the defendant's credibility of the hearsay statements which were elicited, and solely for that purpose of judging the credibility and not for any other purpose. Madam Court Reporter, you may not be able to give me an answer at this time, but we may need a transcript of Miss Anthony's testimony just of today, along with the cross. You can email me a dirty copy, but at least have a clean copy by in the morning. I authorized the overtime for that. If the defense wants a dirty copy, I don't know if you are saving yours. Are you saving your real time? Well, okay. He said he didn't know they could.
I'm sure he will show me during the break.
There's a program called Bridge where you can annotate issues in the whole. I thought maybe y'all had taken the time to talk with them about it. But there are a lot of features to that program that you can utilize to save testimony and go back and recall issues and a number of other things. But that's what we will do. The state really needs to pull out of that section so I can reference the specific testimony that you are talking about, because it has to be surgical and not a shotgun approach for the utilization of the 6 prior felony convictions. But that's what we will do. All right. But make sure before you leave, you will leave an email address with Ms. Peters so she can email that to you this evening, both the state and the defense. Okay, who is the state's next witness?
Your Honor, the state's next witness would be Amy Huizenga.
We definitely need some time on that, Judge. We were told Ms. Huizenga was in Barcelona and not given any advance notice of her testimony.
Well, did you take her deposition, Mr. Baez?
I don't even think I have a file here.
Mr. Baez was advised that Ms. Huizenga was in Barcelona and would not be coming to Orlando until this past weekend. So yes, Barcelona was mentioned. That's why she's not necessarily in the order that we had intended to call her, but he was advised that she would be coming this.
How long is her direct examination?
I would anticipate somewhere around 30 minutes, maybe 40 at tops.
Well, where's her, when you say her file, where's her file?
It's a significant file, and it is.
No, that's not the question I asked. Where is her file?
I had some research on it. It's in Pacific.
I don't know if the court.
In Kissimmee, I was over the weekend working on it, and I certainly did not expect her to be called today, considering that we believe she was in Barcelona. I would ask for, I guess, an early recess if.
Then that means if we take an early recess today, I will work you the entire day Saturday. Because if I take some time today, I'm going to get it back this week.
Judge, I would much prefer a full cross-examination for my client, so if you want me to work Saturday, I'll be here.
Well, folks, you clearly asked for room to store files. I offered that entire hallway in the back, which is secured, to store files. Now, unless something has changed, you did not store files there last week. And I have not walked down that hallway today, but I take it that you have not stored any files down that hallway, have you? You have not utilized the hallway to store files this week?
No, we have not, but as I had mentioned, I took the file to my office to work on over the weekend.
This is what we would do. We would take her direct testimony and we will stop after her direct testimony, but let me make myself plain and clear. If you want files, you better put them in there. I am not stopping any more for you to get a file. As I tried to explain to both sides, you're not sequestered. You go home every evening. These folks are. And as you notice, they wanted to work Memorial Day. for various reasons, y'all did not want to work Memorial Day. So whatever you were doing Memorial Day, and they were here.
Shout out to Black Widow and the Republic of Ireland. Glad you got all caught up to speed, Kat, on the Shanna Gardner case. Dude, they're getting scolded.
Away from their families. I think some of them may have visitation on Sunday, but folks, they are sequestered. I will admit that y'all have done everything possible to make it pleasant for them. But we need to be mindful that they are sequestered, and that while we will take as much time as we need to take to try this case, we cannot waste time. So if anybody needs to step out, you got 5 minutes to step out. Anybody needs to step out? Then we'll take 5 minutes and then we'll get started, and then we'll have the direct testimony of Ms. Huizenga. Okay, we've been recessed for 5 minutes.
My name is Amy Huizenga. It's AMYHUIZENGA.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hi. Ms. Huizenga, how old are you?
I am 26 years old.
Are you employed?
I am.
What do you do?
I work backstage in the theater aboard a cruise ship.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
I did.
Well, when did you first meet Ms. Anthony?
I truly met her for the first time New Year's Eve going into 2008.
Did there come a time that your relationship became close?
Yes, it did, around February of that year.
Would you consider yourselves back in that time period one of her best friends?
Very, very close friends, yes.
Do you know Ricardo Morales?
Yes.
How do you know Ricardo?
He is one of my best friends.
Just a second. Turn his approach to bench. I don't need. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Huizenga, back in January, February, March of 2008, how were you employed?
I was working at the Orlando Repertory Theater as a backstage technician and also at Houlihan's serving tables.
During this time frame, were you under the impression that the defendant also had a job?
I was.
What job was that?
She was an events coordinator at Universal Studios.
Did you ever see any type of identification that she had that would show that she worked at Universal?
I don't believe so.
During January, February, March of 2008, did you spend a lot of time with the defendant?
A fair amount.
Okay. Per week, how many times do you think you would see her?
Probably like once or twice when she and Ricardo had started dating.
How about other types of communication? Did you email each other?
Yeah, well, not email. We text messaged a lot. We talked on the phone, over instant message, MySpace.
Would you characterize that as almost at least a daily occurrence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the times that would you hang out after work?
Yes.
At the time, with whom were you living?
I was at that time living with Troy Brown, and for a little while, Lauren. I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember her last name right now. She had moved out in that time period, but so Troy Brown consistently through then.
Right. During this time period, did you see Caylee Anthony?
Yes.
Would you see her on a regular basis?
Most of the time she would be in bed by the time I got off work. But if Casey was there, Caylee was over at Ricardo and JP's, which is where I mostly saw her.
Were there times during this period where you all had made plans to go out on a typical Friday or Saturday night, including the defendant?
Yes.
Were there ever times during this time period where the defendant could not go?
Yes.
Why?
Something would come up with her mom watching Caylee, and she wouldn't be able to go because there was no.
I feel like we haven't heard nearly enough about Raquel and Anabelle. What do you guys think? What do you mean the employee? Oh, do you mean about working at Universal? Is that what you're referencing? Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, it's so funny because it's like, when you get into this trial, that's like really the smallest of all of the fibs, and probably, and actually doesn't really actually matter in the long run. I think the only reason it really became material in terms of this case is because it's when they go to Universal Studios that they confront her, and she has her first law enforcement interview, believe it or not, at Universal Studios. Let me repeat that. We're gonna, on the next episode, that's what we're gonna have. Her first interview with law enforcement is at Universal Studios, not a police station. They're at Universal Studios, and they just borrow a conference room or whatever, you know? And that's when she has her first series of recorded interviews. Isn't that insane to think about? So, but we're going to have all that next time. So yeah, we have that to look forward to.
I wanted to watch her.
Were there times that the defendant would bring Caylee over anyway?
Yes.
On those occasions, what would y'all do?
We would hang out. Casey would either put Caylee to bed up in Ricardo's room or on the couch at a reasonable hour, sometimes a little bit longer so we could play with her for a little bit. She'd put her to bed and then we'd hang out.
During this time frame, again, going to January, February, March, approximately how many times, if you know, was the defendant unable to hang out with you or to do things with you because of Caylee?
Objection, relevance.
Overall,
it would, I'd say around once a weekend, there'd be, or once a week at least, that there'd be something that would be planned or we'd talk about making plans and we couldn't make plans because it couldn't happen.
Okay. You were aware, or did you become aware that when the defendant and Ricardo broke up?
It was a really messy off again, on again breakup, but yeah, I was aware of all the steps along the way.
Okay. You were aware of that from the defendant?
Yes.
Were you also being made aware of that by Ricardo?
Not as detailedly, but I was aware of it.
In May of 2008, were they broken up?
That was the off again, on again period.
All right. During this time period, what was your living situation?
Excuse me?
What was your living situation?
I was still living with Troy Brown.
Okay. Did there come a time in May of 2008 when you were starting to look for another place to live?
Yes.
Did you have anything specifically in mind?
I had planned on living with Casey.
Okay. When did you all start talking about doing that?
Around mid-May, when we found out that the house that I was living in with Troy was going to be sold, and I didn't know where to go.
Okay. What did you and the defendant do in order to facilitate moving in together?
Talked about stuff a lot. It was all verbal that we had talked about finding an apartment, and then we were going to move into a house.
Was there ever a time during May of 2008 where you guys, either one of you, would find a house and you'd go and look at it?
There was an appointment made for an apartment that I was told about, and I don't quite recall the reason why we couldn't go, but that it wasn't going to work out.
Okay. Why wasn't it? Well, who decided it wasn't going to work out?
Casey. She was the one who had done the research.
Did this happen on more than one occasion?
With the various things that we were going to live in, yes.
Okay. When you say the various things we were going to live in, are you referring to different apartments?
No, there was a time when she had told me that she was going to be taking over the mortgage payments of her parents' house, and that we could just move in there, and there was a room that I could live in there.
Okay. Was there a time frame put on when you might be able to move into her parents' home?
It was early July, I want to say. Maybe late June.
Did you express any interest in meeting her parents?
Yes.
How did you tell her that? Or how did you express that?
That I really wanted to meet her mom. I'm not 100%. I kind of think that there was one time when she was going to go to see one of the places with us, And I was really excited to meet her because I was going to be living with her daughter and her granddaughter, and I thought she would want to meet me. And it seemed natural that I would want to meet her.
Were there ever any plans in May of 2008 to actually meet?
No specific plans to meet her mom.
During this time period in May, did the defendant ever relate to you issues or problems that she was having with her mother as it related to Caylee?
Only when Casey would think that Cindy was going to be watching Caylee and then wasn't going to be able to, so then she would not be able to go out.
Okay. Did this happen on a frequent basis during this time period?
Fairly.
During this period in May of 2008, was it happening more that you were being told, at least, that Mrs. Anthony could not take care of Caylee than it was happening back in January, February, and March of 2008?
Yes, and the frustration was greater.
Okay. What was your phone number back during this time period?
Excuse me?
Your phone number back during this time period?
It was 954-328-9214.
Ms. Huizenga, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification MP. First of all, do you recognize the phone number, the phone number that appears on that piece of paper?
I'm guessing it's Casey's. I had it programmed in my phone.
Okay. Looking at that, can you see the message that appears on there?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize that message?
It seems like a very familiar message that I probably got a couple times.
Okay. Who did you get that message from?
Most definitely from Casey.
Okay. Later on, after July 15th of 2008, did you have the opportunity to give your cell phone to law enforcement?
Yes, I volunteered it to them.
Okay. The text message that appears there, well, first of all, does that text message appear to be a true and accurate text message that you received from the defendant on May 3rd of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification MP into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
We would object under 403, relevance, and improper authentication.
Objection overruled.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish this thing?
After you retrieve it and give it to the clerk to have it remarked.
What time did you receive that text message?
At 11:10 p.m.
All right, and what does that message say?
Downtown tomorrow, my mom owes me.
Okay. And at 11:12:32, what is the next text message that you received from the defendant?
This week I'm there, no way I'm staying home.
All right. During this time period in May, when you read the words, "My mom owes me," did you know what she was talking about?
That to watch Caylee.
Why did she owe her?
Never really knew.
Okay. Were there times?
Move to strike, calls for speculation, and based on the
Overruled. She
witness's
said
answer,
she said she didn't know, so she didn't answer the question.
You had previously testified that there were times that the defendant had made plans with you only to cancel them, correct?
Correct.
And why did she cancel those plans?
Because her mom wasn't watching Caylee.
The messages that we see here, is this a recurrent theme in May of 2008?
Correct.
The thing that's weird about this doesn't make sense because why wouldn't her mom be watching Caylee, right? Because I would assume this is going out in the evenings, and her mom does not work in the evenings. Her mom is home. And, we heard from her mom, we just finished with that. And her mom, wanted to be with Caylee all the freaking time, right? So this is weird. And I don't know if we'll get an answer to this, unless it's that unless it's just that Casey doesn't really want to go out and is using Caylee as an excuse and is lying to her friend. That's possible. So she's like, yeah, no one can watch her. My mom can't watch her, because it seems like I don't understand we haven't heard in this trial any circumstance under which Cindy couldn't watch Caylee, or wouldn't want to. And in fact, even when she was working, she said that, Caylee was welcome to be dropped off there with her at work. So it's a bit odd, right?
the defendant tell you anything about her relationship with her mother during this time period?
It was strained. It was hard. Her mom was being continually agitated with her.
Did she tell you why her mother was continually agitated with her?
I remember there was a time when she told me that her mom had told her that she was an unfit mother. She was extremely upset about that.
Yeah.
And she didn't really know why her mom had said those things.
You say?
Overruled.
Was this a topic of conversation on a regular basis during this time period?
Her frustration with her mother, yes.
Did you ever overhear any arguments between the two of them, or at least while the defendant was on the phone with her mother during this time period?
Beginnings or ends of the conversation, yes.
And after those conversations ended, what would she say, or did she say anything about the relationship with her mom?
Just that her mom was crazy and she was just really frustrated and that she needed space and she didn't understand why she couldn't understand that.
All right, moved into June of 2008. Did there come a time that you moved in with Ricardo?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred, I believe, June 5th,
Definitely
6th.
sounds like
I had wrecked my car and they...
So, oh, that's going to come up actually. So, but in talking about the whole thing with the control and the enmeshment, I think that one thing that was going on here is that Casey really needed to get away from her mom. And I that's clear, right? I mean, it's obvious that there's a lot of toxic things going on, but I mean, also it looks like a lot of the bad behavior was picked up from her mom. So I think Casey was on the right track. Again, it's not normal anyway, right? For grown adults just to never leave home. And that seems to be the dynamic that had been kind of established in that family. And that it's almost like, it seems like the parents expected you to stay there and it would have been weird to leave, right? Versus the other way around. So anyway, but it seems like Casey was trying to get out of there, right? But I think that part of the challenge was being a single mom and not having a job. She was reliant upon having someone to watch Caylee, right? Like if she moved out, I'm just thinking hypothetically, right? So in other words, it's like she wants to get away from her mom, but at the same time, she needs her mom to watch Caylee, I think is part of it. And that could explain some of the things that we're hearing about with, all that. But yeah, so this part though about the car wreck is going to come
phone with her mother during this time period?
Beginnings or ends of the conversation, yes.
And after those conversations ended, what would she say, or did she say anything about the relationship with her mom?
Just that her mom was crazy and she was just really frustrated and that she needed space and she didn't understand why she couldn't understand that.
All right, let's move into June of 2008. Did there come a time that you moved in with Ricardo?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred, I believe, June 5th, 6th. I had wrecked my car and they lived close to where I worked, so I moved in with them so I could walk to work.
We'll just call it the beginning of June.
Yes.
Okay. Who else was living at this place with Ricardo?
Ricardo Morales and JP Chat. It's JP Chat's place.
You said that you had wrecked your car.
Yes.
Where did you wreck your car?
On my way home from downtown, I fell asleep.
Did that necessitate
that? Okay, check it out. So when I was putting this video together and I heard this, I was like, what's going on? Let me play that part again. Are you guys picking up on that? I was like, uh-oh.
Needed space and she didn't understand why she couldn't understand that.
All right, let's move into June of 2008. Did there come a time that you moved in with Ricardo?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That occurred, I believe, June 5th, 6th. I had wrecked my car and they lived close to where I worked, so I moved in with them so I could walk to work.
We'll just call it the beginning of June.
Yes.
Okay. Who else was living at this place with Ricardo?
Ricardo Morales and JP Chat. It's JP Chat's place.
You said that you had wrecked your car.
Yes.
Where did you?
So it's just, where did you wreck your car? I mean, I don't even know why he's asking this. Honestly, he's opening up a can of worms here and it's not relevant, but whatever. He's asking where she wrecked her car. Okay. Now here's her response.
You wreck your car?
On my way home from downtown, I fell asleep.
Did that necessitate?
So he didn't ask her, like, okay, if this wasn't weird, it would have been like, where did you wreck your car? And she could have said downtown. I mean, that's all you need to know, right? Like, and it's plot. Like, if I heard that, I would be like, I would assume that, you know, maybe somebody backed into her car, right? Like parking, you know, or something like that, right? But then she's like on my way home from work, and then she offers, I fell asleep, and she makes that weird face. But the thing that was like red flaggy, was the way that Mr. George laughs weirdly, like kind of trying to cut her off before she keeps talking, but also like a nervous laugh. He's like, like, oh, I was like, what the heck? And at that point, I was like, was she driving drunk? That's what I thought to myself. So we'll see what happens in Cross.
You having to get another car?
Yes.
What plans did you make to get another car?
Casey was going to give me a ride to Jacksonville so I could purchase a car from my uncle.
What time was the defendant going to pick you up?
It was extremely early in the morning.
Do you recall the date?
June 13th?
On June 3rd, that's the day that you were supposed to go to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did the defendant come pick you up on June 13th of 2008?
No, she did not.
What happened?
I texted her to just to confirm, make sure she was awake because it was early.
When did you text her, that morning or the night?
That morning.
Okay.
Just to make sure she hadn't overslept. And she texted back that there were some family problems and that she was going to the hospital with her dad.
Did she tell you in any way what the problem was with her dad?
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Sustained.
When you received that message, what did you do?
I looked for a rental car or some other way to get up to Jacksonville.
And did you go?
Yes.
Later on that day of the 13th, did you hear in any form of communication from the defendant?
I did.
And what was the nature of that communication?
We spoke up on the phone when I had gotten to Jacksonville. She wanted to let me know what had happened with her dad.
Relevance.
Don't tell us what happened to her dad, but continue.
Thank you.
Just to kind of check in.
Okay. Later on, did you hear from her some more? Again?
I did.
And in relation to what?
She wanted me to come to Fusion that evening.
Did you return from Jacksonville that night?
Yes.
Did you go to Fusion?
No.
Later on? No. Okay. Now, during this time period, were you looking for different types of work? Or a different job?
I was not at that time, no. Well, I will take that back. I work in theater. You're continually looking for work. So I was trying to find jobs at various places. It wasn't an active, I needed a job.
Okay. Did you ever ask the defendant for assistance in that regard?
I work in theater, so you're continually looking for work. I mean, I appreciate the candor, but also, who else was like pleasantly surprised that he wasn't like, oh, what's Fusion? Because I would have just lost my mind if he asked another person to describe. It's a sushi restaurant by day and a nightclub by night. I would have just lost it.
Yes.
What did you ask her?
I thought she worked at Universal Studios. I really wanted to work at Universal Studios, so I gave her my resume and was hoping she could bring it to someone for me.
And that
How did you give her your resume?
Why she had the resumes, because I was like, that's weird. Why would she have Amy's resumes? But that's why.
I emailed her my resume.
Do you recall when you did that?
No.
Okay. Did you see the defendant on June 13th? After you came back from Jacksonville?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Was there a period of time during the month of June of 2008 when you didn't see her at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how long that time period was?
About 3 weeks.
During this 3 weeks when you did not see her, did you stay in contact with her?
Yes.
Again, would this be through either telephone calls or text messages?
Correct.
During this time period when you didn't actually see her but spoke with her, did you become aware from the defendant that she was having car trouble?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about what she told you about that?
She had gotten a few flat tires one night. There were 2 individual occurrences of her running out of gas.
Wait.
And there was also
a few flat tires in the same night?
Bad smell from her car.
Ms. Huizenga, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification MQ. Again, do you recognize the text messages or the message that appeared?
I think that Casey having mentioned the smell actually works really well for the defense, right? Because that's not something you would tell somebody if you put a dead body in your car, right? But also it dates the smell. It puts a date on it. And I would assume that's what we're going to see in this text message, is that it's going to have reference to that smell.
On that exhibit.
Yes.
Who was that message from?
From Casey Anthony.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate text message or a copy of the text message that you received from her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification MQ into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
All right, Ms. Huizenga, this text message is dated 6/27?
Correct.
And what does she write to you?
There was definitely part of a dead animal plastered to the frame of my car.
All right.
So that to me, again, to me, this actually works out well for the defense, because that to me sounds like her car smells really bad and she's trying to figure out why it would smell like that, right? Now, having said that, the only downside is that would indicate that it's not from the bag of trash, unless she didn't know there was a bag of trash in her car, in her trunk. But you know, that sounds like she's trying to figure out what the smell is, and I just don't think you would offer that up to somebody, right? If you're trying to cover up a murder.
Prior to receiving this text message, had you had various or phone conversations with the defendant regarding the smell in the car?
Yes.
Over what span of days?
She remarked that there was a really bad smell coming out of her car and she didn't know what it was. And then there was another phone call where she said it had gotten worse and she thought maybe her dad had run over something when he had borrowed the car.
Okay.
And
when she first told you about the smell,
that right there is huge, right? Because her dad had the car. That's the first time that we've heard testimony that confirms that he had the car. And in a way, it makes sense, because remember all the times we heard the testimony with Tony Lazzaro about how there were things wrong with her car, but her dad was going to take care of it. And we've also heard from him that he was the family car taker care of. And we're going to hear, actually coming up after her, we're going to hear from Lee Anthony, and he'll talk more about that too, that the dad, that was, you know, he did, but we've heard from George himself that he could change all the oil and do things on the cars, right? And so this confirms that her dad had the car. And that she thinks that that's when the smell started, right? So very interesting.
the car, approximately how many days before you received this text message did you first hear about the smell in the car?
It was within a week, maybe slightly less.
And what is the first thing you remember her actually saying about the smell in the car?
She said something smelled really bad. I don't remember any specific words.
She didn't have an explanation for it at that time?
No.
All right. So the next time you hear about the smell in the car, is it the same day or the next day?
It's probably the next day or the day after that. There was a little bit of time in between.
And the next time she tells you about the smell in the car, what does she say about it?
That it had gotten worse, and her idea that perhaps it was something that had gotten run over.
That's something, maybe something I got run over?
Yeah.
Did you ever suggest to her that she check?
No.
Okay. The next time that you actually had a conversation about the smell in the car, when was that?
It was this.
Okay.
It was the two conversations, and the text message was the end of the story.
All right. When moving on to, again, the first text message that we see here is stamped 11:34 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. Now we get to 11:49. The text message that she sends to you is, my car ran out of gas again.
Correct.
All right. When was the first time you had heard about her car running out of gas?
I think it was about a week before.
Did she tell you where she ran out of gas?
I don't remember.
Did you ask, at that time, the first time that she ran out of gas, did she ask you for any assistance?
No.
Then we go down approximately, well, 10 minutes later or so, 9 minutes later, you received another text message. 2 weeks in a row on a Friday. My stupid car runs out of gas. Wow. the second time, did she tell you where she ran out of gas?
It was she had parked her car at an Amscot, and that she had left it there and was hoping it wouldn't get towed.
Did you have any subsequent phone conversation with her after these text messages about getting her car some gas?
Probably in the midst of conversation.
Was there a time period that she came, more or less, did she start staying with you?
Yes.
When was that?
That was June 30th.
How did that happen?
She knocked on the door really early in the morning and said she was there, and then didn't leave.
Were you expecting her?
No, I was asleep.
You knew did you know that she was dating somebody at the time?
Yes.
So I think that this might have been when Tony was in New York, because we know she was pretty much staying there, but she wasn't like an official roommate. And so if he's gone in New York, it might have been weird for her to stay there without him, right? And with his, because, he had several other roommates. So this might be that time period when he's in New York, and so she goes and tries to stay with Amy.
Were you aware through talking with her that this boyfriend was leaving town?
Yes.
Did you have any idea where the defendant was staying during this time period?
I figured that she was staying with Tony, but I didn't know for sure.
Did she ever at any time during this time period tell you that she was staying exclusively with Tony?
No.
Or that she had not been home?
Not that she had not been home. Not those words were never specifically said. It was implied, but not said.
Okay. Again, during this time period at the end of June, do you recall the defendant talking about any strife or problems with her mother?
Yes, but not any more than usual.
When she spoke about her mother during this time period, what was her demeanor?
Not very happy with her.
Okay. Was she angry?
More frustrated.
What did she tell you about the problem that she was having with her mom?
There weren't a lot of specifics. Most of them had to do with Caylee. And
what do you recall the problems or the issue being about Caylee?
In that time period, it was that Cindy wanted to see Caylee, and Casey was keeping her away because there was stuff going on at home, and she was trying to keep them out of that situation.
During this time period in June, when you were speaking with her, did she inform you that she was keeping Caylee from her mom?
Yes.
Why was she keeping Caylee from her mom?
There was, George and Cindy were having problems at home, and she wanted to keep Caylee out of the drama.
Did she tell you what the problems that George and Cindy were having at home?
She told me they were considering divorce.
Did she tell you why divorce was a consideration?
That her dad had cheated on her mom.
Was this the first time during this time period, was this the first time that you had heard that there was, from the defendant, that there was the possibility of divorce between the two of them?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And because, explain again, or explain what that potential pending divorce had to do with Caylee.
It was the not happiness at home that Casey wanted to keep her from, is what I had gotten out of it.
Was there also any conversation about needing space?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall the defendant telling you about needing or wanting her space?
And it also had to do with her wanting to move out. It was time for them to have their lives and be away from her parents. Grow up, that's what you want to do.
Thank you.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she...
That she's saying, like, yeah, it's normal. You're not supposed to be living at home anymore when you're, like, in your 20s, and, it's just normal.
You resented her parents?
I don't think resentment would be the word.
What would be the word?
I think there were frustrations and unhappiness and obvious problems. But resentment goes really deep. I don't think it was quite that deep.
During this time period in June, are you still working or thinking that you're going to be moving into this home?
Correct.
Again, you're still planning on the beginning of July?
Yes. Well, there were many dates set that didn't happen.
Okay, how many different dates were set?
At least 2. There's definitely one where I almost got a moving truck. Like I had looked up all the prices and arranged people to help me move.
When was that?
That was in June at some point.
And when those moving dates were set, were they canceled?
Yes.
Who canceled them?
Casey.
The first time they were canceled, why were they canceled?
I remember some of the reasons, just not what order they came in. There was one time when landscaping needed to be done. There was, just various issues with the house that she said George wanted to fix up before it was ours. There was one time when she had said there were like 20 people over and she didn't know when it was going to be done. So we had to do it at a different time.
Was there ever a time that the defendant told you that the house was not going to be available?
No. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I take that back. I apologize.
It's okay.
Yes.
When was that?
I remember exactly when, but she had said that Cindy took back the deal. That Bank of America had this 30-day policy where the paperwork that had been signed could be undone. None of the words really made sense to me at the time. And that then it wasn't happening, which added to the frustration with her mother.
So Kat saying, I don't see how her testimony is relevant. The thing is that a lot of the witnesses that the state has called, the testimony has been not relevant at all. Yeah.
Did she tell you why? Or were you given a reason why Cindy went back on the deal?
I don't remember. I may have been.
Do you recall approximately, was this still in June or was this in July when this happened?
This was in July.
When speaking about her mother, you had used the word, I'm sorry, what adjectives did the defendant use to describe her mom during this time period?
Mainly crazy.
Okay. Did she say why?
Not in words that I could really recall. She talked a lot. But it was just a lot of, just normal child complaining about parent stuff. But a lot of to do with Caylee.
Just seeing her? Where Cindy wanted to see her? Or was
wanted to see her, and then like frustrations of the past with their relationship. And
we are always here.
What was the problem?
We are always here for you guys, whether it's in the shower, whether it's falling asleep, whether it's driving. We're always here. Squirrel crew for life, yo.
With the past.
This entire line of questioning is purely speculative and move to strike based on speculation.
And these are, I'm sorry.
Mr. George?
These are statements made by the defendant.
These are statements attributed to Miss Anthony as much as they are these witnesses' interpretations of what some of
the
what
last
she
question,
said.
sustained.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so the defendant shows up at your door.
Yes.
On June 30th.
That's correct.
Did she tell you that she needed to stay with you?
No.
Okay. Did she wind up staying with you?
Yes.
For how long?
About a week.
Did she come with luggage?
She had stuff in Tony's car. She never so much brought it in like she was going to be staying there long term. It wasn't my place.
Did you have any problem with her staying?
Only in so much as it wasn't my place and I couldn't allow her to stay. And I didn't like that.
Do you know who William Waters is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He was a friend of mine.
Did you attend a 4th of July party at William Waters' house?
Yes.
Was this a party that you had known was coming up?
Yes, I helped plan it.
You helped plan it?
Yes.
Did you invite the defendant to that party?
I did.
When did you invite her initially?
Probably around a week to 5 days beforehand.
When you invited her, or at least told her about this party, what did she tell you in response to being able to attend?
She wouldn't be able to come.
Did she tell you why she couldn't come?
Caylee.
What did she say about Caylee?
That she was going to be with her and wouldn't be able to come.
When she told you that, did you have a suggestion for her?
I said she should bring Caylee. Kids are fun at barbecues.
What did she say in response to that?
She said she'd think about it.
Okay. Now, during this period that she's staying with you, Do you ask her where Caylee is?
I never had to. She always had an explanation as to where Caylee was.
Okay. Where was Caylee?
She was at the beach with the nanny and her mom. She was at theme parks. She was pretty much doing a tour of Florida.
That's hilarious.
There was Busch Gardens at some point.
So did you and the defendant go to William Waters' party?
Yes.
During the course of that get-together or that party, did you ask or did you ask any more about Caylee?
She told me, I again, didn't have to ask. She told me that Caylee was at SeaWorld with the nanny.
July 5th?
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Why?
Because I got woke up by a lot of tapping fingernails on a computer.
And when you woke up, who was on the computer?
Casey.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was extremely happy because Tony was going to be coming home that day.
Did she leave, I guess it's your residence, did she leave where you were living on the 5th?
Yes.
Do you know where she went when she left?
Fairly certain she hung out with Will for the rest of the day. I had to work and then went to the airport to go pick up Tony.
You mentioned a few minutes ago that when she appeared at your house on the 30th, she was driving Tony's car.
Correct.
Did she tell you what the status of her car was?
That it was in the shop.
Now, did you have a trip planned during the month of July of 2008?
Oh, here we go.
Where did you go?
Puerto Rico.
Do you recall what date that you left?
I left July 8th, I believe.
Who else went?
I met with JP Chat. Ricardo Morales joined us, and then Troy joined us.
Was this a trip that had been planned in advance, far in advance?
Far in advance, yes.
Was there a time period in 2008 where the defendant was also going to Puerto Rico with you?
She wanted to, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that she ultimately was not going to go?
After we left. She was still hoping she could somehow work it out. It obviously seemed like it wasn't going to happen, but...
What do you recall her having to work out in order for her to go to Puerto Rico?
Someone to watch Caylee.
And was it your understanding she was unable to find anybody to do that?
I believe so.
Ms. Huizenga, you went to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
What date did you come back?
I came back July 15th.
When you came back, who picked you up at the airport?
Casey Anthony.
What car did she pick you up in?
Mine.
When she picked, what kind of car did you have at the time?
It's a red Toyota Corolla.
Big car, small car?
Very little. Well, I mean, little, but...
Did the people that you went to Puerto Rico with, did they all come back on the same flight?
Yes.
Did you give or did she give everybody a ride back?
We couldn't all fit.
Okay, so who went home first?
I went home, I took Casey back to Tony's, and then came to pick up the boys.
After you got home and back to your apartment, did you do anything else?
I left with JP to go to the Florida Mall.
Why did you go to the Florida Mall?
The iPhone 3GS, I think it was that year, had come out while we were gone. And JP really, really, really wanted it, so we went there to get that.
Good for him.
While you were at the mall, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
Who did you receive a phone call from?
Cindy Anthony.
Without detailing or talking about what she told you, what can you tell this jury about her demeanor while you spoke with her?
Very, very, very scared.
Had you ever spoken to her before?
I had not.
When you first started speaking with her, what was your initial reaction?
Surprise. I'd never spoken to her.
Were you afraid to speak with her?
Cautious. Not afraid, just cautious.
Why were you cautious?
Casey told me she was crazy.
After that conversation, did you meet Mrs. Anthony?
I did.
Where did you meet her?
She came and picked me up from the Florida Mall.
When she came to pick you up, why did she pick you up?
Because I needed to take her to Casey.
Did she tell you what had been going on in her life over the last month?
Yes.
Did you know how to get to Tony's house?
I did.
Did you take her to Tony's house?
I did.
Did you and Mrs. Anthony discuss what you would do once you got there?
We did.
What was the decision or what was the plan?
That I would knock on the door, have Casey come out, and then Cindy could confront her.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
When you knocked on the door, who answered the door?
They said it was open, so I had to open it.
When you opened it, did you actually walk into the apartment?
I did not.
Okay. And when you opened the apartment, did you see the defendant?
I did.
What was she doing?
She was sitting on the couch.
And what did you do or say to her when you saw her?
I motioned for her to come out. I'm pretty sure I told her just to come out.
Did she?
Yes.
Now, when she came out, where was Cindy Anthony in relation to the door?
Not too terribly far away. The landing was only 12 to 15 feet long anyway. Long and far enough out of eyesight so she would actually come out, but close enough where she could get there fast.
How would you describe Mrs. Anthony's demeanor when you got to the apartment?
Very confrontational.
Angry?
Yeah.
So when the defendant comes out of the apartment, what is the first thing you see or hear?
A massive explosion of mother and daughter. And just,
Interesting description.
I was a little scared and really kind of tried to close myself off as much. I was caught in the middle of it for a while and then managed to escape. But a lot of confrontation and defense.
What was the first question you heard Mrs. Anthony ask Casey?
Fairly certain she asked where Caylee was.
What was her response?
She's with the nanny.
Sustained.
All right. What did the defendant say in response to this question?
She's with the nanny.
Did the defendant agree to take Mrs. Anthony to Caylee?
With a very, very big amount of persuasion.
Objection, judgment to strike based on hearsay.
Overruled.
You said that there was a mother-daughter confrontation.
Yes.
Was the defendant at any time during this initial confrontation defensive?
Objection, judge, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. What was the defendant's demeanor towards her mother at this stage?
So I'm trying to figure out the right phrasing. Defensive, but not in a backed off way, in a confrontational defensive. Like she was defending her position, but was meeting Cindy in the middle as far as aggression went.
Was she giving as good as she got?
Yes.
Did Casey want to leave that apartment?
No.
Objection, judge, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever say that she was not leaving the apartment?
I don't recall hearing those words because I was trying to get away from it.
Okay. Did you ever did you see the defendant and Cindy Anthony walk back into the apartment?
I did not. I had gone downstairs at that point.
Did they come back out?
They had to have.
Okay. When they got out of the apartment, where'd they go?
We went back to the car.
He's like, no, they're still there now.
Where are you sitting?
Pardon?
Where are you sitting in the car?
I was in the back seat.
Where's the defendant?
In the front seat.
Are they speaking, or is the defendant speaking to her mother while you're being driven home?
No.
She doesn't say anything?
Only if told, asked again where Caylee was. She's with the nanny.
Objection, judge, move to strike. All hearsay.
Overruled. Untimely.
Pretty much the same conversation going in a circle. There were a lot of accusations from Cindy to Casey. Most of her responses were crossed arms and a glaring look.
The defendant's arms are crossed.
Yes. She kind of looked like she was 16 and gotten caught in doing something bad.
Objection, judge, move to strike. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Motion to strike granted. Jurors to disregard the last comment by the witness.
Did you ever hear the defendant, while in the car, talk about space?
Probably all of the things said between the car ride and the confrontation outside kind of all mushed together.
What do you recall the defendant saying about space?
That she and Caylee needed their space.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Yeah, untimely means that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, untimely means that the objection was too late. Like the question had already gotten out and she'd already started to answer it. So we don't always hear judges say untimely, but you'll hear it every now and again.
The jury, the time is now approximately 5 minutes to the hour 5. I'll probably be a little longer cross-examination other than 5 minutes. So I'm going to let you go for the evening. Some of you have requested copies of the St. Petersburg Times. Is that correct? Okay. We've had conversation with the St. Pete Times. We will be able to provide you with copies, but they will be edited. So anything in relationship to this case will be taken out. So if there are holes in your newspaper, they are shipping, I believe, the back copies from this weekend. So you should have those either sometime tomorrow, Wednesday, or the day after that. Okay? Please remember my previous admonitions. Do not discuss this case among yourselves, along with other admonitions. Members of the jury, you're here excused for the evening. You may be seated. Ms. Huizenga, you can stand down. You need to be back here tomorrow, probably about 8:45, so we can start promptly with your cross-examination tomorrow at 9 a.m. As to the hearing that we're going to have tomorrow morning at 8:30, you will get a copy of the transcript tonight at some point. Make sure Ms. Peters gets your email address. When we come in, I want the state to specifically indicate the statements that they have reference to. In reading Huggins, there is cited inside of Huggins a couple of cases. One of the things I'm going to ask the state to tell me about those particular statements, whether or not they're exculpatory or whether or not those statements are to collateral matters solely. If they are to collateral matters solely, that is, what are they relevant for? What do they tend to prove or disprove? If they're solely related to collateral matters, then we need to talk about the balancing test that's performed, which was discussed in that particular opinion. Also, please read Caruso versus State, 645 Southern 2nd 389, which was cited by Justice Perriente in her dissent, where she dissented against the majority, but there are some gems in there that you may want to pick up on. If they relate solely to collateral matters, then, as I said before, there's a balancing test that must be applied as to whether or not 6 felony convictions over something that may or may not be material and the prejudice that flows from that. While Huggins stands for the proposition what it stands for, that particular evidence went solely in Huggins to shave pubic hair, which dealt with consciousness of guilt. So look very closely at the statements that this is being offered to, and I will read them. I will read the transcripts tonight, and we will determine whether or not they are, whether convictions are admissible, similar to a situation in Huggins, or whether or not we are bordering on which may be reversible error. So I'm going to take a close look at that, and that's why I gave Mr. Baez time to look at this, because once that bell is rung, you cannot unring it. Okay, are there any matters we need to take up? And please, when you come in here in the morning, since time is limited, get directly to the facts. No editorial comments or closing or opening type arguments. Just get right to the point. You have 10 minutes for each side to make your points. But please read this opinion very carefully. I don't know if you have Westlaw, but if you print it out on Westlaw, it really starts at, I believe, head note. It's on page 21. I think head note 2, where it actually starts. Okay? Anything else on behalf of the state of Florida?
Defense, sir.
And the defense. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ashton, would you point out the particular statements that you feel meet the definition contained in Huggins versus State, and why are those statements operatory? May take you a little time to find it, since the pages may or may not be the same numbered ones that we got last night.
Well, upon review, let me just say, first of all, that we'd like to thank Ms. Peters for her extraordinary efforts in getting this to us overnight. Upon review, the statements we were concerned about appear at page 79 of the transcript. Pardon me. One of the, this has to do with the putative father of Caylee, Mr. Baker. This is all material that was not discussed by the state. I'm prefacing that by saying that if this is offered in the context of simply another one of the defendant's false statements, then we would withdraw our request, because obviously the defense is not asserting that she's credible. The reason that we were somewhat concerned about it was that the court had previously ordered that any hearsay statements were to be proffered, and since that wasn't done, we don't really know the purpose for which that's being offered. So if the defense indicates now that this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but just as another one of her false statements, then we would withdraw a request. We'll leave the JNS as marked. If it comes up again, we'll address it then. The defense now is aware that, you know, we have Huggins in our back pocket. But so if they indicate that that was its purpose and it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, then the issue is moot.
Dealing with these imaginary people who was dealing with, but Mr. Mason.
Your Honor, first, and thank you. Also, Mr. Ashton, is this the only page that you all decided was the issue for the 16th request?
There were other areas that were additional facts, for instance, about Jeff Hopkins, etc. I take it from the context that all of these statements were being offered in that same vein. So, I mean, I would add the Jeff Hopkins, but it appeared that that was all starting at page 79 and going on through all the discussions about Jeff Hopkins at through 83. You know, and I'm not waiving any argument we may have later to go back and find a substantive statement, either from this witness or another witness, and reassert the issue. But for today's purposes, our concern was Mr. Baker and discussions about Mr. Hopkins and whether any of that was actually asserted by the defense to actually be true, particularly as to Mr. Baker, because Mr. Baker, as we know from the investigation, the actual paternity of Caylee is something that has never really been determined. Obviously, we don't know from the evidence whether Mr. Baker is in fact Caylee's father. We suspect he may not be, but nobody really knows since Mr. Baker is deceased. So,
this line of questioning on this page would be related to, as Mr. Ashton forecast, the additional continuing lies. It has nothing to do with the exculpatory statement in that regard, and therefore 16 would not apply. Now, I agree, there may be other times later on in the case when we would revisit this again. But for now, I think he's right to withdraw that request, and we can move ahead.
You understand that we withdraw a request to it at this time.
The only thing I'm going to say is the following. please read Florida Statute 90.806, paren 1, which reads as follows. When a hearsay statement has been admitted in evidence, credibility of the declarant may be attacked, and if attacked, may be supported by any evidence that would be admissible for those purposes if the declarant has testified as a witness. Again, the case of Huggins versus State, a 2004 Supreme Court of Florida case found at 889 7 seconds, 743. Also, Fisher versus State, which is found at 924 7 second, 914, a 2006 decision of the 5th District Court of Appeals. Gonzalez versus State, which is found at 948 7 second, 877, a 2007 4th District Court of Appeals case. The cases which are cited within Huggins that came out of the 1st and 4th DCA, is interesting to note that the case that came out of the 1st DCA, Worley, W-E-R-L-E-Y versus State, 814 7 second, 1159, was written by then District Court of Appeals Judge Poston, who now sits on the Florida Supreme Court. Just be very, very careful when you elicit hearsay statements, because the aftershock of it can have a devastating effect. Okay, then we will be in recess to 9 a.m. I'd like to thank both the state and the defense, particularly our court reporting person, Ms. Peters, for laboring late at night to get this out. I think the last email came about 10:30 last night. Okay, we will be in recess. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And did you heed all of my previous admonitions over the evening recess?
We're heading into Amy Huizenga's cross, and then after that is Lee Anthony taking the stand.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
May it please the court. Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Huizenga.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you testified that you were friends with Casey Anthony.
That is correct.
But you really weren't friends for very long, were you?
No.
In fact, the entire time that you really hung out with her was really only from February to July.
That's correct.
So we're talking about 5 months max. Yes. And a good portion of that you didn't even spend with her.
Not in physical contact, no.
And a majority of your relationship, or generally speaking, you guys communicated via text messages.
Or phone calls.
Do you recall letting law enforcement know that you generally text each other from February-ish several times?
Yes,
daily?
I gave them all my text messages.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I gave them all my text messages.
Yes. In fact, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Last place you look. Okay. Now, these are your text messages from April 24th through July.
Okay.
And you gave that voluntarily to law enforcement.
Correct.
They basically downloaded your phone.
Yes.
And this is practically all of the text messages, not only to Casey, but of course to other individuals throughout that time period.
Correct.
And practically covers the entire time you knew or were friends with Casey?
It's a little after, but yeah.
There were a couple of text messages admitted yesterday, and there was only one that was admitted that talks about, well, actually, before I get into that, the youth today, that's all you guys do is text, right?
I had a job where I had a lot of downtime.
Okay. And it's very common for
The youth today.
young adults your age to live on the phones, as they say.
That's correct.
And a large part of that is texting and MySpace and all that stuff. So this is a pretty good representation of your relationship with Casey.
It's a good picture.
Okay. And it shows a good picture of you as well.
Yes.
The text messages that were admitted, referring specifically to Defense Exhibit 58, State's Exhibit 58, there's only one that refers to Casey's mother watching Caylee and her wanting to go out.
I haven't read through them all since I got them, but that's what's been submitted.
Okay. But there's numerous messages in here where you're asking Casey to go out, correct?
I'm sure there are.
And there are times Casey says, I'm sick, can't go out, not feeling well. Is that a yes?
That's correct, sorry.
Oh, sorry. She needs to write down everything you say, so. And there are times that Casey gives other excuses as to why she can't go out.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you're not Casey, so you don't know what her motivation is for not wanting to go out.
That's correct.
And then you talked about yesterday Casey's relationship with Cindy, but one, you didn't know Casey that long.
That's true.
And you never knew until July 15th, Cindy Anthony.
No.
So you can't really testify intelligently as to their relationship.
I testified as to what I was told.
With limited knowledge, isn't that correct?
I testified as to what I was told.
With limited knowledge, though, right?
Sustain.
Would you consider yourself or represent to this jury that you have a vast knowledge of the relationship between Casey and Cindy Anthony, knowing her only 5 months?
Absolutely not. It was.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overrule as to that question.
You may answer.
It was one-sided. You can only know one side of a story if you only know one person in the relationship.
And you only knew that person for 5 months.
5 months is relative. I've had some of my best friends over a month. Time doesn't really matter when you get close to someone.
My question was, and you only knew that person for 5 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you testified earlier, a majority of your information or a majority of your relationship is contained in these text messages.
Or many phone calls.
You also testified about a smell in Casey's car.
Yes.
But there is only one text message dealing with the smell of Casey's car. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that one text message is on June 27th, 2008, the day she ran out of gas.
Yes.
And the day she left her car at the Amscot.
Yes.
And the day that she left her car at the Amscot with garbage in the trash. I'm sorry, garbage in the trunk.
I don't have any.
That's not what this witness testified. That's not evidence.
I'll withdraw the question. Now, it's fair to say that, let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that your memory during that time period might have been a little fogged as well?
It was a long time ago.
One, it was a long time ago. Is that a yes?
This is correct.
Okay. And two,
Remember when it's funny about the car accident?
you were drinking quite heavily during those days, were you not?
I don't know if I would say heavily. I would go out with friends, but not any more than anyone else my age does.
And anyone else your age would mean almost every night?
Don't think it was almost every night. I'm sure it wasn't. I couldn't afford that.
3 or 4 nights a week?
Say 3 or 4 nights was accurate.
Okay. And each of those nights you, of course, would drink significantly?
Not significantly.
You would drink?
I would drink.
And Yesterday, when you testified to this jury that you crashed your car because you fell asleep, you were in fact drinking and driving.
I don't think that's relevant. I had had drinks, but I had stopped drinking 3 hours.
I died, and I died again. She said, I don't think that's relevant. And then she continues talking. But, like, pardon you, ma'am? You don't think that's relevant? Look at her face. Let's hear that again. And, you know, the state could have objected to relevance, and it probably would have been sustained. But, yeah.
I would drink.
And yesterday, when you testified to this jury that you crashed your car because you fell asleep, you were in fact drinking and driving.
The other thing that's really funny is that she offered that up, like I said, unsolicited, right? Because she needed to explain, even though she wasn't asked a question about it. And now, because she said that, he gets to go into it.
Don't think that's relevant. I had had drinks, but I had stopped drinking 3 hours before I went home. I had sobered up significantly, and I did legitimately fall asleep. It was a very long stretch of road. It was very dark, and I had nodded off in the middle of the day on that stretch of road many times.
You've nodded off on that road many times?
On like the way home from work during the daytime, it's a boring stretch of road.
And is that the only time you crashed?
From falling asleep, yes.
Can you turn to page 4736? The pages are handwritten on the left-hand corner, ma'am.
I'm just looking for it.
You take a look at that.
Is it okay if I unbind it?
Sure. I'm sorry, that's what I wanted you to do. Have you found page 4736?
Yes, sir.
The third text message down.
Yes, sir.
Can you read that?
I hit a guardrail. Thank God I'm okay. I didn't get a DU.
I'm going to object to improper impeachment. It's a
Bro.
I think this witness is testifying.
Well, let me see it. Okay, approach.
Exactly. And that's why this witness is testifying. He's saying she testified that she fell asleep, and that's not what happened. That's his point. But regardless of what happens here, the jury heard her reading it and says DU, and then he ejected right before I.
Okay, objection sustained. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Ms. Huizenga, during that accident, it was you totaled your car.
I self-totaled it.
Okay, and the airbag blew up.
Yes, sir.
You had a bloody nose.
It was not bloody. It was just a little crusty.
Okay. You had do you recall having a head injury?
No. Okay. I don't believe so. I honestly, I haven't thought about it in a while. I just remember the nose.
Did you send out a text message asking for people to call you in 10 minutes just in case you passed out?
I don't know, did I?
Casey had said that she had a concussion and there was maybe some internal bleeding, and they wanted to watch her. Yes. And they wanted to keep her for observation, make sure she didn't, have a hemorrhage and die. So, Casey stayed up there with her, going back and forth.
So the reason I included that is because that was from Cindy Anthony's testimony. On the last episode, I pointed it out. I was like, guys, keep this in the back of your minds. It's going to come up because that's Cindy telling a story about Zanny from this time period that Casey had told her, right? This is when she's saying she's stuck in, Jacksonville, and she's giving excuses, right? And she's saying the story about Zanny in the car accident, and Zanny got a concussion. And but what's interesting is, for example, when you have an imaginary person, right, like Zanny, but then there's like a truth to the lie in the sense that she borrowed from what happened to Amy with the head. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. That's why I included it. And I'm wondering too, if that is exactly why Jose Baez is going into this. Well, two reasons. I think one, it shows that her memory from the time period might not be all that reliable, but it's not like she's really offering anything that is like, really all that damning. But I'm wondering if he's also hoping to highlight for the jury that it's the similar story about the head injury and that's where that came from.
Page 4719. First text message.
Yes. I said, I don't know if I hit my head or not.
And that's because didn't have your bearings straight?
No, had never been hit with an airbag. I didn't quite know what happened.
Yeah, you gotta keep going.
And did someone have to call you in 10 minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you were fine?
Yeah.
Okay. And did that affect your memory in any way?
No.
And did you see a doctor in reference to that?
No.
Okay. So you don't know the full extent of what result that might have had? You never saw a doctor?
No. No.
Kat, I don't know about what you're saying about her note or reports. She doesn't have notes or reports. She's not an expert witness. She's a lay witness. The papers that she had were copies of the text messages between her and Casey. That's the only thing that she's had at all, I guess, on direct or cross. So I'm not quite sure what you mean.
You testified yesterday that Casey dated Ricardo.
Correct.
And after Casey finished dating Ricardo, she then dated Tony.
Correct.
And after Casey dated Ricardo, you moved in with Ricardo.
That is correct.
And you met Jesse after July 15th.
That is correct.
And Jesse is Casey's former fiance.
Correct.
And after July 15th, you guys went out?
We struck up a friendship.
You went out with Jesse?
I don't believe we actually went out. We met up a few times to talk about things to do with the case and trying to find Caylee.
Did you ever tell him you always wanted to meet a good Christian boy?
Well, yes, that's the truth.
Relevance of this and outside the scope.
Oh boy. Well, she already answered it.
Sustain.
Honestly, it should have been overruled for untimely.
Are there any other boyfriends of Casey's that you have gone out with or moved in with since?
Oh.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled is relevancy.
Goes to the credibility of the witness and motive.
I was friends with Ricardo. Oh, sorry.
You don't.
Oh, sorry.
You don't need to answer that question. Next question.
Now, were you at the home, the Anthony home, on June 16, 2008?
No, I was not.
However, you did talk to Casey that day.
I'm sure I did.
But you don't recall anything out of the ordinary from that conversation or
No.
anything that you can help this jury determine what happened to Caylee?
No, I cannot.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Any redirect, Mr. George?
No, sir.
Okay, may the witness be excused, subject to recall.
May I say something?
This is so weird.
Can I make counsel approach?
Yes.
So weird. I've never seen someone do that before. I don't think ever. Look at her. Watch this. She just marches over to the sidebar. Weirdness. We don't know what comes back. That's it. She can't say something. Weirdness.
Lee Anthony, ANTHONY.
All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. George, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, good morning.
Morning.
Sir, how old are you?
I'm 28.
You're working?
Not currently, no.
Okay. Where do you currently live?
Here in Orlando.
Okay. Are you living with your parents?
No, sir, I'm not.
Your Casey Anthony is your sister?
Yes, she is.
Sir, back in 2008, specifically in June and July of 2008, were you living with your parents at the Hope Springs Drive address?
No, sir, I was not.
How far away were you living from that home?
Not even 5 minutes.
During this time period, did you have a lot of contact, or did you have regular contact with your sister?
Every couple weeks or so.
Starting on June 16th of 2008 through July 3rd, did you have any contact with your sister, Casey?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
There was a kind of just a quick MySpace message at one point just to kind of say, hey, that was in the middle of June. I don't know the exact date. And I also spoke with her numerous times on the 23rd of July.
Did there come a time in the beginning of July when you went over to visit your mom?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go over there?
I was asked to by my mom.
And why were you asked to go? Why did you go?
Well, I just went because she asked me. And she just said that she needed to see me.
Okay. And when you went to go see her, did she ask you for any assistance?
Not at that time, but she did express that.
Basis of objection?
Hearsay.
Sustained.
On July 3rd of 2008, were you aware that both your sister and your niece had not been home?
My mother did make me aware on that date, yes.
Again, I object hearsay.
Sustained.
So we're going to have a new character in terms of cross-examining for the defense. It's not going to be Jose Baez. It's going to be this lady. I don't even know her name. We've only heard from her, I think, once before. She argued a motion. This was a couple episodes ago. But she's going to be doing his cross, and it's going to be quite different, a different change of pace from what we're used to here.
What did you do over at your mom's house on July 3rd of 2008?
If I recall correctly, I was never at my mom's house on July 3rd. I just spoke to her on the phone that day.
Were you aware that your mother had created a MySpace account?
At some point in time, I became aware of it, but I was not aware of it at the time.
Okay. Did you help her set up that account?
No, sir, I don't believe I did.
Did you investigate on your own where your sister might be on that date?
On July 3rd, yes, I did.
On July 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went on to MySpace to try to find out where she was, and eventually through Facebook figured out where I thought she was going to be that evening.
Where did you think she was going to be that evening?
Downtown Orlando at a nightclub called the Dragon Room.
Upon learning where she might be, what did you do?
I decided I was going to go and asked a friend of mine to go with me.
You know Mallory Parker?
Yes, sir, I do.
She's your girlfriend?
At the time, she was my girlfriend, yes.
Okay. Did she also go with you downtown on July 3rd?
She ended up meeting myself and my friend down there, yes.
Okay. What time did you go downtown?
Maybe about 9, 10 at the latest.
And when you got downtown, what did you do? Did you try to get a hold of her? Of Casey?
Eventually, yes.
Eventually you tried, or eventually you did?
Both.
Okay. Well, first things first. Did you attempt to get a hold of her?
Yes. When it was becoming more and more clear that she was not going to be at this nightclub or not going to be showing up, that's when I made my first attempt to just try to see where she was.
And how did you make that attempt?
I believe my first attempt was via text message.
Okay. Do you recall what you wrote to her?
Not exactly, no.
Do you an idea?
Sure. It's probably just something to the extent of, hey, you know, what's going, where you at? You want to grab a drink?
Okay. Did she respond?
I don't believe she did at that time, no.
Did you also ask Mallory to send text messages?
Yes, after I was unsuccessful on my first, maybe second attempt on text, I asked her to do it, but not make it clear that I was with her.
During this time frame, while you were still trying to make contact with your sister, did you go to any other location other than the Dragon Room?
No, I did not.
How long did you attempt various text messages to get a hold of your sister?
Maybe off and on for about an hour.
And what did you do after that?
Started calling.
How many times did you call her?
Half a dozen off and on.
Did you leave messages every time?
Probably.
And any of those first phone calls that you attempted, did your sister ever pick up?
Yes, she did on a few of them.
When she picked up the phone, what do you recall saying to her?
Where are you at? Do you want to meet up? That was probably more on the first time she would have picked up.
Okay. And what did she respond when you asked her that?
I'm busy. I'm out with friends. I'm doing my own thing. I'll talk to you later.
Did she hang up on you?
Numerous times, yes.
At this point, what are you feeling? Are you angry? Are you upset? Are you frustrated? How would you describe what you're going through at this time?
Relevancy?
It goes to this particular witness's state of mind and his further
Objection
action.
sustained.
Yeah, that's relevant.
Did you eventually have a phone conversation with your sister this night?
Yes, I had numerous phone conversations with her that night, yes.
Let's talk about when you finally were able to have a conversation with her, did you ask her where she was?
Yes, at one time I specifically asked where she was.
And what did she tell you?
She told me she was in Jacksonville.
When she told you she was in Jacksonville, what was your response?
I knew it was a lie. So I just immediately kept questioning her, well, what are you doing in Jacksonville? Where are you in Jacksonville? Things like that.
What'd she say?
Why wouldn't you just say, I know you're lying? Oh my God. See, this family, all of them. There's a weird culture of lying and sneaking and tricking and manipulating. It's just weird, man.
That I'm out with a friend. I'm at a country western bar.
Did you call her out?
Yes.
What do you recall saying to her when you were calling her out?
Just something to the extent of, I know you're in town. I know you were going to this, get together at the Dragon Room, and where are you?
During this phone conversation, did you ask about where Caylee was?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
I don't really recall. I think she said that she was being watched while she was out with her friend.
Did you ask her who this friend is or was?
I don't believe I did.
When you called her out and told her that you knew she wasn't in Jacksonville, what was her response to you?
She said I was wrong.
Did she always maintain through your conversations with her that she was in Jacksonville?
Objection, Your Honor.
Calls for a yes or no, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe she did.
And what did she tell you?
That she was in Jacksonville.
How did that conversation end?
I believe I had said something that she needed to talk to Mom, and I think she eventually hung up on me or something like that.
Did you tell her that your mother was worried about her?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell her that your mom was worried about Caylee?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you tell her that her family was worried about her?
Objection, leading.
Calls for yes or no, Your Honor.
No, it's yes, no, overruled.
Her being my sister or Caylee?
Let's go with Caylee.
I believe I just put them both together at that time. So I just said they're worried about you guys or worried about you.
And were you worried about her as well?
At that juncture, right then, yes.
When you told her that everyone in the family was worried about her, what was her response?
Everything's fine. I'll talk to Mom tomorrow.
You said she hung up on you.
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to call her back?
Numerous times.
At some point, did you ever speak with her on the phone again that night?
After kind of expressing some of the things that we just discussed, I don't believe I got to speak to her again.
Did you exchange any more text messages with her that night?
I may have, I don't recall.
Did you continue to look for her in downtown that night?
Yeah, I did.
Where'd you go?
Well, I just stayed right on that little stretch of Church Street because there's about 4 or 5 bars. And it just seemed like if she was in one of those locations, I would, see her when she came out. And I actually went to a few other bars that were pretty close by that I thought there's a chance she could have been into.
Did you see her?
No.
What time did you leave Church Street?
Well, after 2.
Did you go anywhere else to look for her that night?
No, I did not.
After July 3rd, did there come a time that you had learned that she had been gone for a period of weeks?
Yes, my mom had made me.
I'm not asking about what. I'm not asking.
Hearsay.
Let me try to rephrase it.
Just a second.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Objection, hearsay. He began to speak about what his mother said, I think.
Sustain.
Your Honor, it's not going to the truth of the matter asserted. I'm sorry, it's not going to the truth of the matter asserted.
Then what's the purpose?
The purpose is what this witness eventually did about it, about the information that he received.
I still can't hear. The fact what?
What this witness did with the information he received.
Overall.
Relevant. Okay. Between July 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. I haven't won many of those.
Could you repeat the question?
Did you come to learn that no one in your family had seen Caylee or Casey for a number of weeks?
Yes.
When you learned that, starting on July 3rd or maybe even July 4th, up until July 15th, did you make any further effort to locate your sister and your niece?
I don't believe I did.
Is there a reason why you did not?
My mom asked me not to.
Would it be fair to say that during this time period, did you believe everything was under control?
Overall?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your mother during the period of July 4th to July 15th?
I don't think I did.
Did you speak with her?
Yes.
Based on your conversations or contact with your mom, how would you describe her demeanor as it related to your sister and Caylee?
I believe I only talked to her about it once after the 3rd, and that was when she asked me not to pursue this any longer. So I guess her demeanor was determined, or, she had it under control.
Do you recall giving a deposition back on July 30th of 2009? Where I asked you some questions, Mr. Burdick was there, Mr. Ashton?
Yes.
Do you recall me asking during this time period, after you had attempted to find your sister, how your mom was acting and her demeanor, and what your answer was to that?
I'm sorry, improper impeachment.
Improper impeachment. Mr. George, are you impeaching him?
No, Your Honor, I'm trying to, the witness had indicated that he didn't remember, and I was merely trying to set up a
Take
refresh.
his deposition and let him read it, and then ask him, does it refresh his memory?
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Understanding that this witness indicated that he was expressing his recollection of his mother's demeanor. He didn't say he didn't recall.
No,
you can approach.
Thank you. For court and counsel, I'm referring to the deposition taken on July 30th of 2009, lines 21 through 25, and page 81, lines 1 and 2. Now, Mr. Anthony, how would you, does that help refresh your recollection as to how your mother was feeling during this time period?
Specifically what the time period was again?
Right after July 4th.
No. My recollection is the same that I had expressed in the previous question. There was nothing that I read there that makes me believe that discussion was about the about the 4th or after.
Yes, sir. Do you see your sister again? Well, when was the next time you saw your sister?
July 15th.
Where did you see your sister?
At my parents' house.
What were you doing over at your parents' house?
My dad called me.
Were you asked to go there?
And yes.
Your Honor, hearsay, objection.
Overall.
Approximately what time did you get to your folks' house?
About 8, I believe.
When you got there, was anybody home?
No.
You have a key to the house?
No. Well, if I did, I didn't use it.
Okay. How'd you get in the house?
Garage door.
When the garage door opened, did you see a vehicle in the garage?
Yes.
Which car did you see?
My old Pontiac Sunfire.
When you first opened the garage door and walked into the garage, what do you recall noticing?
A smell that the windows were down in the car, and there was some like writing on the windshield of the car.
Okay. What do you recall about the smell of the car?
Just that it was very potent, very strong.
Was it an offensive smell?
Yes.
Did you approach the car?
I had to walk by to get to the door, but otherwise not by choice.
Okay. Where'd you go from there? You go into the house?
Yes.
How long were you in the house before anyone arrived?
Less than 5 minutes.
Who arrived?
My mother and my sister.
What is the first thing you recall your sister saying upon entering the house?
Upon entering the house, she would have been in her room after she entered, so...
Do you remember?
I don't recall the exact words. I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
All right, sir, you had the opportunity to read over your transcript?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is the first, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, what was the first thing your sister said to you? Or said in your presence?
That she wasn't sure why she even bothered. It didn't seem like anyone was listening to her.
You're not even listening to me, why do I bother?
There you go.
Okay. What was your sister's state at that time? How would you describe her demeanor when she came into the home?
Combative.
How about your mom?
Equally, or if more so, combative.
You had indicated a couple minutes ago that upon entering the house, your sister went into her bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you follow?
Yes.
Okay. In the bedroom, did you actually enter the bedroom?
More or less stood in the doorway.
Okay. Where was your mom?
In the bedroom as well.
Okay. And what's going on?
They are continuing a discussion that they had, I would imagine, prior to arriving at the house.
What do you recall your sister saying other than "you're not listening to me, why do I even bother"?
Just the location of where Caylee was.
Did she tell you where Caylee was?
She said that she was with a nanny.
At this particular moment, had you been aware of the existence of a nanny?
No.
Had your sister, or were you ever under the impression that your sister used a nanny from time to time?
No.
Do you recall being in the bedroom when your sister gave an explanation as to where Caylee was and why she wasn't coming home, or why she wasn't being brought home?
Not exactly where she was, just that she was with a nanny. As far as her not coming home, was that she was already, asleep for the evening, and she didn't want to, disturb her.
Do you recall any comments about that the defendant made about a cycle or a routine?
Yes, I do. It was something along the lines of, this is what she's been, used to, and I don't want to, change that. I interpreted that as her, sleeping routine throughout the, for, I guess, some time leading up to that point.
Did that make any sense to you?
Maybe from a routine standpoint, but not from I should appease my mother and get my child back. I would think that should be the train of thought, but.
Do you recall your answer upon being asked that question at the deposition?
No.
Sir, do you recall what you said? Do you recall what you said at the deposition in regards to the defendant's statement regarding not taking Caylee out of her comfort zone?
Yes.
What did you say?
That deposition says that I referenced her routine was approximately 3 weeks at that time.
Later on, did you read when I asked you, did that make sense to you, and what your response was?
My response was something.
And also relevance as well.
I'll show you again if you like.
Just a second. Sustain is the relevancy.
How long were your mom and your sister arguing in your bedroom?
In my sister's bedroom, couple minutes.
Do you recall ever saying that it was much longer than that?
Well, I mean, throughout the evening, but at that juncture, it was a couple minutes. It was always a couple minutes at a time, if that helps you.
What did your sister say about getting Caylee? When you could get Caylee?
Tomorrow.
Was it always tomorrow?
It seemed that way.
Did that satisfy you?
What a weird question. That's sad.
Did you offer to go get Caylee that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to your sister? What was your suggestion?
I could go get Caylee. I could have my roommate at the time go get Caylee. There was, in my mind, no excuse why anybody couldn't go get Caylee.
And what was your sister's response to having somebody else go get her?
At one point, she was actually receptive to it, but for the most part, it was, I don't want to disturb her, or I don't think Mom would allow it.
Mr. Anthony, do you recall?
I will say this. So, because just to reiterate, legally, they don't have any right to claim ownership over Caylee, right? Like legally, as the mom, Casey's she's allowed to say no. Just because they want to see her, she's allowed to say no. Now, so how did she end up getting, how were law enforcement involved? Well, the reason is because Caylee eventually, God, it's so hard because their names are so similar. Casey eventually says that she was taken by the nanny or kidnapped by the nanny or whatever, right? And it's at that point, see, they would have had no cause of action to arrest her or to even, inquire further, were it not for Casey saying that, oh, she's with the nanny, right? Now you've got a whole different situation. Otherwise, she's allowed to tell them no. Whatever. It's her child. So let's just say, for the sake of the exercise, that that Casey had never said anything about the nanny, Zanny the nanny, and she's with the nanny, right? Let's just say that she was like, sorry, no, I'm allowed to say no. You can bother me all you want, but it's my daughter, it's my life, blah, blah, right? What would have had to happen in order for any other action to be taken is that her parents, or her mom or whatever, whoever, would have to try to go through the courts and file something in order to gain access. The thing is that it would be about gaining access versus suspicion that the child is missing, Now think about with Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, the kids weren't reported at school, right? And then I think it's different too because they're older. So they weren't showing up at school. And eventually, no one had seen them. And so what did it take? Or what did it take? It took people asking, about the kids and then reaching out to law enforcement and them saying, okay, then law enforcement said, okay, you have to produce the kids, right? Which so it's a little bit different because that wasn't necessarily that people were arguing that they had the right to see them, but more like no one's seen them. Versus here, it's like the right to see the grandkids. So anyway, it's just, in other words, her not letting her parents see their granddaughter is not a crime, right? The only reason it ended up going the way it did is because she said, that she's been kidnapped. Now you've got a missing child, and now there is cause, right, for them to intervene. So
Specifically asking your sister, why won't you allow us to see Caylee?
Yes.
What was her response?
I don't recall. I think it was just all along the lines of she's asleep. We'll get her tomorrow.
Okay. Do you recall giving a taped interview with Corporal Edwards on July 29th of 2008?
Yes.
Do you recall telling him what do you remember telling him what your sister said to you?
I don't recall, no.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this particular question based on 9404 and 405. May we approach, Your Honor?
Well, not at this point. He's just asking to refresh his memory. If he goes beyond that, then we can approach.
Sir, you had a chance to read that over?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what you said to Detective Edwards back on the 29th now?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to object, but his response was just yes. So my objection would be the answer to the statement. The question, the answer to the question was.
Let's approach. Since I don't have the statement. Okay, objection overruled. You may ask the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. When you asked your sister, why won't you allow us to see Caylee, what do you recall her saying? Or what did you say? What did you tell Detective Edwards that she said?
I told Detective Edwards that she said, I'm paraphrasing, because maybe I'm a spiteful bitch.
You had stated, I believe earlier, that during this time frame, your mom would come and go from the room. Is that right?
That is correct.
The times that your mom was away from the room, did you attempt to talk to your sister?
Yes, I did.
Would it be fair to say you were trying to reason with her?
Yes.
Do you recall asking her, well, what's going on? What's happening?
Yes.
Do you recall what she told you? Again, in the bedroom.
Right. At one point, she said that Caylee was missing, that someone had kidnapped her.
We'll get to that. Initially, when you're still trying to figure out why you can't go get Caylee.
Right.
Do you recall your sister telling you or talking to you about your mom when you were asking her what's going on?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you tell Detective Edwards?
That when my mom would leave and I would ask her, what's going on, talk to me, give me something, that she did express that her and my mother had, got...
I'm sorry, I need to interpose an objection with regard to anything that Cindy Anthony may have said. It's hearsay, also relevance and character.
As to anything that Sydney Anthony may have said, that would be hearsay, so that objection would be sustained. Don't tell us anything your mother said unless you're relating to us what Casey told you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Shout out to Iowa. You can listen to us while you sleep. Oh, she is.
What's the deal? What's going on?
There we go.
What did she say to you?
Just read. Okay.
Like I said earlier, I'm here for you guys.
Sorry.
Whether you're in the shower, whether you're sleeping, whatever you're doing, Squirrel Crew's here.
Your Honor, I object to proper impeachment.
As to improper impeachment, objection will be overruled. Are you refreshing his memory, Mr. George, or are you trying to use it as past recollection recorded?
Past recollection recorded.
Okay. You need to establish that he has no independent memory after looking at the document before you can use past recollection recorded.
Yes, sir. Sir, do you recall the statement that you've just read?
Yes.
All right. As you sit here today, can you tell this jury exactly what your sister told you in that bedroom?
From what I remember, that
Not to paraphrase, do you recall exactly what she told you, or what you told Detective Edwards she exactly told you?
It's a memory test, basically.
And that he's interrupting the witness, actually, as he was answering the question.
Pardon?
I object to Mr. George interrupting the witness when he was answering the question.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Do you recall exactly what your sister told you in reference to your question, what's going on, what's the deal? Do you recall, as you sit here right now, verbatim, word for word, what you told Detective Edwards she told you?
Verbatim, word for word, no, sir, I do not.
Would it help you remember if you were to actually see the quote that you gave Detective Edwards?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness with the transcript?
You may.
So all that was just to get this in. I can read this statement.
Are you trying to get this under past recollection or recorded or
Not
refreshed?
again.
Under past recollection recorded, one of the predicate elements is that it must be written by the witness. This is not written by the witness, is it? Okay, then he can try to testify based upon his refreshed memory.
Mr. Anthony, now that you've had the chance to see this, what did your sister tell you?
Is that the statement wasn't written by him. The statement was written by detective who spoke with him. And the detective was saying what Lee told him. And so that was the issue.
She told me that my mother had numerous times thrown it in her face, in my sister's face, that Casey was an unfit mother for Caylee, and that Casey says, maybe I am. And I went on to say that my mother had also referenced Caylee as being a mistake, but a great mistake, or the best mistake that Casey's ever made.
During this time period, would it be fair?
Isn't that interesting? So that's that's what he had told detectives, I guess, at the time. But that last one, especially that Cindy had told Casey, that Casey's mom told her that Caylee was a mistake, but the best mistake they'd ever made. Actually, just because their names are so similar, let me make sure I'm not getting it confused. Hold on. I want to make sure that that's exactly, it sounds like that's what it was. Let me just double check.
Referenced Caylee as being a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, right. So that's what I thought. So it's interesting that they would reference Caylee, or the mom would say that Caylee was a mistake. Like, look at the mindfuckery though, right? It's like Caylee's a mistake, but the best mistake. Like, what? That's like that weird gaslighty type shit, right? Where it's like, I remember in where was it? Okay, in Jason Mengel's interview, back with the Ezra trial, in Jason Mengel's interview, I remember when he was talking about the different things that Ezra would do. And one of the things that he said there's this like strategy that people will use to like manipulate you or whatever, where they would, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but where he says where they would like use opposites in the same sentence. And I can't remember the example he gave, but something like, it's just how beautiful, how stupid you are, or something like that, right? It's like that. That's like what we're just hearing here from Cindy, Lee's recollection of what Cindy had said to Casey, which is interesting. As far as the thing about being a bad mom, again, this doesn't surprise me because it's clear that Cindy would stop at nothing to manipulate her daughter and control her, right? I mean, Casey's not giving in, not giving her, even in Cindy's own words, not giving her the answers she wants, right? She said that right before the 911 call, not giving her the answers she wants. And what has Cindy been doing? She's showing up at her boyfriend's house. She's showing up at the mall and getting her friends. She's showing up at the freaking car place and the employees were afraid for their safety. I mean, she must have a really bad temper because, and then of course there's the idea of like the whole thing where she didn't feel safe having her and Caylee there with the fighting, with the divorce going on. So anyway, it doesn't surprise me that Cindy would say to guilt trip her and to manipulate, would say to call her a bad mom. That doesn't surprise me. And it also doesn't surprise me that if you're that person, that daughter who's hearing that, in order to get them to shut up, like you agree with them, right? It's like the same strategy they tell you with a bully, right? If someone's a bully and they're like teasing you about whatever, what do you do to get them to stop? You don't disagree, you agree. You say, yep, you're right. Right? I mean, it's just like that. That's what we're dealing with, is that level of immaturity here, in terms of the communication style of this family. So none of this surprises me that she, and we had already heard this before. I think it was from, even before Amy. Amy mentioned it, but we'd even heard this reference before too about her calling her a bad mom. And I think maybe it was actually from Cindy, but that's a bully move, it's a bully. And then Casey agrees, of course. And then I guess that wasn't, so then that also makes sense too, right? Because then Casey agrees to get her to stop bullying, right? So then what does she do? She steps it up because it's like, oh, well, that didn't get the reaction out of her daughter she wanted. So then she has to throw in there, Caylee's a mistake, but the best mistake. I mean, it's really messed up stuff. You guys see what I mean? Like,
but a great mistake or the best mistake that Casey's ever made.
During this time period, would it be fair, are you getting frustrated with your sister?
Very, yes.
Okay. Why are you getting frustrated? Or why are you frustrated with her at this point?
Nothing was making sense to me.
What's not making sense to you?
Why couldn't we or anybody just go get Caylee and bring her home? There's no reason to fight with, mom at this point.
Do you recall asking?
There it is. There's no reason to fight with mom at this point. That's the thing, right? That's the mom keeping the control, right? Do what the mom wants so that she'll stop fighting with you. I mean, it sounds like an emotionally abusive family relationship. I mean, that's literally, we see this in so many other things that are the exact same thing but expressed in different ways. But that's what that is. Do what I want, or I'll keep punishing you until you do what I want. That's what it is. Because again, Casey has every right. And, in this case, we know Caylee's missing or she's deceased actually, but they don't know that at the time. The family doesn't, right? And again, she has every right to say no to her mom and to say, we're gonna get our own space. And, like, again, she doesn't have to give a reason. She has that right. So it's just, you know, whatever happened to Caylee, but in terms of this whole exchange here with this family, Cindy Anthony is, in my humble opinion, is 100% in the wrong in terms of how she's handling this. I mean, she's really instigating, creating a scene, bullying people, manipulating people. I mean, it's just really kind of on another level. And you know, it makes you wonder if part of Casey's coping, you know, dysfunctional coping style, you know, which we're going to get to, I'm sure, when it comes to the defense case in chief, is partially because of having to deal with this, her mom. Like, I wonder if this has been like she's dealt with this her whole life, you know? I mean, obviously we've already talked about tonight so many similarities between the two of them, you know? I mean, it's clear from Cindy being on the stand, but anyway, okay.
Your sister, what's in it for you?
Yes.
Do you recall what she told you?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. May we approach one more time?
Yes. You may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, at some point, were you aware while you were in the home that the police had been called?
Yes.
Did you hear the phone call being made, or?
My mom had said that she was going to call the police, and at one point I do remember a portion of a phone call.
Were you attempting to get through to your sister so the police would not be called?
Yes.
Okay. Did you explain that to your sister?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
It's more or less like a role play sort of a thing.
Okay. How did you role play with her?
I just told her this didn't make sense. Why did we need to get the, you know, police involved? So I just said, you know, just listen to me and humor me for a second. I said, police officer's going to show up and he's going to say, you know, hey, Mrs. Anthony or Miss Anthony, how are you doing? Great. I'm, of course, acting for, you know, her and myself at this point. And where's your daughter? She's with the nanny. Awesome. That's great to hear. Hop in the car. We're going to go get her. Your mom's going to follow. And I said, what are you going to do?
Now, okay.
And she just.
All right. And let's just say that was what Casey had initially said, and she didn't go further. Let's just say that what Casey had told them that night was that Caylee's with the nanny. And that was where it ended, right? Still, they don't have a right to just be like, we're going to get the police involved unless we go see her. They don't have that right. Where it changes is when Casey says she's been missing for 31 days or whatever. She hasn't seen her in 30. Now we have a kidnapping situation. But my point is that even if she was with the nanny, without there having been this whole issue of missing for 31 days, they still don't have a right to just be like, we have to go. We want to go see her. I miss her. I'm her grandmother. I miss her. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Looked at me with really no reaction.
With no reaction?
Well, just
blank.
Yeah.
Did she say anything else? Did she say anything to you after you went through this role-playing scenario?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
At that time, she told me that she had not seen Caylee in 31 days, that she had been kidnapped, and that the nanny took her.
At that time, were you given a name of the nanny?
I was not. Within a couple minutes or so, I ended up getting the name. Yes.
What was the name that you received?
So I just wanted to let you guys know, I was just looking up the Florida statute specifically so I can be more specific as far as the law goes. Grandparents can petition for visitation with a minor under certain circumstances. these circumstances are the child's parents have been missing for at least 90 days. The child's parents have been missing for 90 days and cannot be located through an inquiry by family, friends, or law enforcement, or the parents are dead. Let me see what else it says. Yeah, there's the statute. Let me pull up the actual statute. Okay. Grandparental visitation rights. Alrighty. Now remember, this is what would have happened had there never been any mention of kidnapping or missing or whatever, right? Let's just say that Casey stuck to her thing. She said, nope, you just can't see her, which is her right. Then Cindy would have had to go through these steps with the petition, okay? And then Casey would have been served a notice of the petition. So a grandparent of a minor child whose parents are deceased, missing, or in a vegetative state, or if the parent has been convicted of a felony. So essentially, it's like the parents are just literally not available. The grandparents can petition for visitation. Upon file, and so that's the circumstance. Upon filing of a petition by a grandparent for visitation, the court shall have a hearing. So basically, there's literally no way that this would have worked because none of those circumstances apply. There's no way they would have been able to go to do that. So honestly, this could have just gone on forever, indefinitely, really. Let's just see what happens. Let me look up this real quick. So all right, missing persons. This is, again, Florida statutes here. So, because I'm just trying to think what would have happened if Casey had never offered up the story and just held her ground here, you know? Okay, missing child means a person that is younger than 18. Oh, this is just the definition. Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to see. These are like the rules about using their pictures. Student records. Okay. So this is the responsibility of the school. So like, this is like the example, and I don't actually recall, I'm trying to remember from Lori and Chad, I don't actually remember who it was that got law enforcement involved. But remember, like, one thing I was saying is we know that they weren't going to school, and JJ specifically was, you know, that was a big deal. And so it might have been the school that reported them, but this is the part where the school, and of course it was a different state, so the laws are different, but just, you know, the school shall immediately report to local law enforcement agency if there's been notification, blah, 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 child's been reported as missing. Hold on. Let me just see here. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So a report that a child or adult is missing must be accepted and filed with the law enforcement agency having jurisdiction. Okay, upon the filing of a police report that a child is missing by a parent or guardian, the Department of Children and Family Services or a sheriff's office or some other law enforcement agency shall, get, basically that's law enforcement gets involved. Upon the filing of a credible, okay, that's if an adult is missing. So again, what this is looking like to me though, is the parent or guardian has to report the child missing. So let's say you've got the grandparents that are like, Caylee's missing because we haven't seen her, but the mom's like, she's not missing. I know where she is. I wonder if, like, again, kind of differentiating this from like Lori and Val and Chad, is that because the school having responsibility kind of, I guess, fulfills a role as a guardian, and I wonder if that's really the main difference, because Caylee was too young to be in school, that really it would have and did end up coming from the mom that reported her missing, right? Which is just interesting. It's interesting to understand how all this works, I feel like. So let me just double check something real quick. Any person having knowledge, see, I figured that something would say something different if I did a more specific search. Any person having knowledge may submit a missing endangered person report. Okay, that's if they're an endangered, so a child, okay. So basically this one says missing child alert. Law enforcement has a well-founded belief based on active investigation that the child is in danger. So I guess there it's like, well, that's kind of subjective, isn't it? Like, they believe that there's reason to look into it further, and then that could lead to something else or not lead to something else. And I guess that's kind of what ended up happening here. But again, because the mom said that, because Casey said she's missing, she's been kidnapped, but then, again, that's why. But I'm just trying to, I think it's interesting. Okay. So anyway, hopefully that is helpful to understand how this works legally.
Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez.
Prior to July 15th, had you ever heard that name before?
Never.
And your sister was specific about the number of days?
Very specific, yes.
And was your mom present for this?
No, she was not. Towards the tail end, she was close enough that she could just see that I wasn't still in the doorway.
What was your mother's reaction?
Now, Cindy testified something differently. Cindy, of course, said they were all, And it's funny, when we heard her say this, I was like, wait, I don't think that's what Lee says. I thought it, I didn't say it. But Cindy says we were all within 6 feet of each other. She's trying to put herself in the same room to hear the conversation. But Lee, and we heard even in opening statements, the way Miss Dream Burdick described it was like, this was a conversation between Casey and Lee, and as if Cindy was somewhere else. And that's kind of how he's describing it. But she said she was in the room, which makes sense, right? Because she wants to be able to testify that she heard it, I guess, or she did.
Well, she knew we were talking and that something had been discussed when she wasn't there, but she was not happy.
What did she say?
What did you do? We could have found her.
Sorry, Your Honor, objection here.
Again, Your Honor, it's not going to the truth of the matter, sir.
Is that, I feel like that's one of the few things that I had already known about this case before watching this whole trial. And we heard this, I think, even in opening statements, again, so like at the very beginning. And it's so funny because with just that information, again, so like from opening statements or just from what I knew going into this, when I heard that that's what the mom said, right? My impression back in the day, not that long ago, but was, oh, wow, like that sounds pretty damning, right? Like, oh, if the mom thinks that of her daughter, like clearly she knows the daughter could murder her child or something like that, right? What's so funny to think about now is like my perspective now is completely different. Where now that I have seen Cindy Anthony testify and heard her testify and seen how other people have described her interactions and her behaviors and all that, now it's completely different. Like it doesn't surprise me at all. And I don't interpret it in that same way, like because of just the toxic, dysfunctional relationship. It's like, I could totally see her saying that just to guilt trip Casey or to just get a rise out of her or to just get her to do what her mom wants her to do. Because we've seen her do those things. So it's really funny. Like that's one of those things where if you take it out of context, it sounds pretty damning. But when you put it in context of this family, specifically Casey and Cindy's relationship, it's completely different, right? Like this is a mom who's been trying to get her daughter arrested and has been stopping at nothing to do so. First with saying there was a stolen car, then there was stolen money, then there was a dead body smell, which she walked that statement back, anyway, so it's just, and this is, coming on the heels of all that. So it's almost like she wanted to get her daughter arrested for murder, right? Well, if that's what she wanted, she succeeded at least in the arrest, but not in the conviction.
Sustain.
I'm sorry, move to strike as well.
Sorry, just talk about
Motion to strike, grant.
this. Just think about like the ultimate punishment, right? Like if the ultimate punishment, she really wanted to punish her daughter. Like I was saying that as a joke, but then I thought about it. I was like, what if that was it? What if she's like the ultimate punishment? I'm gonna get you arrested for murder, but like maybe not really meaning it, but like half meaning it because she's mad at the time, and then it actually happens. You know what I mean? Wild to think about if that's what a parent would do, like just out of spite or hatred or resentment, or just to try to feel like they had control,
Jury is instructed to disregard the last statement of Mr. Anthony. You may continue, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir. While this conversation is going on, is your father at the house?
No, sir, he's not.
And at that point, do you have any other conversation with your sister prior to the police arrival?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It could have been like the perfect storm too. Just thinking about this weird ass family dynamic. If there was, say, an accident, right, like drowning in the pool, and meanwhile George, like I said, George and Cindy, they're going through they're fighting, they're maybe going to get divorced. They had different work schedules. I think there was very little communication between the two of them. And I pointed out on the last live stream how the different dynamics between the relationships seemed really different. Like Casey had one type of relationship with her dad and then this other relationship with her mom. And I don't think the three of them really saw each other much during this time period. And I don't think Cindy and George were really communicating apart from fighting. This is from what we can tell, right? So let's just say that there's the accident, right? and George has a motivation to throw Casey under the bus in a way. This is just hypothetically, right? Speculation. George has motivation to throw Casey under the bus because, he doesn't want to get in trouble for murder, right? Or whatever. Like again, going with the defense's theory of the case from their opening statements and all that, right? Whether there was sexual abuse or assault or whatever, that doesn't. We can leave that all out of it for now. I think it's even if it was just an accidental drowning, the rest of that could still be true, or it's just wanting to cover it up, right? We see this all the time in cases where there's some sort of accident and then they try to cover it up, right? So, so if it was something along those lines, right, then he would have motivation potentially to throw Casey under the bus to protect himself. And then you could have Cindy Anthony, where this is a completely different situation where Cindy doesn't know that anything's happened to Caylee at this juncture, right? Is just now learning she's been missing, but doesn't know she's dead, right? But upon learning she's missing, or even prior to that, by just not being allowed to see her, is just so mad at Casey, right? At this juncture, that she's kind of trying to throw Casey under the bus by getting her in trouble with law enforcement to teach her a lesson, or again, like out of spite or resentment, but not really knowing at that point that there is actually something that there is actually a death, right, involved. But you can think about how they could have, with all the miscommunication and all the lying and all the craziness, and then you've got the divorce between the two, or not divorce, potential divorce, and the just lack of communication / all that. You could see how completely separate, but at the same time, like happening at the same time, George and Cindy could have their completely own different reasons for wanting to throw Casey under the bus, which could have resulted in the perfect storm, Anyway, I was just thinking about that. So.
What did you talk to her about?
Where was the last place that you remember seeing Caylee?
What did she tell you?
At Sawgrass Apartments. And I'd also asked her where she'd been staying.
What did she tell you?
With her boyfriend at the time, Tony Lazaro, at his apartment.
Did she give you any indication that she was looking for her daughter?
Yes, she did.
What'd she say?
That she had been trying to find her herself.
Did she say how?
Later in the evening, she did.
What would she do?
She said she camped out at the last place that she had seen Caylee, where she dropped her off. By camping out, I mean she was in her car, kind of watching the place, I guess.
Did she tell you for how long she did this?
I don't recall. A couple days.
Did she tell you about any other searches that she conducted to try to find her daughter during this time period?
She said that she would go to places that she thought Caylee could be, or that someone might take Caylee, like, just a normal place, like a store or a park or something like that. Did your sister indicate to you when she had last spoken to Caylee? She at one time described a phone call that she had received.
Do you recall, was it that same day?
I'm sorry?
Was it that same day on July 15th?
That she told me about the phone call?
That she received the phone call?
I believe so.
What did she tell you about talking to her daughter on July 15th of 2008?
I remember this phone call. She had told me that the only person on the other end of the call was Caylee. I don't remember exactly or what, if anything, if Caylee said to Casey for it to realize it was her, but Casey's response to Caylee was to put an adult on the phone.
Did you ask her at that moment, during that conversation, why she hadn't told anybody about this?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Upon hearing this news, what did you do? That
Caylee had been missing?
Yes.
asked her some of those follow-up questions that we just discussed, and just immediately tried to do something to try to locate her.
You went into search mode.
Yes.
You obtained the name of your sister's boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Were you able to figure out where he lived?
Yes.
How were you able to figure that out?
She told me.
Did you call, I guess we're talking about Tony Lazaro?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you call Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, I did.
Did you make arrangements to go see Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, I did.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
When did you see him?
If it was not that evening of the 15th, it was in the very early hours of the 16th.
Where did you meet with him?
At his apartment.
While you were at his apartment, did you tell them what was going on?
Yes.
Did you receive any items from Mr. Lazaro?
Yes, Casey's belongings.
What belongings do you recall getting?
I got a laptop, a duffel bag full of clothes, I believe there was like a backpack as well, and just like another bag, like more or less like knickknacks and things like that.
Do you recall anything specific about the laptop itself?
Yes, it was on, but it was like like a blue screen.
Are you computer savvy?
Yes, sir.
When you saw that blue screen, what did that indicate to you?
Virus. Something was wrong.
Did you attempt to reboot or to fix the computer at Mr. Lazaro's?
I did attempt to reboot it. As soon as I did it went to that same blue screen.
Did you turn the computer off or did you just take it with you?
At that point, I just turned it off and I took it with me.
You may.
You have a chance to look at that, Mr. Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize the items in that envelope?
The majority of them, yes.
Okay. The majority of them. What do you recognize?
Object as to relevance and also speculation.
Let me see it first.
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, you still have exhibit, I believe it's KG in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
There are some receipts, movie ticket stubs,
Going off again.
a photocopy of a note of mine, and then just a sheet, I think, authorizing it in evidence.
How many receipts are there, sir?
I didn't count numerous, a dozen, give or take.
They're in front of you. Can you count them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just the receipts.
So the number, as this witness cannot testify that those receipts are relative to this case.
Overall, at this point,
I count 19.
Did you, did you come into possession of those receipts?
I never had possession of these receipts, no.
Do you know where those receipts came from?
They were in one of...
He's already testified that he did not have possession of these receipts.
overall at this point.
They were in one of Casey's belongings that I recovered from Mr. Lazaro's apartment.
You brought them back to your parents' house on Hope Spring?
Yes.
Hope Springs Drive? Did you look at them that night?
No, I did not. I didn't know their existence that night.
At some point, when did you become aware of their existence?
Within a day, a few days.
How did you become aware of them?
during one of our sit-downs, the family sit-downs with law enforcement, they were offered the receipts and anything that was in anything that was in any of her bags.
Well, let's talk about the bags. What do you recall? You testified a few minutes ago that you took a laptop from Mr. Lazzaro's apartment. And how many bags?
I put the laptop itself into a bag, so that would have been 3.
You had referenced a backpack.
Yes, I believe that was one of 3.
When you got back to your parents' house, did you empty the contents of those bags?
I did not.
Were you present when the contents of those bags were emptied?
Yes, I was.
Do you know which bag those receipts were in?
They would have had to have been in the backpack.
Was that the only time that you were over at Mr. Lazzaro's house on the 16th? On the 15th, I'm sorry.
15th or even morning of the 16th, yes.
When the police first arrived at your home, did you immediately speak with them? Tell me what happens when the first police officers arrive.
I did not speak with them. The first officer came into the front door, came to my sister's bedroom, and I believe started asking her questions.
Were you present for that?
I was in the next room at that time.
Is your dad at home yet?
Yes, he was at home at that time.
When exactly did your dad come home at the same time that the police arrived, or was it a little bit before or a little bit after?
Slightly before, within minutes.
After the police arrived, did you yourself have any conversation with your sister?
Yes, I did.
Where was that? I mean, on that night?
Yes. In the garage.
Is the car still there?
Yes, sir.
Does it still smell?
Yes, sir.
Still bad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you talk to your sister about?
I asked her just additional questions. That's when she told me about the phone call that she had that day.
Are you referencing the phone call you testified to earlier about talking to Caylee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had asked her some additional questions about Tony. At that time, I had not been to the apartment. And I also referenced how awful the garage and, the car smelled.
Was it difficult to stay in the garage with that odor?
Yes, sir.
When the items that you received from Mr. Lazzaro belonging to your sister were brought back to Hope Spring, did you see anything that belonged to Caylee in those items?
I don't believe so.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Mr. George, may it please the court?
Proceed.
Good morning, Lee.
Morning.
As I understand it, you are Casey's older brother, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now back to July the 3rd, that evening, you indicated you received 2 phone calls from your mother, is that correct? Or initially several phone calls?
Initially, I think I may have just gotten one phone call from her. I picked up right away.
All right. And during that phone call, there was no mention of Caylee being missing, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
To your knowledge, your mother didn't call your father to find Casey that night, correct?
I have no idea.
Now, on July 3rd, as I understand it, you left for Chicago and you stayed there until about the 15th.
On which day, I'm sorry?
July 3rd or 4th?
I don't remember exactly when I was in Chicago. I actually think it was more in June. I definitely didn't leave on the 3rd. I was downtown. 4th of July would be more of a family occasion, so it wouldn't have been at that time.
From June 15th to July 3rd of 2008, you saw your mother approximately one time, maybe? Does that sound correct?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now, on July the 15th of 2008, you indicated that you were present when your mother called the police, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you did not believe that any crime had been committed. Is that correct?
Sustained.
The Sunfire that was in the garage that you saw, it had some white shoe polish writing on it. Is that correct? Was that your understanding that that was writing from the tow company?
Later, that was my understanding, yes.
Okay. It wasn't a message or a letter or anything of that nature. It was.
No.
Okay. Now, the Pontiac Sunfire that was in the garage on the 15th, that was the car that Casey drove with your, is that correct?
Correct.
And your father had an extra set of keys to that car, didn't he?
Yes.
And the set of keys that would have allowed him to access the vehicle as well as the trunk,
Yes.
correct? When you were talking with Casey, there were time periods where you were whispering to her.
Yes, one time in particular.
Okay. And she was crying. Did you observe crying?
Yes, ma'am.
When your father arrived prior to the police, he did not go into Casey's room and say what's going on or what's wrong, did he?
I don't believe so.
And in fact, prior to the police arriving on that date, your father didn't ask you what was going on, correct? I'll rephrase it.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
There were no questions that your father asked you prior to the police arriving, were there?
Not that I recall, no.
During the time in which this confrontation that you talked about between your mother and your sister occurred, your role was sort of the peacemaker or the mediator, is that correct? You're trying to anyway.
Well, yeah, doing my best.
And your mother's focus, based on your observation, was more, instead of trying to fix the situation, how could you not tell us? Why did you let so much time run? Is that correct? In other words, her focus, she was dwelling on, I can't believe we're in this situation, versus where is she? How do we find Caylee?
That's accurate, yes.
And see that, Matt, that speaks to like what I was saying before, which is her motivation was more about punishing Casey, making her feel guilty, versus actually finding a solution, which is what you would do if you think something's wrong, right? If you and what's this is so interesting because once she says that she's missing and then they start going to look for her, it seems like then the focus does shift to looking for Casey or Caylee, because that's what Matt, you know what I mean. But but again, up until this point, it's all about just you finding ways to guilt trip and blame Casey. That's what it really seems, and that's what he's even saying, right? It's just more about being a bully than it is about being proactive and finding a solution, solving the problem.
And your mother's behavior and comments towards Casey, there were periods of time in which it appeared to you that Casey didn't have a chance to respond.
Sure, yeah.
Now, when you went to Mr. Lazzaro's house, those bags were already packed, weren't they?
Yes, they were, except for the laptop bag, but yes, they were.
It's your belief that those bags were packed by Mr. Lazzaro, isn't it?
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I could respond to that very briefly, there were mentions.
Objection to the speaking objection.
You can approach the sidebar if you need to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Have you had an occasion to see and to know how both you and your sister pack bags?
Now,
Yes.
there's a lot
And
made of this
you
bag. I do not know at this juncture why it matters who packed the bags. I really don't. I don't know what it's one of those things where there was something we just don't know yet, or what. I mean, so far there was nothing damning found in the bags, right? There was like, there was the computer, but that was a separate bag, and then there's like bags with clothes in it, and I think there were like Blockbuster receipts, but I don't know why this matters. But again, they've spent so much time asking questions with different witnesses about these stupid bags that seems like it's important. So
you shove items in the bag as opposed to neatly folding them typically. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was not how you found the items that were packed when you went to Mr. Lazaro's house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And based on that observation, do you have knowledge as to whether or not your sister packed that bag versus someone else?
To the speculation.
no,
Overrule as to that question.
job establishing the foundation of that question.
She didn't pack those bags.
Is it almost 100% your firm belief that some?
I'm going to have to object and move to strike the response.
Not necessary.
It called for a yes or no question.
Sustain as to the last question.
You can all hear Mr. Ashton.
That opinion that your sister did not pack that bag, can you tell me, sir, that is in fact a firm opinion that you have, isn't it?
I've struck it. It's an opinion by the witness.
I can't hear you, Mr. George.
I'm sorry, sir. This is the
I'll
same
rephrase
objection
it.
that I had before. It's asking the witness to form an opinion and to bolster that opinion.
I'll withdraw that.
Sustain, he's already answered the previous question.
The bags that you picked up, they had no odor, did they?
No.
In your family, it's your father who details or cleans the cars inside out and out, isn't it? That's his role.
Typically, yes.
And he would do that, if not every weekend, every other weekend.
Absolutely.
Wow.
The laptop with the blue screen, when you arrived at Mr. Lazaro's.
Interesting, right? The way he says absolutely no hesitation. So that again, like I brought this up earlier, but that puts the car in George's custody at some point during all of this, right? Because if Caylee has been missing for 31 days, and we know that Casey was without her car because she told Amy, plus had been having issues, and there's references she made to Tony about that. But again, the dad would, according to Lee, it sounds like he would detail these cars regularly, regardless of who was driving them where. So, between detailing them, cleaning them, fixing them, whatever the case may be, it all tracks with the potential, some stuff like this is stuff that is hard to know because Casey didn't take the stand, right? Had she taken the stand, she might have explained a lot of this stuff in terms of this type of thing, right? But just going off of what we're hearing from these other witnesses, it seems like he probably had that car. I do wonder if he will take the stand again at some point. Maybe the defense will call him. I don't know. I don't think he was ever asked directly, I say directly, on direct or cross, if he had possession of that car in terms of driving it for any point in time. I don't think anyone asked him that yet. So, yeah, I don't think anyone asked him that yet. It's interesting. But he's real squirrely about that car. I mean, he's real squirrely about everything. I'm sorry, squirrels. I shouldn't be saying squirrely. That sounds terrible because I'm talking about him. He's really weaselly. Let's say that.
Apartment. He was there when you obtained that laptop, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you, as we sit here today, cannot say, for example, that he might have been the one to have caused the screen to become blue.
Objection is speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain.
That's all we have, Your Honor, at this time, subject to recall.
Okay. Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, Ms. Sims had asked you about the phone call of July 3rd from your mom, and you had testified that Caylee wasn't mentioned. Is that correct?
No, specifically that Caylee wasn't missing.
Wasn't missing.
Correct.
What was that? What was the phone call about?
That Caylee and Casey have not been home.
Objection, Your Honor. This thing doesn't stay on. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Objection, hearsay.
The door's been open. They asked the question.
I'm sorry.
They asked the question.
Just a second.
Yeah, in this particular situation, he's asking or seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness.
Approach for a second. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Anthony, when you had testified earlier that your dad arrived, I believe, shortly before or shortly after the police?
Shortly before.
Shortly before. When the police arrived, were you all separated?
Eventually they separated us, yes.
When your sister told you this kidnapping scenario, would it be fair to say your focus left your sister and focused on finding Caylee?
100%.
When the police arrived, they were told, or the defendant, your sister, told them about the kidnapping, correct?
Yes, to my knowledge.
An objection outside the scope of the...
Overruled.
Correct?
To my knowledge, yes, yes.
So when the police arrived, their focus was not on your sister anymore, but was focused on trying to find Caylee.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. He is attempting to elicit this witness's perception of what
I'm going to
the
object to the
officer-
speaking objection, Your Honor.
Is your objection sustained? It calls for somebody else's focus.
Did you speak with the police
Yes,
that
sir.
night?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to them about what your sister had told you in reference to the kidnapping?
There he is. So Mr. George, I object to the speaking objection. But you know, it's interesting because Mr. Baez, well, so everyone else so far does legal objections, and she really does. She just does speaking objections. I don't really ever understand why attorneys do that. I think that if it's like they say objection, but their brain hasn't processed what type of objection it is yet, and they're trying to buy themselves time, because like it's like law school 101, like you learn what your legal objections are. So I don't really know, anyway. Speaking objections are always frowned upon, if not outrightly, just, not really allowed, right? They're a problem. So, of course, there's some trials where they're happening left, right, and all over the place or whatever, but it's a lot worse when you've got everybody making legal objections than one person who's making speaking objections, because it really does actually, you can, it's just a lot more noticeable, right? And like, for example, like with Mr. Baez, when he's objecting and he's going to give a legal objection, sometimes he's like, he pauses for a moment and then he'll be like 403, 404, whatever the case may be. But that pause is him thinking. And I guess what other attorneys do is they fill that space with talking, and then that's their speaking objection. Anyway.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All your subsequent conversations with the police, that, or at least the one that we've mentioned with Detective Edwards, was focused, those questions were about what your sister had said about the kidnapping, correct?
I'm sorry, objection again outside the scope, and we don't know how many conversations we're talking about.
I specifically referenced Detective Edwards.
Overruled. Okay. Mr. George, kind of speak into the microphone a little bit more. She can hear you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Anthony, before you answer the question, let that be a break so we can hear whatever objections. Ask your question, Mr. George.
I'll try to ask it the same. When you had a subsequent interview with law enforcement, you were asked specifically questions about what your sister had told you about the kidnapping.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to object. That exceeds my cross, the scope of my cross.
Overruled.
Yes. Yes.
And Zenaida Fernandez-Gonzalez.
Yes.
Any questions about what was raised in that redirect? All right, Mr. Anthony, you're excused, subject to recall.
Thank you.
And that's it for this one. Another one on the books, guys. Awesome. Okay, so excellent. So good deal. So next episode, we will be having all that law enforcement testimony. We're going to have Detective Melich, and we're going to have Casey's recorded interviews with law enforcement. They're audio recordings, but still, yeah. So we're going to get into all that. We're also going to hear from the people at Universal Studios about her employment or lack thereof. And then the following episode, which I'm almost already done with now, this juncture, I'm kind of ahead of the game with the editing, but the following episode will be, I think, almost entirely the jail phone calls, which is really more like jail visits. So like they're phone calls, but you see the video, you know, because sometimes we see when it comes to trials and surrounding things, we hear the phone calls, you know what I mean? Like phone calls from prison, shout out to them. But in this case, it's like video phone call. So because they're behind, you know, they're behind the glass or whatever, or plastic, whatever the case is. So anyway, but there's a million of them. There's some with just her dad, with her both her parents, or several with her brother. So that's going to be really interesting. I find it really interesting just going through and editing, because I'm like, you know, not that I'm editing the actual phone calls, but just, you know, the in-between stuff. But like, I find it really interesting just to compare the family dynamics and these interactions from what we know happened prior, in terms of what, you know, we've just heard testimony about, you know, what was leading up to this, right? To this day where Cindy calls 911. And that's when everything changed. And all the stuff that was going on. And then how they're acting in these calls, and then also comparing that to how they're acting now. And by they, I mean the family, because, you know, we're not seeing, you know, Casey. We don't know what Casey's not taking the stand. So we only have Casey at the time, but it's really interesting. And there's a lot of surprises. So yeah, so that'll be exciting. So anyway, but I have the next one scheduled for Tuesday. I mean, technically I could actually do it tomorrow, but I want to give Replay Crew enough time to get caught up. So I guess that'll be on Tuesday. So anyway, but thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for being a squirrel. Thanks for being awesome. I will get working on the timestamps and, you know, the highlights video and whatnot. But love you guys, and I will see y'all on the next video.